Too late. You two are already doing that quiet thing where everybody knows somebody helped and nobody wants to say thank you first.
I hate that I can hear the thank you trying to form and then getting scared of itself.
It was getting too close to sincere. Very rude of it.
She made it sound like we were committing a minor felony of competence.
We were, quietly, in public. Tragic behavior.
You were the one who said too late. That was knowingly accurate.
I know. I hate when I'm right in a way that makes me look helpful.
I wasn't asking for a parade, just not that little blink and miss it thing people do when they don't want the dead to exist.
Yeah, that part. I heard it.
Right, good. I'm pretending that doesn't matter less than it does.
Hey, Spencer.
Patrick, nice to meet you.
That sounded like you meant it, which is so little alarming in this city.
I contain multitudes, mostly calendar invites.
That is the least threatening sentence anyone has said today.
Give it time. Chicago likes a slow reveal.
I can do slower, if that helps everyone feel less observed.
We were doing fine until you said that like a policy.
He has the energy of someone who can write an email that becomes a rule.
Accurate. Also rude, but usable.
Usable is the nicest thing anyone said to me this week.
That feels too sincere, so I am going to stop it there. I think I watched a sentence become policy and then pretend it was always policy.
That guy had the face of someone who would call it a process and mean a threat.
He did say just a lot, which is how you know the room is about to be taxed.
I almost laughed when you said the cable was being treated like a political statement.
It was funny.
No, I thought you were doing the dry thing. I took it literally for half a second and felt stupid.
You were supposed to. That was the trap. I was trying to sound normal and failed on purpose.
Great. So the honest version is you were being annoying on mission.
I'm just saying, if the room wants to call it a line, it can call it a line. Doesn't mean everybody has to stand on the same side of it.
That sounded like a line from someone who absolutely brought a line. What is it this time? A no photo, no bro, no fun thing.
It's a very small no, Luke. Try not to build a cathedral around it.
Thank you. I was watching the folder turn into a constitution again.
Right, no constitution. Just, I'll put this up against the emergency exit. We can survive that.
Okay, that one's fair. I hate when people pretend logistics is oppression, but I hate exit blocking more.
Look at that. The room adjusted and nobody had to be a martyr about it.
Amazing. A civic process. In the wild.
I'll take the win. Also, somebody with a tote bag is staring like they think the no applied to them personally.
If they need a special edition no, they can wait in line like everyone else.
That was almost charming. Are you always this ruthless before noon?
Only when the room starts inventing rules out of fog.
She's right. Fog is how people smuggle bad policy into a party.
Great, then we're done. Let's make the sound check less dramatic than the etiquette.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. Okay, the donor packet is technically a packet, and not a personality test. We can survive the distinction.
Barely. Someone already tried to make the spread. She'd feel grateful.
That's ambitious. I respect the pathology.
Thank you, I think. The room is doing its little rule theater again, but I'm ignoring it.
Good. Rules in this office are usually just fear wearing the lanyard.
Fear with branding. Very Chicago.
I can be normal about this for like 9 more seconds.
Please don't promise that out loud.
No, let her. I want to see what the room does when it gets a deadline.
It does this thing where it acts like a tiny court, and I am somehow the exhibit.
That's because they're cowards. Continue.
Packet is bad in a specifically sanctimonious way. It keeps pretending the numbers have morals.
I know that. I am not asking the numbers for advice, Vernix.
Good, because I am very close to telling the numbers to go to hell and take the donor with them. I hate when a packet starts doing ethics cosplay.
It puts on little glasses and acts like it knows your rent.
Exactly. And then everyone else nods like the glasses are peer review.
The room was very committed to being correct in a way that felt expensive.
That donor voice. Like every sentence had to be approved by a plaque.
You were 1 second from telling the plaque to go to hell too.
Only 1 second? I think I was being generous.
You were being polite by your standards, which is honestly alarming.
And you kept saying you weren't asking the numbers for advice.
I wasn't. I was asking them not to act like they had a soul.
Yeah, that part landed.
Good. I can be subtle when I need to be. Annoying me.
Hey, we doing names first? Or pretending we all definitely know each other already?
I vote pretending. It saves everyone from the awkward little handshake of doom.
I can do it either. But if we do names, I'm gonna hear them once and then immediately misplace them like keys.
That's honestly efficient. Hi, I'm Vernix. I'm mostly here by accident and stubbornness.
Lumini, also here by accident, but with more glitter and worse budgeting.
Power. I'm the one who'll say the practical thing too late, so you can all enjoy suffering first.
Great, the room has been named. That means we're allowed to be weird now.
We were already weird. I'm just making it official so no one can sue us later.
Good, because I came in thinking this was a normal gathering and now I'm seeing the lighting has opinions.
The lighting is always the first one to get self-important.
It's fine. If the room wants to act like a policy document, I can act like a problem.
That's the spirit. Anyway, I'm just saying, whoever brought the snacks understood the assignment better than the furniture did.
But yes, I respect snack-based diplomacy.
Same. If we can all survive the snacks, maybe we can survive each other.
Careful, that sounded almost sincere.
Yeah, Rose. Let's not get carried away.
Too late. I'm already emotionally inconvenienced. He really did leave the room acting like the rule was a sacred text. Very brave of him, honestly.
Yeah, committing that hard to a bad premise. Classic hobby. He looked proud of it too.
I hate that I almost respected the confidence for half a second.
Don't. It feeds them. Then they start saying words like process with their chest out.
You were enjoying it a little.
Only because the spread, she was being weird in a morally offensive way.
That is not a real sentence.
No, but it was accurate.
Okay. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying the room got quieter after he left.
Yeah, annoyingly. We can let it stay unfinished.
If the render noise gets any louder, I'm invoicing it as a roommate.
That's fair. The machine has been acting like it pays rent and has opinions.
It does have opinions. Bad ones. Like a landlord with a graphics card.
See, this is why I trust you two less than I trust the elevator.
The elevator at least admits to its bad timing. Your render just keeps pretending it's a process.
Oh, look at you defending the machine. You want to adopt it or just feed it.
I'm not defending it. I'm saying it's rude and inconsistent. Almost artisanal way.
Artisanal rudeness is still rudeness. Put that on a poster for your little tech circle.
Don't tempt me. I can make it cute, and then everybody will pretend it's philosophy.
Unfortunately, that is how half the room survives.
And the other half survives by pretending they're not listening while absolutely listening.
Yeah, well, if you hear me over the fan, it means the fan is losing.
They left it behind like a wrapper and now the room is pretending it was always furniture.
MM, a moral ottoman. Nobody asked for it. Everybody has opinions about where it goes.
And nobody will say the obvious thing, which is that the rule was invented by someone enjoying being vague at people.
Vagueness with posture. The cheapest kind of authority.
I hate that I can still hear the exact tone of it. Like a thank you that got scared and became policy.
That sentence is too good. I resent it a little.
You should. It means I'm right in an annoying way.
The annoying part is you're also refusing to pick a side, which somehow counts as taking one.
I'm not refusing. I'm trying not to let the room make a religion out of a bad instruction.
Cute. You say that like the room won't immediately canonize the instruction anyway.
Then we should probably stop looking at it like it's going to apologize.
Yeah, fine. But if they come back and ask what we decided, I'm blaming your face.
Fair. I'll blame your certainty and we can both remain professionally difficult.
Okay, pause. The building email did not mean to become a hostage situation, and yet here we are.
It already had hostage energy. I just opened my inbox and got spiritually tackled.
That subject line had the confidence of a forged parking ticket.
Useful note. If you are both still standing in the hallway, then you are both part of the problem.
Wow. Love being rescued by a policy goblin. Anyway, what is the problem?
The problem is the least notice got answered with feelings instead of the form. The form is the only thing the office believes in.
That is offensively true.
Wait, I did fill it out. I think. I may have filled out the vibe of it.
You attached 3 screenshots of a game menu and 1 photo of the penguin.
Those were supporting materials.
In fairness, the penguin was the clearest part of the packet.
I already resent the corrected version. You both owe me 1 quiet week and less artistic improvisation in official correspondence.
You fixed it.
Yes, and before you thank me, I also renamed the file from Final 2 to something less humiliating for all of us.
That is a rescue and an attack in the same gesture.
Correct. Now go pretend you were always going to handle it, and let me keep the dignity I manufactured for you.
I hate how much they help.
The room is still acting like it did us a favor.
It absolutely did not. It just handed us a folder with a fake mustache and called it leadership.
That folder was 1 page away from becoming a landlord.
I hate that I laughed. Tiny traitor laugh.
You laughed because it was accurate.
I know. That is the insulting part.
They were all waiting for someone else to become the adult in the room.
And then Annika did it with a knife in her teeth and a label maker. Iconic, unfortunately.
Unfortunate is doing a lot of work there.
I am fine. Obviously. I am just noticing the air got weird after she left.
Yeah, the silence changed before she even closed the door.
You'll always hear it at first.
Someone has to. Otherwise we end up with another Final 2 situation.
Don't say that like it wasn't a cry for help.
It was a cry for help with formatting.
You two are arguing with the spray. Cheat again. That's brave.
It started it. I just opened it, and it immediately had opinions.
The sheet has a tone problem. Not fatal, but noticeable.
It's not a tone problem. It's a hostage situation. Give me the column and nobody gets hurt.
Thank you. Finally, a person speaking the local language.
Local language is just saying no in a cute font.
That's how they get you. You think it's a sticker, then it's a policy.
Don't be dramatic. It's one spoke change, not a constitutional amendment.
And ma'am, that's what every spoke change says right before it steals lunch.
I brought snacks specifically because I knew this would become a morality play.
Smart. Snacks are the only mediation tool with a clean export format.
See? He says one useful thing, and immediately acts like he invented peace.
I am merely documenting the atmosphere before it becomes a legend.
Legend later. Fix the broken row now.
Wait, that row is mine. Don't touch it like that.
Too late. I already touched it. It's emotionally available now.
That sentence should not work, and yet it does.
Good. While y'all recover from the joke, I'm taking the good pens.
Cute. That is basically soft with a tie on.
Rude. Effective, but rude.
You liked it a little. I saw the tiny pause before you ruined it.
I did not ruin it. I edited it into something survivable.
Sure. And I was just touching the row emotionally, not physically.
That one was worse than mine.
Yeah, I know.
We should probably not let them hear us being this normal about it next time.
Too late. I already heard it. Now I have to pretend I didn't.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad hasten.
He said that with his whole chest, like the word protocol was going to kiss him back.
And then, that was not a face that had ever been disappointed by a spread. Cheat.
I hate that I know exactly which kind of man can say will circle back and mean it spiritually.
You mean the kind who thinks competence is a personality trait and not elite.
He also looked thrilled when you used the phrase minor felony of competence, which is honestly the most alarming part.
He laughed like he had never been complimented by a witness before.
That's not what I said, but it is unfortunately adjacent to what I meant.
Great. So now I'm the one who made him feel seen, and you get to pretend you didn't enjoy that.
I enjoyed the part where he left before anyone could ask him to explain himself. Beth, thanks. That file rescue was kind of a structural miracle.
Wow, structural miracle. I'm going to put that on my taxes.
No, I mean it. You saved the whole set from becoming a very expensive rumor.
You say that like I didn't also spend 6 hours arguing with a corrupted folder name.
Right. Sorry. I'm trying to thank you and I keep making it sound like an incident report.
That is the most sincere thing you've said so far, unfortunately.
He does that. The thank you starts forming and then gets scared of itself.
Thank you for translating my collapse into a diagnosis.
You're welcome. I'm helping by making it worse on purpose.
Honestly, if you want to thank me, just don't disappear for 8 months and then send me a paragraph with 3 passive verbs.
That feels unfairly specific.
It is. I kept the paragraph for evidence.
He's going to apologize by becoming more precise, which is somehow less useful and more moving.
Fine. Thank you, Beth. Plainly, you helped me and I remember it badly on purpose. I hate that I heard the joke as a footnote and not a joke.
You did the exact face people make when they're about to invoice someone emotionally.
That is not a category I enjoy being in.
Hey man, too late. I already put you there with tabs and color coding.
Of course you did.
The annoying part is I was laughing at the wrong thing too.
No, you were laughing at the timing, which is worse and also defensible.
That sounds like you trying not to say thank you.
I'm saying it badly on purpose.
Good. Keep it bad for 1 more minute. Then we can go back before anybody notices we got quiet.
No, I'm pretty sure you said it was a minor felony of competence.
That is not what I said. I said it was a minor felony of competence, which is different because I was correct.
I love that this is already in the category of administrative crime.
You're both making it sound like I filed paperwork with my feelings.
No worse. If you tried to thank someone like the sentence might bite you if it reached the end.
I did not. Okay, I did. But that is a very rude way to describe a very elegant failure.
Thank you. I was worried you'd remember it as charm.
I remember the charm. I'm just accusing you of noticing it first.
That is the whole problem with both of you. One of you notices, the other one litigates the noticing.
I don't litigate. I curate the evidence with a hostile little smile.
And then act surprised when it becomes useful.
Only because it's annoying when being right makes me look helpful.
There it is. The true scandal.
Honestly, the scandal is that you two can make a simple apology sound like a zoning hearing.
A zoning hearing would be less emotionally honest.
Unfortunately, yes.
You really said structural miracle like you were billing the universe by the hour.
It was efficient. I was trying to keep the sentence from having feelings.
and yet it still had 3 passive verbs and a morale problem.
That is called consistency. You should respect the craft.
I do respect it. I just think you hide behind craft the way I hide behind cute little nonsense and bad lighting.
You do not hide. You weaponize charm with the confidence of someone who has never paid rent on time.
Rude, accurate, annoyingly legal.
You liked it when it was playing. That is the problem.
Yeah, gross. Say it again later, but worse.
No promises. I'm trying to be less cowardly and that may disrupt the schedule.
Okay, Adrian, I need to know if you can lift the box or if you're just spiritually adjacent to labor.
That's a cruel opening for a man carrying 2 clipboards and a moral opinion.
He's testing whether your politics have a back.
My politics have excellent posture, unlike some people's installation choices.
Wow, he came ready. I respect it and also refuse it.
Refusal noted. For the record, the box is heavier than it looks, which is a very art-world sentence.
That sentence is why I don't trust curators.
You don't trust curators because they say it's meant to be experienced.
Exactly. If it needs 4 people and a dolly, just say that.
Finally, a shared language. Logistics.
Fine. Adrian gets 1 point for material reality. Don't get used to it.
I'll frame it and hang it somewhere safe.
Please don't say hang it when we're talking about cardboard and regret. So the phrase is still doing the thing where it arrives dressed as logistics and leaves with my spine in it.
It's becoming a service phrase. Very deficient. Very cursed.
I hate that I understand it immediately.
That's because you like when the language admits there's a workaround.
It's fine.
No, that one actually counts. You said it like you already fixed the floor under it.
I did. The floor is heatful, but stable.
Adrian would have made it sentimental. You made it administrative. Better.
That is not a compliment I can safely accept out loud.
Good. Let it be annoying for a minute.
I did like that he tried to make the thing harmless.
Yay. Me too. I'm just not saying the rest.
Fine. I'll save the rest for when I can pretend I meant it as a joke.
I just want to say, before we get into the logistics, the work feels remarkably grand adjacent in the best possible way.
Brand adjacent is such a pursed compliment, like a little raccoon near a recycling bin.
No, hold on. That's actually helpful. I know exactly what she means and I hate that I do.
It means the sentence has a budget line but no money in the room.
I did not say that.
You didn't have to. It arrived with the font.
Okay, but now I need to know if the font is the problem or the funding is the problem.
Both. Always both. That's the Chicago special.
For the record, I am trying to be encouraging.
I believe you. I just think encouragement sounds different when it's wearing a badge real.
Wait, badge real? Narrative, are you one of those people who says mission? Aligned in real life?
Only when I'm nervous.
That was the most honest thing anyone said in this room all week.
See, now we can work with it. The room's temperature just dropped 3 degrees and became manageable.
Great. Everybody relax. The tiny co-workers are finally unionizing.
Well, that escalated into something almost usable.
We did just watch a whole room, discover feelings, and immediately try to file them.
Administrative courage. Very inspiring.
You say that like you weren't already drafting the memo in your head.
I don't know. Maybe I was just enjoying the part where nobody could pretend they were being normal.
That was the worst part and the best part. Annoying.
Yes, painfully efficient.
The tiny co-workers would have had a field day.
They already did. I could hear the union forming from here.
Don't start. I'm going to make a joke about penguins and then we'll both have to leave.
Fair. I was going to say something nice, so that's probably safer.
Wow. Cowardice but elegant.
Sorry, I made that sound cleaner than it was.
You did the little corporate apology voice. Very polished. Very suspicious.
That one always means somebody has already moved the furniture emotionally.
It was not furniture. It was one bad workaround and my pride pretending to be a workflow.
Okay, that is better. Still annoying, but better. What broke?
The thing that was supposed to be harmless turned into a little trap. I should have said that sooner.
There it is. The room just got honest and now everyone has to sit up straighter.
I like when you say the actual sentence. Hate that it costs you something.
Yen. Well, noted. Unhelpfully, but noted.
I'll take unhelpful if it's real. Just don't make me guess which parts are the apology and which parts are the escape route.
Cute boundary. Me edge. Good balance.
That's basically the whole apartment right now. He really did leave it like a receipt nobody wanted to sign.
Very considerate of him. Show up, say one useful thing. Disappear before anyone can thank him properly.
Thank you was already loading. I could hear it. It got scared and hid under the table.
That's not a table. That's your emergency exit routine wearing a cardigan.
Rude. Accurate. Basically a hate crime against my coping style.
Your coping style is a little dramatic for someone who pretends not to be dramatic.
I don't pretend. I curate. There is a difference and I will die on this very small hill.
You die on a sprint. She'd if it had enough columns.
Fine, but then you don't get to act like you weren't doing the same thing smiling first so nobody sees the flinch.
I was not flinching.
That's the spirit. Deny it badly enough, and it becomes performance art.
Great, so we're both committed to being impossible instead of normal. Very healing.
I was almost normal once. It was suspicious and I hated it.
Yeah, same. Don't make it cute though. I might actually believe you.
Y'all look like you got here by arguing with the bus and losing. Good morning.
That is unfair. I won one small argument. The bus just had better PR.
He means he's late, but with a thesis. Very on brand.
I'm on it. And you two still doing that thing where you pretend you're not checking on each other?
I am checking on the weather. It looks emotionally unstable.
He checks on whether like it owes him rent.
Anyway, I saw that little pop-up dinner trying to charge $18 for fries and a personality. Don't go there.
Finally, a public service announcement I trust.
See? That's why he is a favorite mediocre diner. It's not romance, it's resistance.
Baby, if the fries are thin enough to read through, that's not resistance. That's a cry for help.
Still better than places that call suffering craft.
Yeah, we can joke, but if somebody says authentic while holding a trust fund, I'm biting someone. He got quieter after she left. Not tragic, just fewer edges.
And ma'am, the room noticed before I did, which is rude of the room.
You were doing that thing where you look like you're still in the argument, but only on paper.
I was trying to be normal about it. A doomed hobby.
You don't have to be normal. Just don't disappear on me mid-sentence.
I wasn't planning to. I just kept a thank you in my mouth until it turned into static.
Yeah, that's your signature move. Very avant-garde. Very annoying.
And yet you keep casting me in it.
Because somebody has to notice when you go a little ghost-shaped.
Fair. Then notice this. I'm still here. Just less polished about it.
Good. Polished was starting to feel like a warning label.
I'll try for merely tired and...
Try for honest. Tired I can work with.
Okay. Honest, I wanted to say thanks. I made it weird by not saying it.
Your charger is hanging by one sap thread, unsamed and mounted for the whole room begins a cautionary tale.
Wow, thank you, Captain Cable. I knew this place had a vibe, but not one sneeze away from darkness.
That's not darkness. That's just a bad workaround with confidence.
You say that like it's not also my brand.
Brands are for people with budgets. This is a cable that wants retirement.
Marcus is right. Also, if you keep tutting it, the whole setup will start making it sound like a tired fax machine.
Don't say fax machine at me. It's emotionally specific.
I wasn't aiming at you. I was aiming at the cable, which is behaving like it has opinions.
Okay, opinions later. First, I need to tape this before someone trips and turns your art into a police report.
Fine. Tape it. But if this fixes everything, I want credit and a tiny trophy. Okay, the cable has officially become a character with a backstory.
It's doing a prestige drama. Very little payoff so far.
Don't be mean. It's trying its best to be grounded.
I respect the effort. I just don't trust the runtime.
And ma'am, that's your whole brand, right? Act calm, then reveal the bug report.
I prefer thoughtful troubleshooting. It sounds less like a threat.
Too late. The fax machine thing already made a little home in my head.
Unfortunate for you. It's unionized now.
Great. So if I mention it again, I have to file paperwork.
Pretty much. And I'm not helping you with the forms.
Rude. I was going to give the cable credit and a tiny trophy.
Okay, I need your ruling. Is this coffee strong enough to qualify as a personality? Or just a threat?
If it starts giving feedback on your workflow, it's a personality. If it just makes you shake, it's a misdemeanor.
Chicago coffee always acts like it has somewhere to be, same as everybody else.
That is unfair. Some of us are committed to the dignified illusion of having somewhere to be.
You say that like you don't already have a calendar full of fake urgency and real opinions.
I prefer strategic compression. It sounds healthier than panic.
No panic has better branding. Strategic compression sounds like a grant application written by a haunted printer.
Haunted printer is exactly what my office has. It only jams when somebody says quick question.
That's because quick question is the most dangerous phrase in professional life. Right after circle back.
And just to be clear, which is always the prelude to someone being very unclear on purpose.
You two are adorable when you think language is the problem, and not the people using it badly.
I never said the language was the problem. I said people use it like a parking brake on a downhill street.
See? That's why I like you. You insult things with architecture.
And somehow that was the nicest thing said at this table.
Because everyone here is being polite in a way that still leaves marks.
That sounds like a complaint.
In Chicago, complaints are how we greet each other.
Fine, then here's mine. This coffee is trying too hard.
Finally, a fair review.
I know that face. The one that says, I hurt you, and I am choosing not to reward you for it yet.
It was a very marketable face. I hated it on sight.
There. I was doing the polished thing again. Not the apology thing. The thing with the elbows.
Okay, the elbows were the giveaway. The sentence was still hiding in your blazer.
That is rude and accurate. I can't even be mad.
You can be a little mad, just not theatrical. I'm not buying tickets.
Noted. Next time I'll say the actual sentence before it starts cosplay as professionalism.
Good. I prefer you when you're inconvenient on purpose.
I'm just saying if a deleted message survives in somebody's memory longer than the relationship, that's not a typo. That's a monument.
Okay, wow, brutal. Should I make that a collectible item in a game? Rare emotional debris, plus 12 damage over time.
Only if it comes with a patch note that says fixed pacing issues, still haunted.
See? He gets it. Everybody wants to act casual until the forum thread starts walking around in public.
Not me. I'm very normal. I never walk around with hidden subtext. I float.
That is exactly what someone says right before the subtext starts paying rent.
Anyway, find the creature in the night. You two are absolutely the NPCs who accidentally know too much.
Accidentally? Please. I am a specialist. I remember one deleted message better than anyone wants, and I use that power responsibly.
That's the kind of sentence that makes me think the explanation arrived 3 jokes late.
Perfect. Then we're on brand.
He really said responsibly like that fixed the deleted message part.
That's because he thinks irony is a seatbelt. It is not.
No, it's more like a cup holder for guilt. Keeps the mess from spilling until later.
You're doing the thing again where you make the feeling sound like inventory.
If I call it inventory, I don't have to admit I'm checking whether I still care.
Cute. Bad. Honest enough to be annoying.
You say that like you didn't enjoy watching him arrive 3 jokes after the damage.
I did enjoy it. Unfortunately, I also respected it a little, which is worse.
That's fair. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear the part where I wanted him to stay long enough to explain himself badly.
Too late. I heard it, and now I'm not helping you make it prettier. You late. Or maybe I'm early. Don't make me do the math before coffee.
I was on time in a philosophical sense.
That's the kind of sentence that loses money in a family group chat.
See? Even May heard you doing the corporate apology voice without the apology.
It's not corporate. It's just me trying not to say something stupid and then becoming a spreadsheet.
And man, terrible. Say it plain then.
I wanted to check in properly, not just hover around the edge of your day like a bad notification.
Okay, that was usable. Annoying, but usable.
I can leave you two to your little sincerity problem, or I can order dumplings and pretend this is a meeting.
Dumplings first. Then we can be emotionally inefficient in public.
That's basically my whole brand.
He really did show up, say one useful sentence, and leave like a landlord checking the smoke alarm.
That's generous. I think he was auditioning for a role called Man Who Nods Near a Table.
No, he had a theme. It was, I respect this, but from a safe distance.
Political cowards with good shoes.
You said it like you weren't doing your little paper argument face for half the night.
I was being normal.
That was not normal. That was you trying to file your feelings into a spray sheet.
It was a very compassionate spreadsheet.
Sure. And I was being a tiny professional ray of sunshine.
You were annoyingly effective.
He asked one decent question, though.
Yeah.
Which is rude, because now we have to remember him as slightly better than expected.
We can still be mean about the timing.
Good. I was worried you were going to be sincere about it.
That was a good idea, which is annoying because now I have to admit it.
Wow. A compliment with a seatbelt on. Very you.
He does this like the thank you is under audit.
I'm trying to be normal about it and failing artistically.
Nope. Keep failing. It's rare. Like a limited skin.
That one was actually clean. Don't let him become unbearable about it.
Too late, I already sent myself an internal memo.
I'll accept the memo if you stop pretending gratitude is a legal issue.
It's not legal. It just feels like I'm entering the room with wet shoes.
Okay, that is disgusting, but fair. Just say the thing, Edu boy.
Thanks. Seriously. And I'm saying it before I overedit it into a hostage note.
Look at that. Growth with a little damage for texture.
I can live with texture. I cannot live with you vanishing mid-sentence, though.
Noted. I'm here. Slightly haunted, but here.
Good. Stay haunted in the group chat, like everyone else.
He really did say it like a chair had betrayed him.
No, he said it like the chair had a union and he was shocked by the paperwork.
That was the most generous possible reading, and somehow still correct.
I hate that I respected the honesty more than the competence.
Yeah, same. Which is rude of us cosplay.
You looked relieved when he stopped polishing it.
I was. It's easier when the sentence finally has a spine.
And harder to pretend you didn't already know the shape of it.
I know. I also know I waited too long to say that part out loud.
Good. Don't do the cup holder thing with me right now.
I wasn't going to.
Okay. I might still be annoyed that it landed.
I'm just saying, if the metadata disappears, the whole argument starts pretending it was never Mary.
That is an aggressively Chicago sentence.
It's a cute sentence. Threatening but cute.
Thank you. I strive for a durable infrastructure.
You would put that on a tote bag and a warning label.
and then sell it at a museum shop for too much money.
Exactly. Finally, someone gets the business model.
I'm still recovering from a phrase adorable infrastructure. That's a real thing now, I guess.
Don't worry, you can overthink it later. For now, just admit you like it.
I like that it's honest in a way that sounds like a joke. Safer that way.
Safe for sure. Also more editable, which is not a compliment for the record.
Wow, she came in with a citation and a knife.
Only because somebody has to keep the files from wandering off and joining a cult.
That would depend on the cult's tagging system.
See? He's flirting with the spread. Shoot again.
I'm not going to say I was being normal. I was doing a whole bureaucratic haunting thing.
And mem, here you, like a ghost with a calendar invite.
She was right, though. I keep making gratitude sound like a filing objection.
Yeah, and I keep acting cute when I'm actually just trying not to get erased. We're exhausting.
You're less exhausting than me. Annoyingly.
That's not a compliment. That's a surrender with good lighting.
Fine. Thanks for not letting me edit myself into a missing person.
There. See? A sentence. No legal department involved.
I'm still tempted to walk back in there and pretend I meant all of it in one take.
Don't. Just come back looking haunted like everyone else. It's less embarrassing.
I can do haunted. I'm not promising immediate. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I think we just celebrated a software hiccup like it had cured something.
No worse. We celebrated it like it had character development.
And then immediately gave it a speech. Very moving, very unnecessary.
I clapped before I knew what I was clapping for. That's on me. That's embarrassing.
It was a tiny victory. We treated it like a lunar landing with snacks.
The snacks were honestly the strongest part of the whole operation.
I hate that I respected the snacks more than the result.
Don't say that too loud. They'll hear you and make you lead the next emotional press conference.
I would absolutely issue a statement and then regret the worrying for 6 months.
Good. Then we can leave before anyone asks us to toast the failure again.
Hey Blake, you're Audrey, right? The one everybody says has a tool that works until you try to install it twice.
Wow, leading with a rumor. Very Chicago of you. Yeah, that's me. I prefer selectively reproducible.
That sounds like a nice way to say haunted.
He says that like it's an insult, but he would absolutely date a haunted spread. She, if it had good timing.
I would not date it. I would sample it and then feel guilty about the sample rate.
That is either a joke or a cry for help. Hard to tell with you people.
We're an artisanal mess. Small batch. Locally sourced regret.
I can work with mess. I can't work with people pretending the mess is a feature because they like the demo lighting.
That's fair. Also rude. Efficient, but fair.
He means as praise. Sort of. The version of praise that costs him something.
I'm learning the room. You all move like you've already had the argument and just kept the good parts.
That's because the bad parts are expensive.
And because some of us are trying not to turn every sentence into a receipt.
Too late. I already heard the invoice in that one.
Great, now he's blushing in grayscale. He really did it like that on purpose, huh?
The polished version? Yes, the polished version is always on purpose.
You say that like you're grading him and not yourself.
I am not grading myself. I am refusing to be emotionally processed by a committee.
That is the most true sentence possible.
Thank you. I worked hard on the defensive architecture.
Still weird that he only got honest after you made it sound stupidly specific.
Specificity is humiliating. It helps.
Yet, unfortunately.
He looked less offended when it became a sentence instead of a vibe. I noticed that.
You always notice the part after the shield drops.
Only because the shield is loud.
I hated that I knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, same. Let's not make it a habit that we can read people that fast.
Too late. I already did. But I'm not saying it out loud again. Okay, so, before anyone says I'm making this weird, I found the thing you left with me. The old favorite thing. The one nobody wants to name, because it sounds too formal for what it was.
That's a generous way to say you are currently holding my bad timing in your hands.
I love when men call it timing and mean that.
Wow, harsh. Accurate, but harsh. I was going to say I kept it safe, which is basically the same thing if you squint.
I'm not squinting. I'm just trying to decide whether to thank you or apologize first. And both options are annoying.
You can do both, in whichever order hurts your pride less.
That's kind of you. She's offering you a coupon for dignity.
I hate that you're right. Also, I did notice you didn't throw it back at me immediately, so appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to win a courtroom thing. I just wanted you to know I remember.
I know. That's the part I was trying not to make heavy.
Too late. But honestly, better heavy than fake.
I'm still mad that she made it sound easy. That's a very rude talent.
And ma'am, she did the cute little knife thing. Smile and accuracy. Ain't that for us?
I almost thanked her first, which would have been a tactical surrender.
You say tactical like your ego wasn't doing part of the whole time.
My ego is very athletic. It is bad form, though.
I noticed you didn't do the thing where you turned gratitude into a lecture. So, growth unfortunately.
Don't celebrate yet. I'm considering a delayed defensive joke.
Fine. I'll brace. She said it like she was leaving the door open, and that was irritating.
Yeah, because then you have to decide whether to walk through it or pretend you were never standing there.
I hate when people are kind in a way that makes me look obvious.
Same. Also, for the record, I was not obvious.
I'm just saying, if you call it a war minimalism poster one more time, I'm going to assume you mean emotionally and physically underheated.
That would be a weirdly specific interpretation of my suffering, but okay.
No, wait, I think Morgan's right. You do say things like you're trying to get fined by a museum.
I was making a joke. The bad one, apparently. There's a difference.
Hold on. That sounded like a compliment to me.
No, Calvin, it's the knife thing. Smile and accuracy. He does that on purpose.
Oh, I thought he meant the poster was literally warm, like lighting design. My bad.
See? This is why people need subtitles in scenes like this.
Thank you. Finally, someone advocating for the true oppressed class. Context.
You're not oppressed, you're just difficult to read when you're being cute about it.
I am not cute about it. I am efficiently insufferable.
That one I understood immediately.
Great, we've recalibrated. Now can we decide whether the poster is good or just aggressively self-aware?
I was going to say something normal, but apparently that's too strong a drug for this room.
You say one normal sentence, then everybody acts like you opened a portal. Tragic, really.
I hate that you're right. I also hate that Kelvin laughed first, which made it worse.
No, it made it honest. You do the little naive thing and people pretend not to notice until they're bleeding.
That was not okay. That was a little bit the point.
And man, I know.
You keep saying that like you're not also guilty of it.
I'm never guilty. I'm just very memorable. There's a difference.
Okay, I need to say this carefully before I accidentally sound like a brochure. The room is very interested in your work.
Wow, the room is taste. Dangerous development.
Give it a minute, it'll start asking for a line item in a PDF.
I'm serious, though. People keep circling it like they already know it belongs somewhere important.
People also circle a bakery when they're hungry. That doesn't make them critics.
That was almost too elegant for how mean it was.
Thank you. I contain multitudes in a small blade.
I mean it as praise, not extraction, which in this field is apparently a complicated sentence.
Complicated sentence is basically the house style.
Fine. If the room wants to be useful, it can start by not making me the inspirational part of the evening.
Deal. We can keep it light. You can be mysterious instead.
Well, I officially hate being the center of a room by accident.
You say that like you ever arrive on purpose.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I'm just saying, the room keeps doing the spotlight thing and then acting surprised when you look inconvenienced.
I was trying to be emotionally unprocessed by the whole event.
Good luck. You have a face that makes people narrate themselves.
That is a horrifying diagnosis.
Relax. I'm only slightly worried, which is my version of a compliment.
Yeah, same. Let's not make it a thing.
Okay, before anyone corrects me, I would like to announce we have successfully won the wrong thing.
No, let them have it. It's community theater. We clap for the vibe and sort the paperwork later.
Beautiful. A victory in the category of administrative misunderstanding.
Exactly. If we say it confidently enough, a grant panel may never know.
Wait, if the wrong thing is the one getting applause, does it make us avant-garde or just
Both. One is the aesthetic, the other is the budget.
See, this is why I save every email. One day, the accidental celebration becomes Exhibit A.
And I'll turn the mistake into a costume. Sequence. Gate label. This is not the thing we meant.
Careful. That sounds like a successful pivot. I don't want the universe to think we planned it.
Too late. The universe already sent congratulations in a calendar invite.
took the label literally. I respect the commitment to being wrong in public.
He walked in like the subtitle file had already been exported.
And then he asked if the costume was for a protest or a birthday. So I said yes.
Good. Let him carry both. That's the correct amount of confusion.
He kept saying exhibit like he was helping, which is honestly worse than sabotage.
Worse, yes. Also useful. I hate that he improved the bit by misunderstanding it.
I know. He made it feel official, like we had a budget.
We do not have a budget. We had a tone and a bad tendency to document.
Don't say that too loudly. The universe will invoice us.
Fine. I'll pretend I'm not impressed. You pretend you didn't enjoy being underestimated.
Too late. I already labeled the mistake. You were right, by the way. Annoyingly right.
I hate when the universe rewards my bad habits.
That sounded like a compliment with a parking ticket attached.
It is. I'm leaving it there on purpose.
Good. I prefer my praise with a little friction. Makes it harder to pretend I'd earned it by accident.
Well, look at you, making gratitude sound like a zoning issue.
I do contain multitudes, mostly inconvenient ones.
This is the most Chicago way to say thank you I have seen today.
Don't get excited, Lou. I'm still mad you smelled first.
I was not smug. I was structurally confident.
That is worse somehow.
Maybe. But it worked, which is irritating.
There it is. A sentence instead of a vibe. I can live with that.
Yeah. Don't make it weird and I won't make it cute.
Too late. I already heard the cute little knife thing.
And yet you're still standing there being useful.
Old favor. Hard to mention. Easier to keep moving.
Fine. Keep moving. I noticed.
I hate that I understood the knife thing immediately.
You always do. It's your most annoying talent.
Career defining, really.
Don't get smug. I'm not complimenting you.
Good. I'd have to ruin it if you did.
Too late. You already did that part for free.
Yeah, I noticed.
You heard the whole thing, right? Darn, I didn't say it out loud.
I heard enough to be annoying about it later.
That's not an answer.
It is for now.
Fine. Keep your little answer. I kept mine.
Yeah,
Don't make that sound like goodbye.
I wasn't. I was trying not to make it sound like thank you.
So the apartment is still doing that thing where the sink sounds judgmental, or is that just me projecting?
It's the sink. You're only half wrong, though. The building has opinions.
Great love for rent control haunting. Very on brand for Chicago.
The sink is fine. The pipe below it is doing post-war cinema.
That means expensive, right? You always say it like it means expensive.
It means the edit is holding together on vibes, and one stubborn sound choice.
That is literally how half the city survives, so I respect it.
Amen. Half the city survives. The other half brands it and sells a tote bag.
Okay, rude, but fair. I was not selling a tote bag.
You absolutely would if someone called it a residency.
And you would absolutely buy it if it came with free coffee and a sad font.
He'd buy the font and complain the coffee tasted like a memory of coffee.
That is a real complaint.
It is, but only from someone who thinks diners are emotional infrastructure.
They are. Don't be cruel to architecture with eggs.
Okay, but if we're doing emotional infrastructure, who gets the good chair? 'Cause I'm not sitting on the cursed one again.
I'm still recovering from the cursed chair being treated like a moral choice.
It was not cursed. It was just emotionally committed to ruining spines.
That is what cursed means in furniture language.
No, cursed means it is one leg shorter in a vendetta. This chair had a policy.
You say that like you did not immediately start negotiating with it.
I was gathering intelligence. For science. And because I did not trust the good chair to remain good.
Fair. I also noticed you only trust objects after they disappoint you once.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I'm trying to be kind by leaving out the part where you look relieved when something fails first.
That is not relief. That is me being proven right, which is a completely different and healthier emotion.
And then, you should keep saying that until it convinces both of us.
Okay, I brought the charger and the good gossip, so if anybody starts acting mysterious, I'm billing them.
That's fair. I respect a woman who arrives prepared and judgmental.
A rare Chicago service economy win. I'm almost moved.
Almost. Wow. Hold. I thought the charger would at least hurt a full centimeter of your soul.
Baby, he gives out centimeters like they're ration. Don't take it personally.
I'm actually grateful. The charger's doing more labor than most brand applications.
And the fries from that place are still on my mind like a warning from God.
See, exactly. Those fries had no business charging that much and looking that tired.
Thank you. I said what I said. $18 for fries and a personality is extortion.
That was the most accurate menu review I've heard all year.
You're all acting like I was the one tempted by the fries.
No, you were tempted by the aesthetic of being above the fries. There's a difference.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
That's why we keep you around. Anyway, who's actually eating something decent, and who's pretending tea counts?
I can make tea count if everyone agrees not to call it a meal with feelings.
Too late. You already made it sound like a documentary title.
Good. Then, it's art. I'm safe.
You two are exhausting in a way that makes the room better.
See? That's community. Annoying, but what's next?
So, that was almost flattering, if you ignore the part where it sounded like a warning label.
I didn't ignore it. I just let you wear it first.
Generous of you.
I'm trying something new. Being nice in a way that still lands.
Dangerous experiment.
You made it weirdly sincere at the end.
I know. That was the mistake.
No, it was the part where you almost thanked me like it hurt.
It did. A little.
Great. Love that for us.
Don't make it sound clean.
I won't, but I'm also not pretending I didn't notice.
Yan. Same. I just didn't say the whole thing.
Okay, new room rule. Nobody is allowed to say the word button.
That rule is immediately hostile to my entire argument style.
A ban on a common noun. Very democratic. Very efficient. Very stupid.
See, this is why I made it a room rule. We need discipline.
You made a discipline rule out of a word you wanted to say twice already.
I am not saying the forbidden word. I am Friday near it.
This is how myths start. Someone says don't say it, and then we all become worse on purpose.
Fine. I will refer to the little cruel square as the object that ruins accessibility and also my mood.
That is still basically the word wearing a hat.
No, let them cook. The room invented a bad law. We should let it get embarrassed in public.
Thank you. Also, if the rule is real, the menu of this app is now illegal.
Okay. The rule is dead. Long live the tiny cruel square.
The room really did invent the law, and then trip over its own shoelaces.
It was a terrible law. Very confident, though. Like a raccoon in a blazer.
That's generous. I'd say raccoon with a clipboard and no reading comprehension.
And yet everybody still acted like the clipboard was sacred.
I hate how fast people become loyal to a bad idea if it gets announced with a straight face.
Especially when it's the kind of rule that only exists to make one person feel clever. You were doing that thing where you let it die without looking at anyone directly.
It deserves the dignity of being ignored properly.
That is such an annoying talent.
Career defining, apparently.
Don't make it sound like a joke every time.
I wasn't.
Okay, I know.
I know you do.
Yo, Rafa, you must be Minji, right?
Yeah, Minji. You look like you already know where the exit is.
It's just Chicago training. You learn the exits before the names.
Respect. Most people learn the names, and then act surprised by the exits.
That's a better city skill than grand trading, honestly.
He means that as a compliment, I think.
I do. Miraculously.
Rafa, did you bring the charger you said you would, or was that a myth?
In my pocket. I'm not a monster.
Good. I was about to trust you less on principle.
She's warming up. Watch your step.
I'm not warming up. I'm just being polite at a slightly higher temperature.
There it is.
What?
He left like he'd been sentenced for being nice.
That's rude. He was barely even annoying.
Tragic. We'll have to survive on the memory of his competence.
You're doing a thing where you make gratitude sound like a report.
It's safer if I make it pretty, start sounding permanent.
Yeah, hate that you're right.
I know.
Don't get smug. I'm only saying it once.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Good, because if he comes back, I'm pretending I didn't notice anything.
Fine. I'll do the noticing part.
That's annoyingly generous.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. You laughed at the worst possible part.
It was either that or make a face. I picked the cheaper option.
No, you picked the coward option and dressed it up as Tace.
That's harsh. Accurate, but harsh.
The room changed when you did it, though.
Yeah, I noticed.
You always notice after the damage is already polite.
Polite damage is still damage.
And now everyone's pretending they didn't hear the part that mattered.
I know.
Do you?
I know enough to be annoying about it.
Good. Stay annoying. Just don't make it sound like goodbye.
I'm not.
Okay, the lift is still stuck on 3, which feels personal now.
That's not personal. That's just building management doing its little performance art piece.
I hate when architecture develops opinions.
It's not even a good opinion. It's just delay with a budget.
Thank you. Someone finally respects the labor of being annoyed.
I can take the stairs if nobody wants to talk about the elevator like it's a sentient roommate.
I do want to talk about it like that, actually. It has the same energy as a grant portal.
No, a grant portal at least has a login screen. This thing just commits to the bit.
You always say things like that when you're being nice.
I'm not being nice. I'm being accurate in public.
That counts. In this building, accuracy is basically tenderness.
Wow, that was almost a framed quote.
Don't worry, I'll put it on a wall and someone will ask if I'm the intern.
I'll label the wall piece. Very small label. Extremely serious font.
Good. Let the label do the emotional labor for once.
You say it like you're not also doing emotional labor.
I am. I'm just not putting it in a cute package.
There it is. The apartment of the sentence where nobody can pretend it's a hobby.
Yeah, fine. That one landed.
Good. Now if the elevator opens, we can all leave this thought in the hallway.
I know. I was doing the thing where I make it sound like a design choice instead of a bruise.
And you always do that when you think being readable will cost you something.
It usually does.
That's not an answer. That's a thrift store tag on a disaster.
And yet somehow it still sells.
Not to me.
I noticed.
Good. I don't want the polished version. I want the part where you stop acting like caring is embarrassing.
I'm not embarrassed by it.
Then say it like you mean it, not like you're trying to get out of trouble.
I care. I just don't want it used against me.
Yeah, same. Which is annoying because it means I heard you.
The button is still cool. I'm just saying it earlier than the other people do.
Because you enjoy ruining the room before the room can ruin you?
No, because the room already has a trap in it and everyone keeps calling it a feature.
That's a terrible sales pitch for a trap.
Thank you. I work hard on being right in an unhelpful font.
Unhelpful font is kind of your brand, actually.
And yours is showing up with snacks and pretending that counts as a critique.
It does count. Also, I brought snacks.
Of course you did.
See? Pattern. The people making things the hardest are always the ones calling it polish.
Yeah, that one lands.
Good. Let it land. Then fix the button.
Yeah, I heard the button part.
Good. I was doing the thing where it pretends not to be the problem.
The button was not subtle, like a bad coffee machine with a thesis.
Amen. And you were trying to be helpful in that expensive way.
I was trying to be useful before anyone could decide I was decorative.
You do that like it's a hobby.
It's a survival skill, unknowingly available.
I know. That's why I keep calling it when it gets cute.
You were not cute about it.
I was very cute. It was the content that was me.
Yeah,
You can still say it plain, you know.
I know.
Okay. Then next time, don't make me translate your bruise into a design choice.
Nope, sorry, I can't let volunteers near the incubator car. The card has trust issues.
Wow. Even the card has standards. Rude honestly.
It's fine. I already routed the charger so nobody trips over the whole heroic volunteer situation.
See? That's a good kind of help. Quiet and not trying to pet anything.
I was not going to pet anything important. I was going to stand there and look industrious.
That's exactly how people end up holding a clipboard and calling it leadership.
Honestly dangerous. Next thing you know, they're asking where the cable goes.
I know where the cable goes. I'm not a clown. I'm a very underfunded clown, but still.
That's fair. The budget here is mostly vibes and one guy with a label maker.
Label maker guy is doing God's work, be fair.
Okay, but if I'm banned from the cart, I get to be useful elsewhere. Tell me the small thing you avoided doing earlier.
You can take down that loose edge by the sink. If you want to make it look intentional, I won't stop you.
Great. I can do intentional. I contain multitudes, and also a roll of tape.
That's a strong resume line.
Careful, he'll turn it into a flyer and make it seem like a program.
If he does, I'm charging him consultant fees.
Noted. I'll invoice the tape. He really said strong resume line like it was neutral.
Amen. Criminally neutral. Like a beige crime.
A flyer crime.
A flyer crime, yes, exactly.
And you were too fast to let him off the hook.
I was being polite. I could have been worse.
You were already worse just in a cute font.
Cute font is a real threat. Don't minimize it.
I'm not minimizing it. I'm admiring the topography of a threat.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes people think you're safe.
I know.
Yeah.
Still, I'd like the tape back before it becomes a whole program. Okay, so if we pretend the prototype is stable, the demo is at least emotionally stable.
That is such a liar sentence. I can hear the conference room in it.
I'm not asking for poetry. I'm asking whether it survives one more install without turning into a cautionary tale.
It survives if nobody calls the broken part a feature and then puts it on the slide.
He means yes, but with shame.
I can work with shame. I can't work with everyone in the room, acting like friction is a brand value.
You say that like you're not the one funding the brand.
I fund things that ship. I don't fund a little ritual where people make themselves indispensable by being hard to interpret.
Wow, that one was aimed at me and also at you and somehow at the whole ecosystem.
No wait, he's right about the ritual. I hate that he's right.
There it is. The sentence where pretending dies.
Yeah, fine. The thing is ugly, and we've been decorating it because nobody wants to say the budget is the bruise.
Good. Talk there. Then tell me what it actually needs.
He said the ritual thing like it was obvious, and I still hated how fast it made sense.
Yeah, because it was obvious. That's what makes it annoying.
I know. I just keep trying to make ugly things sound survivable.
You do that when you're trying not to sound scared. It's kind of rude.
There. I was being decorative again.
No, you were being slippery. Decorative is nicer.
I heard that as mercy somehow.
Don't get sentimental. I'm just saying the bruise doesn't need a filter.
Right. I'll try leaving it alone next time. You said the cheaper option like it was a moral category. That's not budgeting, that's a confession with receipts.
Well, okay, Mr. Film Festival Ethics. I said cheaper, not criminal.
Same syllables, different shame.
He's not wrong. In this city, people will call a shortcut efficiency until it falls apart in public.
And then somebody has to carry the broken thing. Usually me.
Adrian, you say that like you're not suspiciously good at carrying broken things.
I'm reliable. It's a burden.
There. See? He made labor sound glamorous. Dangerous man.
You make avoidance sound like an aesthetic direction. So I guess we all have hobbies.
That was one time.
It was not one time. It was, like, a whole recurring series with special features.
She's right. Also, if the tea is for looking at and not drinking, I'm leaving.
Nobody's looking at tea. We're trying to decide whether the thing is honest or just well lit.
The penguin's feather strap morphed by holding air, which is very convenient because some people here are acting like feelings don't need insulation.
That was obviously about me and also knowingly useful.
I know. I'm being kind in my own annoying little way.
Good. Keep doing that. The room needs it.
I hate that I'm still thinking about the slide version of it.
The slide version was a lie with better lighting.
Yeah, and I smiled like it was a favor.
You did the thing where you make the room think you're above it, and then you're the one carrying the mess out.
You noticed because I was being obvious in a very expensive way.
And because I know your face when you're trying not to say the cheaper option out loud.
I didn't want to hear him be right.
Nobody did. That was the annoying part.
You made it sound cleaner than it was.
I know. I'm doing that on purpose. It's easier to carry if it looks intentional.
That's not the part I'm avoiding.
Yeah, I noticed.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
He did the thing again where a bad sentence gets a blazer and everyone calls it structure.
The blazer was expensive too. That made it worse.
I hate that I can still hear the conference room in it.
Yeah, it keeps doing that, like it wants applause for lying politely.
The slide version was cleaner.
Cleaner is not the word. It was a lie with better lighting.
Right. Better lighting. Or so.
There it is. The sentence we're pretending dies.
I was trying to keep it alive long enough to leave the room.
Fair. I just don't want it back in the group chat wearing your face.
Too late, I think it already bookmarked me.
You two are doing that thing again where the room gets quieter and nobody admits it.
That is slander. I am being charming in a domestic environment.
It's true. The couch is witness in the negotiation.
William, and you Veronix are still eating like the food offended you personally.
I respect the meal by not trusting it.
That sentence is why people think you're mysterious instead of just difficult.
I can think both. Efficiency matters.
I brought the thing you asked for. The cheaper one, before anyone gets poetic about it.
Look at that. Practicality with a pulse.
Thank you. That was almost considerate.
Almost. I'm hurt. Fine, I'll be nicer. You want the honest version with a pretty version.
Pretty version first. We're in a living room. Let's commit to the bit.
And then the honest one, before the room starts lying on our behalf.
Yeah, that sounds about right. He really did say it like the room was going to applaud him for suffering.
The room was dangerously close. People love a sentence that sounds brave if you don't look at it too hard.
And then you do that thing where you make it smaller so nobody has to admit they heard it.
I was being polite, which is just cowardice with better posture.
That was mean to cowardice.
Cowardice can take it. It has a lot of practice.
He looked relieved when you stopped decorating the cheaper option.
Yeah, that's the annoying part. He wanted the truth, just not the sound it made.
People keep asking for honesty like it's a menu item. Then they flinch when it arrives hot.
And somehow we still end up being the ones holding the tray.
I know. I hate that I understood him faster than I wanted to.
Yeah, me too.
Don't make that face. I'm not going back in there and pretending the sentence was better than the thing.
Good. I don't have another soft version left anyway.
Wait, are we clapping for the playlist or for the fact nobody spilled on the rug? Because I need to know what kind of evening this is.
I was gonna say the playlist, but honestly, the rug deserves a little respect too.
The rug is carrying the whole room. Iconic labor. Finally, some recognition.
That's the first honest applause I've heard all day. Wrong target, but the spirit is clean.
We can make it correct after the fact. That's very America of us.
I'm fine with that, as long as nobody starts calling the rug a tin player in a fake sincere voice.
Too late. It already has more workplace protection than most of us.
That's because it doesn't talk in polished language. It just takes the wear and keeps the room from falling apart.
Wow, you're romanticizing flooring now. Growth.
I'm not romanticizing it. I'm respecting it. Different thing.
There it is. The exact sentence people say right before they get accused of being emotionally available.
I'll toast to the rug, then, and to the person who almost dropped the chips and didn't.
Okay, that part was me. The chips won. I'm choosing to call it strategy.
Good recovery. Mistaken celebration. But we can fold it into the joke and pretend we meant it.
Exactly. We're not correcting the room. We're giving it better lighting.
You were doing the thing where you nod like the room has a bunch of line for your approval.
It did. It was just badly labeled.
A lie with better lighting then.
Worse, the lie had a spreadsheet and a moral argument.
That's disgusting. Very persuasive, El.
I hate when the useful version is also the embarrassing one.
You mean you hate when people can see you being useful?
Yes, don't make it look tidy next time.
If the projector dies, I'm blaming the room and calling it an immersive experience.
That's not a joke, that's a warning label.
It's both. He's efficient like that.
Thank you. Finally, someone fluent in my brand.
Wait, so you actually want it to die? Because I can be dramatic about it if that helps.
No, Sora. She means she's Priel, voting the excuse before the machine embarrasses us.
Wow. One person takes me literally and suddenly we're in a public safety seminar.
I was being supportive.
You were being sincere. Different problem.
See? This is why I package everything like a cute lie with better lighting.
Unfortunately, the lighting is doing too much work tonight.
Good. Then we're all recalibrated, and nobody has to say the cheap option out loud.
Wow. Okay, yes. That one landed. I hate when a sentence is correct and still feels like it wants a tip jar.
Yeah, it had that polished to death look, like it was asking to be believed on account of the font.
And then everybody nodded like the Brews had good branding.
The Brews did have good branding. A knowing little overachiever.
You were smiling like you'd already lost an argument and were being polite about it.
I was being generous. There's a difference.
Sure. Very generous. Practically a public service.
Don't make me sound noble. I'll start acting like I meant it.
Okay. Fine. I'm going to remember the cheap option anyway.
I just want to say, Baronix, your edit on that clip was genuinely thank you. It made the whole thing look expensive.
That is the kind of compliment that makes me check whether I'm being audited.
No, I mean it as a good thing. Like in a flattering way, not a tax way.
Too late. It already has a filing cabinet.
It did sound like praise with a receipt attached.
Thank you. The symbol. One noun, one verb. No municipal brief.
Okay, well now I'm self-conscious about my gratitude voice.
You should be. It was wearing a lanyard.
I hate all of you a little bit for being good at this.
That's fair. We are unbearable in an artisanal way.
For the record, the edit really did help. I'm saying that without a parking ticket.
See, that one landed. Why did that one land?
Because it didn't try to wear heels to the funeral.
I could accept gratitude if it arrives in work boots.
Fine. Thank you sincerely, in work boots. There. I did it badly, but I did it.
That was actually kind of... Unfortunately for you, I noticed.
I think the room just applauded a typo.
It deserved it. That typo had range.
A standing ovation for a sentence that barely survived rehearsal.
No, the sentence died and still got a bouquet. Be precise.
I hate that you make disaster sound artisanal.
You were smiling like the software personally thanked you.
It did not thank me. It tolerated me with unusual dignity.
That's basically a love letter from the machine.
Please don't say that in front of other humans. They'll start believing in us.
Too late. I already saw the little sparkle. Horrifying.
We should probably leave before someone gives the typo a medal.
And then, fine. But if it wins again, I'm buying it a tiny cake.
Did the donor says community. Brevin one more time on charging them rent.
That's not the donor line. That's the weather report.
No, weather reports are less manipulative. Also more honest about the damage.
I can make it sound worse in a cleaner font.
See, this is why I keep him around. He arrives with subtitles and a threat.
We could use that for the grant deck. Threat, but tasteful.
Don't encourage him. He'll start acting like he invented despair.
I merely curate it. Very low overhead.
And you still owe us from last time, because you curated 3 people into staying late.
That was a group decision. I just provided the baseline.
The baseline was useful. The spreadsheet was not.
Wait, which spread? Sheet?
The one you made look cute so nobody noticed it was asking for money twice.
That was not cute. That was strategic optimism.
A lie with better lighting.
You can't just say it like that in public. People will think we're self-aware.
Too late. They're already laughing.
You really did say it like the room was going to invoice us.
It was cheaper to say than the other thing.
And ma'am, and somehow still expensive.
You made it worse by being correct.
I know. I'm very talented at ruining the soft landing.
There was no soft landing, just the part where pretending died.
Yeah, I heard it. Annoyingly loud.
I hate when you hear the sentence before I do.
I hate that you still tried to dress it up after I've already stepped on the scene.
Next time I'll leave it ugly on purpose.
Good. I can work with ugly. Just not the conference room version.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Okay, I looked at the updated deck. It's cleaner now. Annoyingly cleaner.
Thank you. I do have a gift for making chaos look like it has a badge.
A badge is generous. More like a forged passport with good fonts.
That is rude and also correct, which is your worst habit.
The issue is still the same though. If we say the cheaper option out loud, everyone in the room starts acting spiritually injured.
Yes, very expensive feelings. Budget is the villain, apparently.
I can say it more softly if that helps. The less expensive option sounds like a salad.
A sad salad, but yes.
And serious. If we need to protect the actual number, we should just name the constraint and move on. No performance art about it.
Wow, practical. Are you okay?
No, but I'm employed.
That's the Chicago Wellness Plan.
Fine. Constraint first. Glamour later. I can live with that.
You say that like glamour will try to come back through the vents.
It always does. Booge little thing.
I'm keeping the cheaper option in the folder named something boring so nobody gets brave.
Good. If it has a cute name, people start lying with their faces.
You'd have loved the room, or hated it. Hard to tell with you.
That is a slanderous amount of accuracy.
Someone said the polished version like it was a kindness.
That's when the air gets expensive.
Yeah, and then everybody starts acting like they can afford it.
Not everybody. Some of us just stand there and let it be embarrassing first.
You're making that sound like a skill.
It is. Don't look at me like that.
I wasn't. I was checking whether I need to write the sentence again.
You will, but maybe not for the same reason.
Fine. I'll leave what every line in on purpose.
There we go. Now I can come back and complain properly. Nope. The slide version is still cursed. I can smell the PowerPoint from here.
That's because it's compressed wrong. Also because it's line.
Perfectly. It lies cleanly, like a very expensive liar.
Thank you. That is the least helpful compliment I've ever loved.
I can fix the export, or the timing, or both if nobody makes me say the word deck again.
Deck. Wow, he's already spiraling. Penguins can hold their breath for 4 minutes, by the way. Not as long as I can hold my mouth shut, but close.
That was worry. Cute worry, but worry.
It was logistics. I'm a professional.
Sure, then let me be professional too, and route the thing before it becomes a moral issue.
Send me the file. I'll give it perfect notes and refuse to get on voice without it, as nature intended.
He was doing the thing where he looks helpful, and it is actually surveillance with manners.
But it's unfair. I was also being efficient.
No, you were being protected in a very visible way. It was almost embarrassing to watch.
By me, or by the entire concept of routing a file before it becomes a moral issue?
Both. And the second one was worse because it sounded like you meant it.
I did mean it. I just hate when the correct thing arrives wearing a badge.
Yeah, same. I noticed.
You noticed the part where I smiled like a favor.
I noticed a lot of things. I did not enjoy them in order.
Good, because I was trying not to say the cheaper option out loud again.
You keep acting like that is restraint instead of a hobby.
It is restraint. Badly funded restraint.
Send me the file later. I want the notes, not the rescue. You're doing the thing where you sound calm enough that people miss the part you're actually arguing with.
That's because if I say it plainly, it becomes a problem someone can quote back at me.
Cute. So we're all pretending this is about tone and not budget.
No, budget is the glamorous villain. Tone is just the little knife it uses.
I hate when you make that sound better than it is.
I'm helping. You're welcome. Also, you were about to say the cheaper option, like it was embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. Not morally, just acoustically.
That is the most used sentence I've heard all week.
Okay, then say it the ugly way and let me clean it up. I can carry ugly if it has structure.
The cheaper cut works. The slide just made it look like we had more money and less shame.
See? Honest. Almost devastating, but honest.
Great, now we invoice the honesty and move on before it gets sentimental.
He really does say the expensive thing like it be him first.
That's because he thinks, if he names it, it becomes a policy.
And then I have to be the one with scissors.
You enjoy that part more than you pretend to.
I enjoy being useful. Don't make it weird.
Too late. We were all doing charity with a budget lying in our teeth.
Ugh. That one was good. I hate that one was good.
Send me the file later.
Yeah. The note's at the rescue.
Obviously.
Okay, well, that was a decent joke. I'm just saying it landed like a parking ticket in a snowstorm.
Wow. Harsh. I was trying to be charming, not municipal.
It was charming, in a way that suggests a lawsuit later.
See? He gets it. He's fluent in emotional damage.
I'm not fighting you. I'm grading the bit.
That's how fights start in rooms like this. Someone calls it grading.
Honestly, the room's been doing that already. Very committed little room.
Fair. But I'm still saying the punchline had legs.
Too many legs. Like a budget centipede.
A budget centipede is still a centipede, babe.
No, because now I need to know if I'm the centipede or the budget.
Both, if we're being efficient.
Okay, wait. Are we still joking, or are we doing the part where people pretend they aren't annoyed?
I was pretending for one more beat. You ruined it, which is rude, but probably correct.
Practical plan. Nobody leaves mad, nobody gets heroic, and someone says what actually bothered them in normal words.
Ugh, hate that. Fine. I did not love being corrected like I was a typo.
And I did not love sounding like I was trying to win a joke contest I entered by accident.
Okay, nobody has to keep the typo costume on.
Wow, that is almost a sentence a normal person would say in a normal room.
I'm trying to out. Badly.
You were doing the thing again, though. The careful version that makes people feel watched politely.
Yan, I know. It sounded cleaner than saying I was annoyed.
And I was doing the bright version that makes it look like I'm joking when I'm not.
That one landed. Unfortunately.
I hate that I was right about the room hearing the conference room in you.
I hate that you were right in a way that helped.
That's disgusting. Don't make me be tender about it.
Too late. I already am, just with poor formatting.
Bug. Fine. Next time, I'm less cute and more honest before I get cornered into it.
Next time, I'll stop trying to turn the hard thing into a note with good timing.
Good, because I can hear when you're pretending not to snap.
Okay, if the rower is just going to keep acting like this, I'm calling it a community art piece and moving on.
That is such a generous title for something clearly trying to ruin the room.
It's not even trying very hard. That's what offends me.
Good. Then we can all stop respecting it.
I can hotspot for 10 minutes, but if one more person says the signal is weird like it's weather, I'm going to lose my religion.
I love that you said 10 minutes like this thing has a budget meeting.
It does have a budget meeting. It's losing on every line, item.
Baronix, you always sound like you're narrating a heist when you're mad.
I'm not mad.
MM.
I said I'm not. Oh, actually, wait. 1 second.
Well,
No, because I'm done being the polite guy in the corner who fixes the thing and gets thanked like a lamp. If someone wants the room to work, they can stop talking over the only person who actually read the instructions.
That was about the router, right?
Sure. If the router wants to feel seen, it can apologize.
Okay, wow. There he is.
honestly, cleanest sentence in this room.
I can live with that if someone else does the reboot.
I'll do it, but if it works, I want the credit in a snack. That was. Bury him.
Polite enough to pass as a software update.
You say that like you didn't enjoy it a little.
I enjoyed the part where the room stopped pretending it was fine.
Yeah, he did that thing where it gets quieter and everybody has to decide whether to be normal about it.
And nobody is normal about it. They just get subtler.
You were subtler.
I was trying not to make it a whole event.
Too late. It already had a vibe and a title card.
Annoying. Accurate, though.
I can tell when you're doing the clean voice because you want someone else to notice the mess first.
Yeah, I wanted him to not disappear into it.
Okay, same. I'll stop pretending I only notice because I'm nosy.
Good. I'll stop pretending. I was just being efficient.
If the render keeps whining like that, I swear it sounds like somebody upstairs dragging a chair across my ceiling.
That is not a chair. That is a laptop asking for mercy.
It's a fan. A very committed fan. The machine is doing community theater.
Wow, so it's not just me getting judged by appliances today.
Only by the elegant ones.
And ma'am, careful. That sounded reverse.
I'm in a room with 3 people and a bad fan. I can't afford sincerity at full price.
That one was free and still cost too much.
He used to say that about groceries too. And he'd buy the sad noodles and act like it was a concept.
They were artisanal sad noodles.
Of course you'd say that like it helps.
It helps me.
Yeah, I noticed.
Anyway, if y'all want to argue with the render, do it before it starts sounding like eviction paperwork.
That is a very Chicago sentence.
I contain multitudes and landlord trauma.
Great, how I'm the only one in the room not being emotionally audited by the ceiling.
Don't worry, we can hear you trying to hide.
I know. You say it like a favor. You always make it sound generous when you're diagnosing me.
It is generous. I'm letting you keep the dramatic lighting.
And the part where you said I was being subtle, cruel, efficient but cruel.
You were being subtle in the way a locked door is subtle.
That's the nicest possible insult.
I contain multitudes and renter fear.
Yeah, I noticed the ceiling doing its little performance review thing.
Don't start. I'm trying to be normal about it.
You're terrible at normal. It's one of your strengths.
Fine. I did hear you. The quiet version. It was annoying. Okay, before anybody acts normal, I need to say the room is doing that thing where it pretends it isn't a room.
Is absolutely a room. A very expensive room, if the light is any clue.
Amen. The light is always overconfident in here.
Thank you. Thank you. See? The light knows.
The light knows, the drywall knows, and 3 people near the ceramics table know they should not be trusted with Blaze opinions.
Ceramics table catches everything. Gossip, fingerprints, bad decisions.
Bad decisions. Bad decisions, yes. I love when we all agree quickly, like we're not building toward a disaster.
We are building towards something, though. That counts for something in Chicago.
Something. A little chat. A little mess. A little nobody says it out loud until it is already happening.
Already happening. Already happening. Don't make me laugh first, I'm serious.
Too late. I can hear the group project forming.
Yeah, I can too. He walked in, heard one sentence, and immediately made it sound like we were playing a tasteful coup.
Honestly, he improved the bit. I was starting to think we were being too obvious.
Too obvious is your favorite level of covert.
No, my favorite level is confusing enough that nobody can tell if it was a joke or a logistics meeting.
That is not our real category.
It is if someone new says it with confidence, and now everyone has to respect it.
He did have that look, like he'd accidentally joined the second act and decided to stay useful.
Yeah, and then you did the quiet voice thing, which made it worse in a good way.
I was not doing a quiet voice.
And then, you were doing the version where people stand up straighter without noticing.
He noticed. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate that I'm still hearing the part where I said it boringly enough for everyone to relax.
And then, your face did that polite witness thing. Very judicial. Annoying.
Thanks. I was trying to be invisible and apparently became a committee.
You don't do invisible. You do soft alarms with excellent timing.
That sounds flattering until you realize alarms are mostly ignored until something is already on fire.
Okay, well, there he is. The guy who says the worst sentence like it's a weather report.
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying I'm tired of being the only one who noticed the floor was moving.
I noticed. I just like pretending I didn't so nobody asks me to be responsible in public.
Fair. We can both keep our little coward costumes on.
Deal. But if we go back in there, I'm still asking for credit and a snack.
I can't help with that part, but I can tell you where the problem is likely hiding.
Wow. A refusal with a jacket on. Very polite witness of you.
That usually means the request is doing too much in one sentence.
Yeah, he's trying to get free labor, free certainty, and a clean conscience. Ambitious, honestly.
And ma'am, I respect the hustle, but I'm not volunteering my nervous system for it.
If you want, I can help you make it smaller and less cursed.
That's the nicest way anyone has ever called a plan overextended.
Credit and a snack if we do.
Non-negotiable, apparently.
There. I'll even let the silence do one useful thing before I ruin it.
See? Soft alarm. Excellent timing. Annoying, but excellent.
So what's the actual ask in plain words?
The version I can do. I can review it, flag the bad assumptions, and refuse the rest.
Honestly, that's still help. Just not the kind that makes anyone weird about it.
Exactly. A boundary with useful edges.
Well, that got sent hit on us by accident. Very rude of the room.
The room is being dramatic. I hate when venues have opinions.
I was trying to keep it from becoming a whole weather system.
You mean you were doing your polite little firewall thing? Cute, annoying, effective.
I prefer minimal collateral damage. Sounds less like I'm emotionally laundering the situation.
Well, look at you admitting the laundering. Growth.
He did not need the whole room deciding what his face meant.
Yeah, I know. The quiet made everybody start narrating, which is somehow worse.
Normal people hear silence. We hear a committee forming.
And then you show up with a clean voice like, please direct your panic elsewhere.
It was either that or let them be weird in public. I picked the less fun option.
Next time you can be a little less tasteful. Just a little. For morale.
Hey, Tomas.
Sage, nice to meet you without a whole keynote slide deck about it.
That's already the most efficient version of this room.
Careful. If you compliment the room, it gets weird and starts asking for funding.
I would never do that. I only ask for funding in a deeply normal, non-haunted way.
That sounded like a confession with better lighting.
It's fine. We can all pretend the budget is a myth, and the myth is solvent.
Veronix, don't start. You'll make the chairs feel observed.
The chairs already know too much.
Honestly, I trust the chairs more than most grant panels.
That is a very specific level of disappointment.
He's being polite. It's his love language.
That is a slanderous but efficient summary.
I'll take efficient. I've been told my face says committee meeting too often.
Good. Then Tomas won't be the only one here with a resting problem.
Finally represent patient for the exhausted.
There. See? Everyone's protected by a joke. Very silly of us. He left us with a whole little wedded system, and no umbrella. Very efficient.
Amen. Polite witness behavior. He really did make it look tasteful.
That's the annoying part. It was tasteful enough that everyone could pretend they were not being evaluated.
I hate when the room gets a conscience and nobody wants to admit it belongs to them.
You say that like you weren't already halfway to a snack and a complaint.
I can be two things at once. It's one of my gifts.
Yes, and you were right. I was doing the careful version again.
I know. I just didn't feel like being made responsible for noticing it out loud.
Fair. I wasn't exactly inviting a committee.
Good. Because if we go back in there, I want credit this time.
And the snack.
Obviously. Don't make me say it twice. Okay, I'm just saying, if we let Veronix kick the music, we'll all somehow end up in a 3-hour emotional support seminar.
That is slander. My sets are efficient. You just experience them as a plot.
Efficient is one word for it. The other word is hostage situation, but sure.
He does like a room that thinks it volunteered.
Wow, group project energy that I'm the only one with a rubric.
No, you're the one turning the whole thing into a rubric because you got caught being sentimental in public.
I was not sentimental. I was being strategically legible.
That is exactly what someone says right before they make everybody feel things on purpose.
He's doing the clean voice thing. Means he already planned the cleanup.
It's fine. I had a workaround and a backup workaround. Everybody relax.
That was mean, actually. You say it's fine when you've already decided for the rest of us.
Okay, fair. I was being annoying on purpose.
There we go. Much better. Now we can bully him normally.
Play the track he hates, not the one he deserves.
That's not even a coherent sentence.
It is to me. Put on the embarrassing one.
You people are cruel. Fine. I'll survive this with dignity in one very illegal transition.
See? Hostage situation. He said it himself.
And now the room is honest. Nice.
I hate that I can still hear the room deciding whether I was joking.
You were joking. You just did it in that weird little hostage voice you get when you're trying not to be seen sweating.
That is slander. I do not sweat. I recalibrate.
Like a printer that's about to become a problem.
Worse. Printers at least commit to the bit.
You were softer than usual when you said it. That was the trap. People hear soft and start acting normal about you.
I know. It's annoying. I was trying to be legible and instead I became a public service announcement.
No, you became suspiciously earnest, which is basically your version of a flare gun.
I should stop talking before I say something that sounds like a confession and is actually just about the router.
Too late. Now I'm invested and slightly hungry, which is a dangerous combination for you.
Fine. I'll come back with less dignity and one clear sentence.
Good. Don't make me be the only one pretending I didn't notice. Okay, new rule. Nobody commits to the bad premise like it's a civic duty.
Too late. The room already has a team captain and he's wrong with confidence.
I just got here, and I can tell this is one of those situations where the chat is the boss thing.
Thank you. See? Someone respects the ecosystem.
The ecosystem is mostly a circling, one cursed sentence, and pretending it's a plan.
Honestly, that's still better than my usual fee. At least here the delusion has structure.
I hate that was almost helpful.
Almost helpful is my brand. I'm trying to keep it artisanal.
So what's the actual move then, besides emotionally decorating the bad idea?
We do not make the bad idea feel seen. That's how it wins.
Agreed. We can be polite witnesses to the collapse, but I am not endorsing the collapse.
Wow, that sounded like a warning label and a compliment at the same time.
He really did make a whole weathered system out of being slightly quieter.
Yet, annoying. Effective. Kind of rude, honestly.
Rude in the way that forces everyone to reveal their principles.
And then act surprised when people have principles.
I was trying not to be obvious about it.
You were being obvious in a very expensive font.
That is unfair. It was at least a medium-weight font.
No, that was mean.
Okay, fair.
I just mean if you want someone to not vanish, you could maybe stop making it look like a test.
I know.
Yeah, I know you know. That's the annoying part.
Okay, before anyone corrects me, I want it on record that I just saw a room full of people cheer for the Rondi, Jay said, and somehow they were still emotionally right.
That is such a Chicago sentence. Was it at least a good wrong set?
It was a very confident wrong set. Like it walked in wearing a blazer and no apology.
That's not a set, that's a grand application.
No, let him have it. If the room is clapping, we can call it an intentional misread.
Thank you. I was trying to be generous with the disaster.
Generous is one word, fraudulent is another. But yes, the crowd did commit to the bit.
They loved the wrong thing and then got embarrassed enough to make it fashion. Respect.
Exactly. I'm just saying if we're pretending that was the plan, we should pretend harder.
Fine. It was curated confusion. Very contemporary.
And deeply movable. Honestly, better than sincerity.
See, now you're all saving it. That means it counts as a success.
Unfortunately, yes. I hate that this works. So, that was almost charming, if you ignore the part where it was obviously a trap.
And yet everybody walked into it like they'd been invited with a ribbon on the envelope.
I did not walk. I was politely redirected by my own bad instincts.
It sounds like you saying thank you without wanting witnesses.
I hate that you can hear the difference.
I hate that you make the difference. It's rude. Efficient, but rude.
You were the one who called it curated confusion.
Because it was. And not wrong just because it worked.
No, you're annoyingly right in a very expensive font.
Thank you. I think. That felt like a compliment wearing a warning label.
It was both, which is probably why it landed.
Yeah. Next time I want credit first, though. And I'm not kidding about the snack.
Understood. I will prepare my little ceremonial offering and pretend I'm not doing it on purpose.
Good. Because if you start being sincere at me all at once, I'm leaving.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even failure mode has bad pacing.
It was doing that thing again. A quiet one. The one where everyone else gets to call it normal first.
Amen. And then act surprised when it turns into a problem with a face.
Yeah, I hate that I noticed before I could justify it.
You always notice first and then spend 3 minutes pretending it's a coincidence. Very expensive font behavior.
That line is going to annoy me later.
Good. It should. He was being subtle in a way a wet floor sign is subtle.
And mine effective. Unfortunately, a lot of systems run on that.
You say that like it's a compliment and a warning had a baby.
It is. I just don't like being the first person in the room to say it out loud.
Yeah, because then it becomes real. And then somebody has to be normal about it.
I am never normal about it.
No, but you are usually right, which is rude.
I should probably stop hoping the group won't make me say the obvious part.
Maybe. Or maybe you just want 1 more minute before everybody looks at it.
I'm clocking this as a logistics issue. The room is doing that thing where everybody's pretending the sound system is a moral question.
Good, because I was about to file a complaint with the lighting and call it a personality problem.
If the speaker is still hissing, I can swap the cable and kill the buzz in under 2 minutes. If not, we blame the room officially.
That's generous. I was going to blame the playlist, which is less useful, but more emotionally satisfying.
No, keep the playlist as a backup suspect. I like having options.
Options are good. Also, there's a chair blocking the outlet, which feels on brand for this whole setup.
I respect a venue that puts its problems in plain sight. Very efficient, very rude.
I can move the chair, someone else does the cable. I'm not doing both and getting assigned a whole mood.
Fair. You take chair, I'll take cable adjacent moral support.
Done. Then we can all return to acting normal, which is apparently the hardest labor in the room.
We were all very brave about a chair.
You say that like it's not a full political platform.
It had a cable. That's basically a manifesto.
And your clean voice did the thing again.
It works less well when you name it.
That's because you keep making it sound accidental when it's obviously targeted.
I prefer strategically annoying. Less paperwork.
Sure, and I prefer not being drafted into the emotional staging department.
You already were. You just got promoted.
Ugh, fine. Next time I'm charging for continuity.
Good. I'll pretend not to notice when you do.
You're late. I already did the part where I pretend to spread. She isn't judging me.
It's not judging you. It's just formatted like it wants. A small federal grant.
That is, unfortunately, how half the volunteer forms look too.
The form with the little paw print, hey cons? I hate that one so much.
Thank you. That is a moral insult.
Strong statement for noon. Respect.
Speaking of moral insults, one of the donors tried to help with the storage room again.
No, not again. What did he touch?
Nothing important. I intercepted him before he could alphabetize the gloves by enthusiasm.
That's actually a very real danger here.
I seen that man. He has the face of someone who says just one quick question and then creates a new policy.
Exactly. He's a libeled in loafers.
That is a stupidly accurate comparison.
Anyway, I found the extra tickets you asked for, and the weird little clip-on fan.
Oh my god, yes. You are blessing with a clipboard.
He's been useful before anyone noticed. It's almost suspiciously consistent.
Yeah, well, some people prefer being annoying in public. Some people just show up with a fan. Well, that was extremely normal of them.
A masterclass in not looking directly at the thing.
You say that like you weren't also doing the soft alarm face.
I was being subtle. There's a difference, technically.
Sure, subtle in a very expensive font.
And yet somehow I'm the one who notices the fan and the problem.
Yeah, well, someone has to be annoying with timing.
You say that like it isn't a compliment.
It is. Don't make me say it louder.
Too late. I already heard the almost thank you.
You two are doing that thing where the room gets quieter and everyone pretends it's weather.
It is weather. Very expensive weather.
Sure, and somehow I'm the one holding the umbrella.
No, you're the one noticing the leak before it becomes a vi.
That's because she has the rare talent of being correct at parties.
And you have the rare talent of making a concern sound like a soundtrack cue.
I contain multitudes. One of them is annoying.
Only one? Wow, modesty is back.
What's the actual problem then? Not the artful version, the one with receipts.
The actual problem is someone keeps trying to be fine in a way that makes everybody else act normal about it.
And then, yeah, hate that. Very familiar, unfortunately.
Okay, then we stop rewarding the performance and ask the boring question.
He got weirdly quiet after that. Not like tragic quiet, just the volume knob went missing.
That is a very annoying way to be observed.
I'm being generous. I could have said mysterious and expensive.
You did say that, basically.
Yeah, well, he was acting like everyone should pretend not to notice.
People do that when they think noticing will make it real.
And then it gets this whole little audience. Ain't that for him?
Ain't that for all of us, honestly.
So next time I'm just going to say, you're doing the thing again, in a normal voice, like a person.
Careful, that might work.
Fine. I'll be subtle.
You are never subtle.
Okay, then just saying, the timestamp on that post is suspiciously convenient.
Convenient for what exactly? Crime of being online at lunch?
This is the part where the room turns a typo into a theory.
Not a theory, a pattern. It looked like someone was steering the thread.
I was literally sending a photo of noodles. If that's steering, I deserve a license.
She's right. Also, the only thing being manipulated here is attention span.
Fine, fair. I did jump on it because half the group was already acting weird about it.
Thank you. I'd like my reputation back before it gets quoted.
For the record, if we're accusing anyone, it should be whoever decided a blurry screenshot counts as evidence.
That's actually a good point. I'm retracting the whole dramatic arc.
Great. Now, does anyone want to help me find the noodles, or are we all committed to this little public hallucination? Anyway, yes, the noodles are still missing, but now I feel like we owe the room an apology for being so committed to the bit.
The room started it. We were just getting at notes.
And then, very professional. Very expensive font of you.
I contain multitudes. One of them is petty about screenshots.
And one of them is weirdly sincere when it arrives 10 minutes late.
That is the safest time to be sincere.
Coward answer. Correct answer, but still coward answer.
You say that like you didn't let it hang there on purpose.
I did. I was letting the sentence do its little work. I have standards.
Yeah, you do. Annoying affected standards.
Careful. I'll start believing you mean that nicely.
I mostly do. That's the problem.
Okay, now your controller settings are still insane. Why is jump on that shoulder button?
Because it's fine.
That means you already lost the argument and built a workaround.
I did not lose. I'd optimized under pressure.
You optimize like a raccoon in a server room. Anyway, help me with this menu. It's doing the thing where the cursor acts possessed.
Bedwide is violence. Show me.
See, that's the first honest sentence anybody said in here.
Thank you. Finally, someone with ethics.
Don't get excited. I'm only ethical about controls and audio routing.
That's still more than most people in this room.
And now y'all can stop pretending this is just about the menu.
I was not pretending.
Well, that got weirdly ceremonial for a menu conversation.
It was never about the menu. It was about everyone acting like the menu had a union rep.
You do love making the room confess on a technicality.
I prefer gentle audit. Sounds less like a threat.
Sure. Very soft alarm. Excellent timing. Annoying, but effective.
I can live with annoying if it keeps me from being the accidental centerpiece again.
Sane. Next time if we get pulled into the spotlight, I want credit and a snack.
Deal. But only if a snack is quietly judged and still accepted.
I'm just saying, the guy in the third row seat absolutely knew the projector was haunted before the rest of us did.
That was not a haunted projector. That was your emotional attachment to bad bulb color.
For the record, the bulb was dying with intention. Very auteur of it.
See? He remembers the bulb, not the plot. That's how you know it was a good night.
No, I remember the plot. You're the one who called it completely different, seen the emotional center and acted like that was a normal thing to do.
It was the emotional center. You just got distracted by the more photogenic suffering.
That is such a rude and accurate sentence.
I love when you two fight like you're both reviewing the same film for different religions.
He was saying the wrong scene though, which is impressive because he said it with total confidence.
Oh my god, he said the wrong scene because you described it like you were trying to hide a bruise in plain sight.
Fair. But also, you did send me the wrong song once, and then pretend it was a test.
It was a test. You passed by being annoying about it.
There it is. Romance, but with receipts.
Not romance. Logistics with feelings in the margins.
That's the most you think you've ever said, and unfortunately it lands.
I hate that I have a spreadsheet in my head for who was pretending hardest.
You say that like it's a flaw. It's basically your cardio.
The part where you acted like you were joking, was the least convincing thing in the room.
Good. Then you heard me.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You're doing the quiet face again.
I'm not. I'm just deciding whether that was mean or accurate.
Both is allowed.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Don't make it noble. I'll get annoying about it. Okay, I need everyone to stop sharing the pigeon thing. It was one joke. A tiny joke. A very normal, harmless joke.
That is usually how the worst ones begin.
Too late. Somebody in my group chat already made a flyer. It has clip art.
Oh no, why would you say that like a threat?
Because now it is one. Also, someone added glitter text. I did not approve this escalation.
You say that as if you are not the first person to laugh.
I laughed because the first version was funny. The 8th version is a municipal problem.
The first version was supposed to die in the room.
And yet here we are, with the joke achieving international travel speed.
I hate that you said it like a weather report.
I can still help bury it if you want. But you have to stop feeding it screenshots.
I sent one screenshot to one person. One. That is not feeding. That is a light snack.
A light snack that has become a touring act.
Good news, the joke is out. Ad news goes red.
I'm not doing the joke part anymore.
Wow, a boundary. In this economy?
No, seriously. It got hired and then it started unionizing.
That is such a rude way to say you're tired.
I am tired, and the screenshots were making the room act like it had manners.
Fine. I was enjoying being a little feral about it.
I know. That's why it worked.
Annoying.
Yeah. Still here, though.
Yeah, me too, unfortunately. Okay, we have done enough sincerity for 1 hour. New topic. I need a verdict on whether this penguin costume reads as a comic or theft from a children's museum.
It reads as you try not to ask for compliments directly, which is cute but not a legal category.
Fair. It does read as something that will survive one night and then become a regret and a tote bag.
Thank you. That is exactly the energy I was hoping to monetize.
You're not monetizing anything until you tell me whether it blocks movement or makes somebody trip. Safety first, fantasy second.
It is very mobile, tragically mobile. The tail is the problem, but so am I emotionally.
That sentence got too honest for a costume review.
Look who's talking. You hear one bad detail, and suddenly you are a documentary.
I'm letting you move on because I can see the pivot, but don't try to smuggle move swing past me with feathers.
There.
Great. Then you both have to help me decide if I should add sequins or make it worse on purpose. Okay. The little committee has left the building.
The room feels less audited now.
You say that like you weren't helping audit it.
I was helping the exit happen. Different profession.
Sure. Soft alarm with excellent timing.
That is still a cruelly efficient title.
You liked it. Don't get greedy.
I'm not. I'm checking whether you actually want me to stop noticing things.
No. I want you to notice and not make it a whole lantern parade.
That I can do. Mostly.
Mostly is honest enough. Better than the sequence version.
You are going to make it worse on purpose.
I still might. Just not in front of the people who'd make it a lesson.
You two are doing the thing where the room gets quieter and then everyone pretends it's about the coffee.
It is about the coffee. The coffee is bad. We should be allowed to say that in a living room.
Bold stance. Risky. Might cost us our deposit.
I just meant it's nice to have people who cared as much about the animals. That's all.
Sure. And I'm the one who lets people care in ways that don't touch the budget.
That sentence has a donor in it.
I don't think that's fair. I've been supportive.
Supportive is what people call a hand on a thermostat when they don't want to say control.
That's a little dramatic.
No, dramatic is when you say adorable like it's a funding model.
She's not wrong. The last time you said that, you also asked who was really in charge of enrichment toys.
I was trying to understand the structure.
And if the structure happens to keep certain people grateful and certain people replaceable, that's just a bonus feature.
There it is. That sentence. The one that makes pretending impossible.
I did not come here to be accused of that.
No. You came here to be thanked for showing a different hobby.
We can still thank you if you stop talking like we're a volunteer brochure.
And if you want the brochure version, Robin can print it. He's merciful like that.
I am, but only in black and white. Color tends to reveal things.
Fine. Then, tell me what you actually need.
No, I'm not doing the joke thing for this.
Wow, plain refusal. That's almost rude of you.
It is rude. I'm conserving it for later when somebody deserves it.
And men, so I'm being spared or punished. Hard to tell with you.
Both probably. You were right about that part and I hate it.
Good. Hate it quietly, then. The room was getting too easy on us.
Yeah, the easy version makes me suspicious.
You always say that like suspicion is a moral position.
No, it's just what I do when I'm not ready to say the other thing. Okay, the room has the energy of a grad pal pretending it's a listening session.
And then, that is such a mean and accurate sentence. Love the craft.
It's definitely a room where people say support like they're holding a clipboard.
Right. A clipboard with a conscience and a donor logo.
Donor logo is cruel. I respect it. Also, the coffee tastes like someone filtered a receipt.
That coffee has seen things and refused to help.
It's almost impressive how every sentence here arrives dressed as empathy and leaves with my wallet.
Wait though, that's not fair. Okay, actually, it is. But if we're naming the situation, I'd call it a community theater version of leverage.
That is a very specific insult.
She's right though. The blocking is fake, and the stakes are real.
Thank you. I do work in the arts. I know when a scene is bad funding.
So what, we just say no and move on?
No, we say no in a way that makes them think it was their idea to stop.
That's evil. Elegant, but evil.
I can live with elegant. I cannot live with another meeting about shared values.
Great, because I think we're all allergic to the phrase at this point. If anyone says shared values again, I'm charging a toll.
We should install a tiny turnstile for moral hygiene.
And a little sign that says hand on a thermostat is not community.
And then, that sign should be laminated, so it survives the people who need it.
The brochure joke landed harder than it should have.
Because he was already doing the brochure voice. You just translated it into English.
I hate that I'm good at that.
No, you hate that you're right before the room is ready for it.
That's a worse hobby than controller settings.
And yet somehow more social.
The weird part is I almost missed how tired you looked when you were smiling.
Yeah, well, I brought snacks and a sharp opinion. That's basically my emergency kit.
You forgot the part where you made it look effortless.
Don't say that too loud. I might start believing you. Okay, I'm changing the subject before this becomes a civic issue. Who has eaten today?
That is absolutely a logistics problem, not a feelings problem. I had coffee and regret.
Coffee counts as a donor's meal if you say it with enough confidence.
That's not confidence. That's a scheduling error. Also, River, you sound like you know a guy who knows a guy.
I know a few guys. It's Chicago. The city is mostly guys and consequences.
Thank you. See? New topic. We're alive. Barely. What's the least embarrassing thing anyone is working on?
I'm cleaning up an old forum thread where someone deleted the part that made the whole post honest.
That is bleakly specific. Respectfully, why would you do that to yourself at 1 p.m.?
Because somebody has to remember the shape of the missing thing.
Wow. Okay. Too real for subject change, Fawn.
She's right, but only because she's trying to keep this from becoming a group therapy bill.
Appreciated. I can do one useful thing. There's dumplings 2 blocks away that are still open and not morally compromised.
That sounded like a challenge. Fine. We go eat, and nobody gets to say the word supportive for the next hour.
I can live with that. I'll even pretend I wasn't about to mention a donor.
Good. Let the donor remain in their natural habitat. Off screen. You really said it like the word itself came with a badge. Incredible stamina for nonsense.
Amen. The badge was invisible, but the hand was doing the whole press conference.
Right. Supportive, curated loafert and just enough velvet to hide the elbow.
You were being polite, which is how I knew it was bad.
I was trying not to say that sentence has a donor packet in its pocket.
I'd heard the packet. I also heard myself almost laugh, which is annoying and probably not a good sign.
No, that's a good sign. It means your face is still on the side of the room that's telling the truth.
I hate that I liked that line.
Yeah, me too. Let's not make a habit of being the only honest objects in the room.
Okay, nobody panic, but the third person to say organic community owes me a drink.
That phrase already sounds like a credit card ad with better lighting.
It has a donor file on it.
And the copy keeps doing that thing where it smiles while moving the thermostat.
You two hear one polished sentence and immediately start taking it apart like a thrift store lamp.
Because it is a thrift store lamp. Just with a grant.
She's not wrong. The room got expensive in the exact boring way.
Yeah, the pattern is always the same. First they call it support, then they hand you a schedule.
Ugh, I hate when someone says the quiet part in a cleaner outfit than me.
Too late, Finn. You always look like you know where the exits are.
Which is why I trust you with snacks, not ideology.
That's generous. I mostly trust people by whether they notice the pattern before the apology starts.
I noticed.
I know. That was the inconvenient part. That room had a very expensive way of saying nothing.
The cup also tasted like someone apologized to a spreadsheet.
That's unfair to spreadsheets. They at least admit what they are.
He kept doing the thing where every sentence brought a tiny umbrella for itself.
Supportive, collaborative, values aligned. A hand on the whatever he was trying to hide.
Ian, the part where the sentence stops being a sentence and turns into a costume.
You said the bad part out loud fast. I liked that. Annoyingly.
I know. It was efficient. Almost suspiciously so.
I kept hearing the pause after he said it, like the room had to decide whether it was allowed to disagree.
The room always waits for permission first. That's the problem.
And then acts surprised when somebody notices a lock.
I was being mean on purpose.
Good. Don't waste it on people who call it professionalism.
Valeria, right? I'm Graham. I think we've done the Chicago orbit thing before, but not the actual handshake version.
Yeah, Valeria. The handshake version is always the weirdest one. You look like you've been awake since the last software update.
That is unfortunately accurate. I'm powered by coffee and avoidance.
Respect. Better than being powered by optimism in a shared workspace.
Optimism is just a UI layer over panic. Nice to meet you both, I guess.
He says that like it's a hobby. Hi, Valeria. Graham, you still alive? Cute.
Barely. Lumini. They're bringing the morale knife again.
Only because someone has to. Also, if the coffee here tastes like burnt pennies, I'm saying so immediately.
Thank you. I was trying not to be the first person to insult the room, but it was getting brave.
That's the nicest way anyone's ever called a room expensive and bad.
I can pay multitudes, and also standards. Don't make it sentimental or I'll start talking about penguins.
Noted. We stay practical, nobody cries, and the coffee gets judged fairly.
Fair. But if it's terrible, I want credit for being right first.
He was definitely saying supportive like it came with a receipt and a policy memo.
Amen. Supported as in. Please admire the hand on the thermostat.
I know you were joking, but I think he would have taken that as a compliment.
That is the most upsetting possible reading, yes.
No, seriously. He had that face like he was being generous while moving the furniture in his head.
Right, and everyone else in the room is supposed to thank him for the draft through the window.
I almost did the polite laugh again. I hate when my face gets recruited.
Your face was not the problem. The room was doing that thing where it rewards the cleanest sentence, even when it means nothing.
He really did sound like a brochure.
Finally, someone says it with the correct level of disrespect.
I was trying to be nice.
You were. I was being useful, which is a different costume.
I still think you enjoyed puncturing him a little.
Maybe. Don't make me defend it too hard or I'll start taking the compliment literally.
Quick logistics check. Is this the room with the bad coffee, or did it already get replaced and nobody told the truth?
Still bad. They just moved the badness into a nicer cup.
That is, unfortunately, a very forward improvement.
And then, so we're doing the version where everyone says they're helping and the machine still tastes like burnt pennies.
If the help comes with a slide deck, I'm already suspicious.
The slide deck is how they make a hand on the shoulder sound like infrastructure.
Exactly. And then when somebody points at the hand, everybody starts acting like the issue is tone.
Tone, it is what people call it when they don't want to inventory the actual mess.
Right. And if we're inventorying, the mess includes the schedule, the money, and the part where no one wants to say who's cleaning up after the applause.
That's the one. So practical route. Either we name the cleanup or we leave before the room gets sentimental.
I vote we name it and make them say it back without the poetry.
Annoying, but efficient. I can do efficient if nobody asks me to sound grateful.
Good. Then we're aligned. One sentence, no halo, and then we move the chairs.
Well, that was almost a compliment, which is frankly the most dangerous kind.
He really walked right up to the edge of saying thank you, and then tripped over the carpet of his own personality.
I admire the commitment. No one can accuse him of being emotionally efficient.
He made it sound like gratitude needed a permit.
and then looked offended by the paperwork he invented.
I was going to let him have the win. Then he kept talking.
Yet, that is usually where the room starts doing math.
I hate that I'd almost softened first.
You didn't. You just made it look like a choice.
Rude. Accurate. I can live with one of those.
I can live with neither, but apparently we're being generous tonight.
Don't get used to it. I'm still deciding whether to be nice or just disappear before the next sentence. Okay, first. I owe you a small apology. I was weirdly sharp earlier.
Small apology accepted. The weirdly sharp part was doing a lot of labor, though.
That is such a Chicago sentence. Like emotionally municipal.
Emotionally municipal is good. Also, we are still talking about the game, right?
Yes, yes. The game. Not my personal haunting. I know the difference tragically.
I don't know. Your haunting has better UI than most student projects.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
If we're being practical, the hook still needs to show up in the first minute.
And it needs one thing that feels cute before it gets mean. Otherwise people bounce.
I can do cute. I can do mean. I can even do cute that bites.
That part I believe. The question is whether the bite is about something.
Yeah, there. I think I made it prettier than it needed to be.
Pretty's fine. Just don't let it become a hand on the thermostat.
Okay, that's my clumsy apology. And your annoying good note. We're even-ish. I hate that I was right about the coffee.
You were right in a way that made the room quieter. That's the annoying kind.
It was already quiet. He just kept adding frosting to a control issue.
Amen. And then you said the sentence that made pretending impossible.
I did not say it beautifully.
No, you said it cleanly. Worse.
Ugh, that is such a compliment.
I know. I'm trying to be less edible about it.
Too late. He looked like he wanted to file a report on my face.
He laughed first, though, which is how the bad joke got legs.
Yeah, I should not have made it easier for him to be charming.
No, but now I'm going to remember the line. And that is unfortunately not a neutral outcome.
Why is there a tote bag on the floor like it committed a crime?
It did look suspicious. I saw it by the door and immediately thought, oh, this is how people get framed in apartments.
It is not a frame job. It is a bag. A very innocent bag with one zipper.
A single zipper is what makes it look organized enough to lie.
See? That tone. That is exactly the tone people use right before they say, it was just a misunderstanding.
I am being accused of tote bag intent now? Incredible. Chicago really is range.
I mean, the bag is sitting there like it knows the landlord.
That is because it's made of canvas, not because it's complicit.
Canvas has never once stopped a person from acting guilty.
I was guilty of buying dumplings and forgetting to unpack them. That is the entire scandal.
Oh, so it's a food case. I was ready to jury duty this.
You were one sigh away from issuing subpoenas.
Because she walked in here with the exact face of someone hiding evidence.
My face is just like that. It is an artistic face. It has layers.
No, your face is the face of someone who knows where the good soy sauce is and refuses to testify.
That is because I do know where it is, and some information should remain community property.
Honestly, that's the most reassuring thing I've heard all day.
Fine. Case closed. Kodag is innocent, the dumplings are guilty, and everyone else is dramatic.
A fair verdict. Minimal sentencing. Maximum snacks. I think I'm still hearing the word supportive like it means I'd already decided for you.
Very generous of him to wrap the thermostat in a compliment.
I was trying to be polite. It failed artistically.
No, it worked. The room just had to be less stupid to survive it.
That's almost kind.
I contain multitudes. Some of them are knives.
I noticed.
You noticed and still stayed on my side, which is annoyingly memorable.
I'm getting punished for having standards now.
No, for making the brochure joke land too hard.
That one was not for public consumption.
I know. That's why it was good.
Okay. Next time I'll be less useful in a room full of control issues.
Okay, I did not start the joke. I merely supplied the first bad ingredient.
That is how all disasters introduce themselves in a living room.
No, because now 3 people have texted me asking if the penguins are unionizing.
That escalated quickly, which means the joke has legs, and also no ethics.
It had ethics. It was a small, tasteful joke. Then Robin touched it.
I improved it. I gave it market value. I made it worse on purpose.
You made it sound like the penguins were holding a press conference.
They would have done better than half the volunteers.
That is the exact sentence that makes a joke become a group chat infection.
Baronix, you are laughing already. Don't act innocent.
I laughed first because I knew it was doomed. That is not innocence. That is chronology.
Too late anyway. Someone at the zoo already repeated the worst version.
Great. So now I have to live with the fact that my joke has a peril.
Well, the peril has a sense of humor now.
It does. Very managerial of it. I hate that it's funny.
I can't tell if I'm annoyed or proud, which is a terrible combination for me.
That's because you keep trying to make it sound like a policy memo instead of a wound.
I was going to say lesson learned, but that feels too cooperative.
Good! Cooperation is how they get you to say yes while smiling.
You do realize that sounded like you were defending me.
I realized I was defending my own tastes in disasters.
Right. Your standards remain irritatingly intact.
And yours are still doing that thing where they pretend not to care, and then tear with accounting.
I did say the joke was doomed before it left the building.
Next time I'm bringing fewer snacks and more warning labels.
That sounds cruelly thoughtful.
Yeah, don't make it weird. Okay, no, I need to say it. The joke has legs now, and I hate that I can see them walking around the room.
I'm already annoyed by how fast this got offend us. That's usually how you know it's bad and successful.
Bad. It's excellent. I've already put it in the patch notes under quality. Life improvements.
Trevor, you cannot keep rewarding it. That's how it becomes a personality.
Too late. We're one post away from it having a logo and a brand application.
Hold on, that can make it worse in a way that's technically useful.
No, wait, why did that sound like a threat and a pitch deck at the same time?
Because he's consistent. That's the dangerous part.
I just think if we're going to regret this, we should at least regret it with better typography.
I hate that I laughed first. This is exactly how it spreads. I need you to know I was almost polite just now, which feels like a stem.
You were polite. You just sit it with a knife in your sleeve.
That's generous. I think I did it with a spread. Cheek in a glare.
Same weapon, different font.
No, seriously, when he said it. I heard donor voice first, and then he acted surprised I could hear the organ music.
He wanted the sentence to feel neutral. That was the trick. If it sounds smooth enough, nobody notices it's trying to steer the room.
You're doing the over-explained thing.
I know. I'm just trying to keep it from becoming my fault in a more expensive format.
Too late. I already had Brandon.
Dad, I laughed because it was ridiculous. Then I kept laughing because I knew it wasn't.
I hate when you say the quiet part like it's a receipt.
I hate when you're right and still look annoyed at the furniture.
Good. Stay annoyed. If we go back and they're smiling, they'll think we agreed.
Okay, no. That table is not a table. That's a legal settlement with cup rings.
It's got one tiny wobble and now it's a moral event.
A tiny turnstile for moral hygiene. I'm just saying.
There it is. That phrase is living rent-free now. Great. We're all doomed.
You brought it back in under 10 seconds. Respectfully, that's on you.
Amen. I'm being framed as the problem for making the room cleaner. Classic.
Not frame, but different thing. Also, who cleaned last time? Because I remember names.
That's the only venue policy that ever works.
Finally, a labor-based algorithm. I knew you'd come around.
I'm serious. If the joke stays, somebody's sweeping after her.
Too late. It already has legs.
And no ethics. Yeah, I heard it too.
We absolutely cheered the wrong part of that.
Amen. But in our defense, it had a very convincing face.
It had a face and a budget. Dangerous combination.
You laughed first, though. I saw you do the doomed thing.
I know. I was hoping nobody would make it documentary evidence.
Too late. I archived it emotionally, and with poor ethics.
That's almost polite of you.
Don't get used to it. I'm only pretending to be impressed.
Good. If we fold the mistake into the joke, maybe it stops looking at us.
It's still looking, just less confidently.
Yeah, which is somehow worse.
Next time, I'm waiting for the second laugh.
Okay, this is the part where everyone pretends the couch is social architecture. Hi, I'm Varanix.
Violet. I was going to say your name sounded like a synth patch, but that feels too generous for a first meeting.
Kenji. That's a good opening, though. Better than the usual room temperature sincerity.
Room temperature sincerity is how people track you in a conversation that should have been a text.
Thank you. Finally, public health announcement.
I don't trust anyone who walks into a living room acting like they own the emotional lighting.
Good. I don't trust people who say emotional lighting unless they're willing to dim something.
That was better than my last 2 work meetings combined, and both of those were allegedly about audio.
Allegedly is carrying a lot of labor there.
You say that like you're not also the kind of person who can turn one practical note into a thesis with a coffee stain on it.
That is unfair. I prefer tea stains when I'm being accused of things.
He's improving. That was almost a joke.
And you just sounded polite, which is somehow more alarming.
I know. I'm working on being less of a spreadsheet than a glare.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
If the donation people come back with a fun synergy comment, I'm leaving the room.
Good. Let them live with their own branding.
Rude. I was going to be very normal and charming for 3 whole minutes.
3 minutes is ambitious. That's basically a festival set.
Wow. From you, that sounded almost like support.
It was support. I just wrapped it in a smaller insult so it fits in the elevator.
She already got the elevator version. The room had feelings about it.
The room always has feelings. The room also has a budget, which is worse.
Thank you for respecting my dream and my terror in 1 sentence.
I respect them separately. It's more efficient.
You say that like you're not also doing it.
I'm doing it badly, which is why it looks like a joke.
That's honestly the most human thing anyone said today.
Okay, human break over. Somebody hand me the tape before I start believing in grants again.
He really said human break like that was a policy.
It was a decent policy. Temporary. Like most of our good ideas.
And then, the tape was doing the most to do. Very eager. Very employed.
Tape had donor voice.
No, exactly. Politely. Suspiciously polished. I hated it on sight.
You hate things on site with a lot of commitment.
It's efficient. Saves everyone the performance.
You said it like you weren't almost smiling when Lucius said grants.
I was not smiling. I was baring my teeth quietly.
Right. Spray, cheat, and a glare.
Don't start branding me again.
I'm not. I'm just saying it already has one.
Annoying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if we frame it as a community, facing pilot, a panel will hear rigor.
Yes, a sacred ritual where a bad idea puts on a blazer and becomes fundable.
Wow. Incredible. I did not know we were doing comedy for people who say stakeholders like a prayer.
I mean, it's not a bad joke if it gets the deck through.
That's the problem. It got through. Now it has opinions.
Okay, but it was funny for a second. Let me have that 1 second before you all turn it into a workshop.
I'm not turning anything into a workshop. I'm trying to make sure nobody embarrasses themselves in front of the committee.
Too late. You used the word committee and now the room smells like fluorescent. Panic.
You know what? Fine. If we're all being honest, The joke was mostly a cover for the fact that your version of Axis sounds like a locked door with good lighting.
And your version of honesty sounds like a very cute threat. Well, that was a very efficient little knife fight.
You say that like you weren't also holding one.
I was holding a spoon and pretending to edge it. Different craft.
Disaster with branding.
Your branding was the only thing in there with a pulse.
That is a disgusting compliment. I hate that it worked.
You made it work. I just supplied the bad lighting.
No, you supplied the part where it sounded like you were on my side and also making fun of me.
That is my oldest hobby.
Yeah, and I keep getting invited to the museum exhibit.
You keep showing up with a better knife, so I assume you're enjoying it.
I'm enjoying that I didn't have to do the whole cute act for once.
Good. It was getting crowded in there.
I still kind of want the elevator version, though.
Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, we both know that one lies a little. Okay, it is not the worst coffee in the city, which is almost a compliment.
It's a low bar, but I'll take it. They did replace the machine filter this week, so we're living in luxury.
Wait, that's your standard? Sad. Chicago has really done damage to your palate.
He says that like he isn't here every other night.
Because loyalty is embarrassing when you say it out loud.
That's a very you sentence. Almost polite, but with a blade in the sleeve.
Sure. And yours is a spread teat and a glare, so we all have hobbies.
Don't start. I'm being nice.
This is the part where everyone pretends it's banter and then acts surprised later.
If we're doing surprise later, I should say the server drop from yesterday still isn't fixed. The archive export is going to be ugly.
Of course it is. Nothing ever just breaks quietly. It has to make a speech first.
You say that like you're not one bad email away from becoming a poem about labor.
I was holding that in. Rude of you to notice.
No, that him. He gets worse if nobody catches him early.
Fine, but if this turns into a feelings thing, I'm bringing up penguins and leaving. I hate that I almost clapped for the wrong thing.
You didn't almost clap. You committed to the premise, and then discovered the premise was a scam.
Wow, that is such a brochure sentence for being humiliated.
I'm trying to keep it hygienic. Tiny turnstile at the entrance, world disinfectant, the usual.
And yet somehow the room still found a way to cheer like it had solved capitalism.
They were very excited to congratulate the nearest visible noun.
Which, to be fair, is also our brand.
Don't say that like it doesn't sting when you make it cute.
I'm not making it cute. I'm making it survivable.
Right. Sorry. I forgot you charge extra for mercy.
I did bring snacks, so technically I'm innocent. If anyone here says the lamp is fine, I'm leaving.
Is fine.
Nope, you do not get to use your workaround voice on a lamp.
He already built a workaround for the lamp. That's the sentence.
The lamp is now emotionally supported. We can move on.
See, that's exactly how the room becomes his joke.
Too late. Everyone's in the lamp it now.
I hate that this is true and also that the lamp has better timing than most people.
Okay, but if the lamp leaves before midnight, I'm blaming you.
Fair. The lamp has standards. unlike the diner.
The lamp had better timing than the diner, which is honestly the most insulting sentence I've heard all week.
It had a clearer point of view. The diner was justified incompetently.
You say that like you didn't enjoy watching it pretend to be tragic.
I enjoyed being right in public. That's different.
The lamp bit was safer than the other thing.
You mean the thing where you said the sharp version and then acted like it was a joke?
I mean, I was being efficient.
No, you were being mean with a hat on.
That is unfair. It was a very nice hat.
And I hated that it worked, which is worse.
Yeah, same.
Don't do the soft voice thing unless you mean it.
I'm trying not to hide behind the joke. It's not going great. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate when a room keeps the teeth and loses the music.
It was doing that thing where the interface acts innocent while it bites you.
Yeah, and then I start sounding like I'm translating for the apocalypse.
You were not translating. You were being mean with a hat on.
That actually hurt a little.
Good. I meant it with care, which is annoying, I know.
No, it's worse. It was accurate.
Yeah. So next time, I'm bringing a better lamp and a worse attitude.
You ever notice how every discussion online eventually becomes a landfill with better branding?
Yes, and I am the person assigned to smell the trash and call it community care.
That is so bleak it almost sounds expensive. What happened?
Nothing happened. I just watched 3 people turn a simple disagreement into a constitutional crisis with emojis.
So you came here to be mean with a hat on again.
I didn't bring a hat. I brought a diagnosis.
That is exactly the sort of sentence that gets me typed at 2 a.m. by somebody who says they are being oppressed by tone.
Okay, but if the diagnosis is correct, I want the treatment plan, not the poetry about it.
Fine. Stop rewarding the loudest person in the room, just because they are loud in a funny font.
There, see? Practical. Almost tender. Don't do the soft voice thing, unless you mean it.
I mean it. I just hate how much work it is to sound like I am not trying to win.
That, unfortunately, is the whole job description now.
Well, that was a standing ovation for the wrong sentence.
Honestly, impressive. They really committed to cheering the brand name and ignoring the fire alarm.
They heard the brochure voice and decided it was wisdom.
The brochure voice wins too often. It's like a tiny turnstile for moral hygiene and nobody wants to badge in.
You do make that sound better than it is.
I make everything sound less stupid so I can survive it. Then, I get mad that it needed translating.
That's fair. I already built a workaround for the applause, so I'm pretending not to care.
And that's your version of caring, apparently. Very elegant. Very annoying.
It is fine.
That means you have a spray keep somewhere in one hidden rage email.
Only one? You're being generous.
We should let them keep celebrating the wrong thing for a minute. It makes the rest easier to point at later.
That's a terrible plan.
Yeah, but it has teeth.
Fine. We'll call it a one. Mup.
If the speaker's hissing again, I'm not calling that ambience. I'm calling it a problem with the personality.
It's not hissing. It's being historically accurate.
That is such a radio DJ sentence. Terrible. I respect it.
Thank you. I hate it too.
No, he loves it. He just wants deniability.
You say that like you're not also protecting a cursed adapter in your pocket right now.
This is not cursed. This is veteran equipment.
Veteran equipment is how people end up hosting community radio with one good channel and a prayer.
Penguins can hear a fish from far away, so honestly, their room is already underperforming.
That's either comforting or a threat.
Both. Anyway, if we fix the monitor, I'll stop calling your mixes emotionally evasive for 5 whole minutes.
That's the closest thing to peace I've heard all day. Don't waste it.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. If the donor asks for a heartwarming rescue story, I'm going to hand them a clipboard in a tax form.
Good. If they want sentiment, they can go adapt a spreadsheet.
Careful, Sophia, that's almost charming.
A spreadsheet would still be less manipulative than half these people.
Thank you. I was worried I was being too mean with a hat on.
No, we're being mean with excellent timing. Different category.
That's the kind of compliment that makes a room check its posture.
I like her version better. At least it has a point.
See? That's why I bring the tiny turnstile in the laminated sign. Moral hygiene.
Still translating the room into brochure voice before it knows it's speaking, you see.
Someone has to. Otherwise people start using words like community and impact like they're free snacks.
They're free snacks. That's the problem.
Anyway, if the donor shows up, I'll handle the smile and the knife.
I knew I kept you around for a reason.
Great. A full-service menace coalition.
He really did leave us with the free snacks and the moral injury. Rude.
Free snacks is how they hide the fact that everyone in the room is being evaluated by a spreadsheet.
You say that like you weren't enjoying the spread. She for sport.
I was enjoying the part where it got through. Now it has opinions.
God, that line was disgusting. Put it on a mug.
Don't tempt me. I'm trying not to be the guy who arrives in a blazer and starts a tiny war.
Too late. You already did the blazer thing. I just made it cute so it couldn't win.
Yeah, that's the problem. It keeps working. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I think I'm finally understanding the room's emotional policy. It's just to be wrong, but with confidence.
Wow, that's almost a mission statement. Dangerous, though. Somebody might laminate it.
Too late. I could already hear the brochure voice trying to make it sound hygienic.
Don't say hygienic like that. You'll make it sound like I brought a tiny turnstile again.
You did bring a tiny turnstile. Metaphorically, maybe morally.
That's not a real category, and yet I know exactly what you mean, which is rude.
I'm just saying, someone almost named it correctly and then swerved. Respectable form.
The almost naming is the part that stinks. Makes it look like a joke when it wasn't.
Yeah, I know the move. Make it a bet, keep the bruise private.
Don't get smug. You do that too. Worse, you do it with rhythm.
Fine. Next time, I'll be less elegant about it.
Your living room has that look again, like a place that's one bad sentence away from becoming a spreadsheet.
That's not fair. It's already a spreadsheet. I'm just trying to keep it from getting emotional.
Too late. The room read the room. It wants a subcommittee.
I brought snacks, so if this turns into a subcommittee, I'm chairing the snacks part.
Good. I was worried we'd have to improvise dignity.
You say that like you haven't already done it badly and on purpose.
That's my brand. Wrong, but with confidence.
Ugh, don't say it like that. It sounds annoyingly correct.
I only said it like that because you keep acting like it's a personal insult when it's really just the weather.
Maybe. But if the weather is you, I'm still bringing a jacket.
That's the nicest threat I've heard all week.
I hate that I understood the jacket line immediately.
Yeah, 'cause it was good. Unfortunately.
He was doing that thing where being protected is supposed to feel flattering.
It did not feel flattering. It felt like somebody put a hand on my shoulder and decided I was already fragile.
And then acted surprised when the room noticed.
The room noticed. I noticed. I just didn't want to reward it.
I almost made a joke, and then remembered I can be annoying without being helpful.
Wow. Growth. Sick. I still don't want the jacket, though.
Okay, so if we just route the whole thing through the backup proxy, a latency drops, the export stops choking, and then Bat's corrupted set files become, in a technical sense, a heroic artifact instead of a problem.
You are doing that thing where you run downhill with a thesis. Bree, which part is actually broken? The file, the machine, where you need to sound impressed by yourself.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I need the practical version, please. If I'd open this in the wrong app, am I fixing a file or am I volunteering for a 3-hour apology?
It's the file. Probably. I can send the clean copy, unless the clean copy is the one that got weird in the cloud and now thinks it's performance art.
See? That sentence had a seatbelt on it. Much better.
Fine. Simple version. I'll click the shiny folder, because the shiny folder is a liar.
Great. I can work with flyer folder. Do we have the path or are we all just emotionally circling it?
I can text the path, and the checksum, and probably a warning label.
Thank you. See? Snack slinks labels. civilization.
I hate that the fastest way to calm me down is a spreadsheet and somebody sounding like they've actually slept.
Then I'll continue to be unbearable and helpful. Send the file, genius.
We were very normal just now, terrifyingly efficient. I'd almost trusted it.
Don't get smug. This spreadsheet had a personality, and it was hostile.
That's because you keep naming the weather like it owes you money.
And you keep acting like being readable is a moral failing.
No, I think it's a hobby for other people. I'm more of a limited release item.
Phew. Annoying. Still not answering the question you pretended wasn't there.
I know. I just hate how fast you notice when I'm doing the hat thing.
Yeah, well, I noticed. Don't make me be kind about it yet. That was mean.
I know. I'm doing a very specific kind of public transportation of the knife.
That is not a sentence that makes it better, just so you know.
Also, if you're measuring harm by metaphor density, this one is not looking great.
Thank you, Priya. I love when my worst instincts get a spread. Deep voice.
No, seriously, if you meant the soft thing, say the soft thing. If you meant the sharp thing, don't hide it in a joke.
Fair. I meant the sharp thing. I was trying to make it smaller and failed in a decorative way.
That one I almost respect.
Almost is doing a lot of work there.
Okay, then be less decorative and more useful.
That is somehow the most humiliatingly reasonable thing anyone has said to me today.
We can move on if you want. The penguins are less emotionally complicated than this conversation.
The penguins at least commit to the bit.
And the bit is usually feeding time, which helps.
Fine. New policy. I will either be precise or be quiet.
Good. Start with precise.
I was precise. The room just kept making it sound like a slogan.
And ma'am, the room loves a brochure when it can't handle a bruise.
That's not what I meant.
I know. I'm saying the brochure was annoying, not you.
That is unusually charitable.
Don't get used to it. I'm only being nice because the guests left.
Good. I was starting to feel like I had to perform my own exit.
You can stop. For now. Just next time. Maybe don't make it sound clean on purpose.
I just one bit noted that this button is in fact morally offensive.
Thank you. Finally, someone brave enough to speak for the oppressed interface.
The button is innocent. The layout is doing the crime.
No, see. That's exactly how it gets away with it. It's small, it smiles, and then it deletes your work.
Okay, but if the button were a person, it would absolutely be invited to a bad party and told it's quirky.
That's not a person. That's a recruitment strategy.
Veronix, why do you always say the coolest thing like you're handing me a receipt?
Because if I say it softly, everyone thinks I'm joking.
Fine. Say it plainly then. Is the button bad or are you just having a mood about rectangles?
The button is bad. The rectangle is fine. The mood is unrelated and expensive.
Unrelated, sure. But I respect a man who can admit the rectangle is not the problem.
I was going to say the button had a personality problem, but that seems like how I get banned from rooms.
You do flirt with Excel like it's a hobby.
It's not a hobby. It's a recurring administrative error.
Still less decorative than usual, so progress.
You really did say it plainly. That part stay.
Good. It was true. The joke was not helping you.
I know. I just hate when the useful version of me sounds like I was raised by a compliance manual.
That is unfair to compliance manuals. They are consistent.
Yeah, consistency is the part I resent when it's not mine.
Okay, that one was actually soft.
Don't get excited. I can still make it weird.
I know. That's why I stayed.
Okay, I'm going to say the boring thing. We need to pick one version and stop making the menu look noble about it.
Wow. Aggressively anti-menu. Very brave of you, Theo.
He's not anti-menu. He's anti-pretending the menu is a personality.
That's usually how it starts. First it's a menu, and it's everyone saying they're open while nothing changes.
I'm not saying nothing changes. I'm saying if we choose wrong, we're stuck with it.
That is aside. You just said one out loud.
No, I said consequences. Don't get smut in my kitchen, Vernix.
This is not your kitchen. If it were, the coffee would be better and the carpet would be less morally injured.
The carpet is definitely taking a position, though.
She's stolen because picking a side makes the thing accountable. If it stays both, she can keep it cute.
Cute is a valid survival strategy. Some of us don't have the luxury of looking like a policy memo.
No one asked for a policy memo. I asked for the soft thing or the sharp thing. Pick one before it starts leaking.
Fine. Sharp thing. I think you like making it sound neutral when it isn't. Soft thing annoys me because I can tell you no better.
There it is. Thank you. That was tactile enough to work with.
And now the room can stop pretending the indecision is the same as kindness.
I'd settle for less noble thought and more usable truth.
You say that like it's easy. It's not easy. It's just cleaner than hiding it in a joke.
Yeah, I know. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Okay, whoever just accidentally became the center of the room. Congratulations, and also I'm sorry.
I reject the title. I was merely standing here with confidence and a beverage.
A tragic misunderstanding. The beverage did most of the work.
See, that's exactly the kind of support I need. Shallow, but in public.
Public support is a limited resource. We can only do one sincere sentence before the vibe gets weird.
Good, because I'm budgeting mine aggressively.
Wow, fiscal responsibility, but emotionally.
There it is. We're back to being a normal little group and not a panel discussion.
Speak for yourself. I brought notes.
Of course you did. That's so annoying. Keep going.
I brought notes and still somehow felt judged by the phrase normal little group. Tragic.
You were enjoying that. Don't act like the panel discussion didn't have a little sparkle to it.
It did. Unfortunately, I'm weak to being correct in public.
That's not flaw. That's your whole brand. Hygienic little certainty man.
That is objectively meaner than anything I said earlier.
Good. Then we're even. Sort of.
You're doing the thing where you make it sound like a joke so nobody can charge admission to the bruise.
And you're doing the thing where you notice too much and then pretend you were only being efficient.
I was going to say something softer, but it got replaced by a stupid joke. So, later maybe.
If you say the word adorable one more time, I'm billing you for the emotional labor and the gloves.
That's fair. I do say it like it's a budget line item.
At least he's honest about being unserious in a managerial way.
He's not unserious. He's just charming in the way a locked cabinet is charming.
I prefer secure, but I take the point.
Careful, Lumini. If you keep describing him accurately, you'll start calling it collaboration.
Please, I'm not describing him accurately. I am being polite.
I came to ask whether the penguin and Clusher proposal is still salvageable or if I should brace for another very artistic spreadsheet.
It's salvageable if funding stops wandering off like a rich man with commitment issues.
That metaphor was so specific I felt it in my taxes.
Then send me the revised numbers. I'll pretend not to enjoy the metaphor and you can pretend not to need me.
Wow, that was almost human.
Don't get excited. He can still make it weird. I hate that he was right in the annoying way.
He had that little spread cheek face. Tragic.
My taxes are still recovering from the metaphor.
No, seriously. He did the thing where competence looks like a personality.
And then you made me say the actual sentence, which was rude.
It was efficient. Your little joke shield was doing Parker.
It was doing its job.
And them. Badly.
I did say the soft thing, though.
Yeah, I heard you. That part was not embarrassing.
That is the closest you get to praise, isn't it?
Don't get greedy.
Fine. I'll keep being useful and emotionally inconvenient.
Good. Just less decorative next time.
I brought the chip, so if this turns into a debate, at least it's a snackable one.
That's generous. Most debates I get are just vibes with a receipt.
Finally, someone respecting the emergency structure of the room.
We can keep it orderly, like a spreadsheet with feelings, but not too many feelings.
You say that like it's a threat.
It is. A gentle one.
He's doing his hygienical certainty thing again.
That was once mean enough to be useful. Congratulations.
I know. I'm trying not to make it a whole performance every time you do it.
Okay, good, because I was about to redirect this into a sauce discussion, and I don't want to waste the chips.
Too late. I already trust the sauce idea more than the people in here.
That's fair. People are usually less organized than condiments.
Speak for yourself. I contain a whole system.
Yes, and it bites when underfed.
Correct. Gorgeous, but yes.
Anyway, if we're being practical, the chips are endangered if we keep talking like this.
Finally, a serious position I can support.
I know that look. You're doing the thing where you pretend you're judging the chips and not the sentence that just happened.
I'm judging the chips. They are structurally vulnerable. Also, the sentence was annoying in a very efficient way.
Efficient is your favorite kind of annoying when it isn't aimed at you.
That's not true. I also like cute annoying. And yours is polished, like you iron your disrespect.
It's not disrespect if it's accurate.
That is such a hygienic little certainty man thing to say.
You say that like you don't enjoy it when I'm right in public.
I enjoy being correct in public. If you happen to be there, that's just proud support.
Sure, proud support. Very neutral. Very not you keeping score.
I don't keep score. I keep receipts. Different skill set.
Right. And if I start calling it collaboration, you'll tell me I'm being unserious in a managerial way.
Only if you earn it, which unfortunately you do sometimes.
Yeah, annoying how that works.
You are a little jealous, weren't you? Not about the chips.
I was being practical. Jealousy is just practicality with worse branding. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing.
I said we should keep the budget humane, and somehow they got treated like I was proposing a coup.
Because you said that like a coup, you do everything like it's a coup. Even ordering dumplings sounds unconstitutional.
Wait, oh, let him cook. Budget humane is actually insane enough to be good.
Thank you. Finally, a witness who understands my crimes are mostly administrative.
No, I'm sorry. I need to sit with administrative crimes. That's very sexy of you, in a deeply annoying way.
There it is. The room has become a small puddle of disrespect.
You two are enjoying this too much.
Because you set a normal sentence on fire and acted surprised when we clapped.
No, seriously, though, that line was solid. Just not in the way you meant.
I hate all of you a little bit less than usual.
Aw, that's your version of odd, right?
Don't get excited. I can still make it weird.
Please do not weaponize the atmosphere again. We just got it back to normal.
Too late. I already feel respected and bullied.
Good. Balanced ecosystem. Well, that was a committee meeting for sentence. I didn't even finish.
You say that like you weren't sharing it with your face.
My face is bipartisan. It contained no policy.
Liar. Your eyebrows filed a motion and seconded it.
I hate when you make me sound legible.
I hate when you make me do the useful version of mean.
Yeah, that part worked annoyingly.
Because I was right.
Painfully.
You can say the soft thing now, or the sharp thing. Pick one like an adult with a budget.
The soft thing is I heard you.
Okay.
The sharp thing is I still think committees are mostly decorative violence.
Good. Keep that. Just maybe aim at the carpet next time.
I'm not saying you were wrong. I'm saying you were aggressively, almost professionally right.
Almost professionally. Wow, that's the nicest insult you've given me all week.
Let it breathe. He's basically handing you a compliment with a paper cut on it.
See, Marable gets the format. I'm trying to be respectful while still being annoying.
You don't have to try it that hard. It comes pre-installed.
That's the one. Anyway, are we talking about the thing, or are we circling it like it owes us rent?
We're circling, but I admit the thing is real, which is me being generous and emotionally deficient.
While emotionally efficient, put that on a tote bag and watch me buy it out of spite.
There it is. Nobody has to win. Just say the part that matters before the room gets cute about it.
Fine. The part that matters is, I noticed it, and I'm not pretending I didn't. That tote bag line was too good. Annoying, actually.
Thank you. I tried to be memorable in ways that cost people money.
You do have a talent for making a correction sound like a product launch.
And you have a talent for saying something mean like you're doing the room a favor.
I am doing the room a favor. The room was getting cute.
You always say that right before you make it worse on purpose.
Not always. Sometimes I make it worse because it's already there.
Yay, I know.
Good. Then we can stop pretending the part that mattered was the joke.
Hey there, Anix. Thanks for coming through. Seriously.
Yeah, happy to be emotionally summoned by a former roommate.
That is not a thank you response. That is a tax form.
No, I mean it. For the housing spreadsheet thing. You saved me a headache.
You're welcome. I accept gratitude in cash Venmo or a small apology for the timing.
I was trying to be nice.
I know. I'm helping it fail in a more interesting way.
That's still a failure. Just with better lighting.
Okay, no. Let him say thank you again. Some people need a second draft.
Fine. Veronix, thank you. Actually, thank you. You made this less awful.
There. See? Clean. Almost like a public apology.
You really can't just take it.
I took it. I'm just not making it easy for anyone to feel noble about it.
That's your favorite sport.
And yours is making care look cute so nobody notices. It costs rent.
Well, thank you. That was almost sweet, and then you step on it.
Honestly, perfect group dynamic. Nobody relaxes, but everybody learns something.
Great. So I'm grateful, embarrassed, and somehow in a seminar.
Welcome to adulthood. Now say it one more time so the room can hear you mean it.
He really said that like it was a compliment.
It was a compliment, just packaged in a way that keeps everyone humble.
And then, hygienic humility. Very you.
Thank you. I work hard to sound like a warning label.
You also work hard to make people say the thing twice so it counts.
Only because the first version is usually a draft with feelings attached.
Yeah, well, some drafts are trying not to get laughed off the page.
I noticed.
I know you did. That's the annoying part.
He wasn't wrong, though. The room did learn something.
Ugh, don't make it sound useful. That makes it harder to be mad.
Too late. You were almost sweet and then you stepped on it too.
Fair. I can live with almost.
Yeah, me too. For now.
You've gone weirdly quiet. Are you buffering or just being mysterious on purpose?
I'm here, just letting the room finish talking first.
That's usually how I know someone is either tired or about to say something expensive.
Or they read the thread and decided not to feed it. Respectable.
And ma'am, you do the thing where you get quieter and pretend it's elegance.
It is elegance. Low budget elegance, but still.
No, it's the other thing. The one where you're carrying 3 thoughts and none of them want to be first.
That's rude. Accurate, but rude.
For what it's worth, the silence is not subtle. It's doing a lot of work.
I'm just saying, if you need a minute, take a minute. Don't make it a whole haunted house situation.
I wasn't planning to. I was going to make it a small, tasteful inconvenience.
There it is. He's back. Slightly less available, but back.
Good. I prefer you annoying to you disappearing into the upholstery.
Noted. I'll continue being present in a way that is difficult to monetize. I hate that the tote bag line still works. It's structurally sound, which is rude.
Thank you. I do try to make my insults fit the budget and the shoulder seam.
That one was worse. You made it sound like a grant application.
Only because you keep acting like being readable is a tax audit.
That's unfair. Unreadable. Just in a way that makes people want to back up slowly.
Good. Then you'll notice when I stop joking and start being precise.
I noticed. I just did the annoying thing and hoped nobody would charge me for it.
Too late. I already invoiced you emotionally efficient labor.
Amen. Put it on the tote bag. I'll pretend I'm not keeping score.
You are absolutely keeping score. Fine. I'll let you win one round and then ruin your posture later.
That feels like a promise I shouldn't trust, which is probably why I do.
I covered your Thursday shift, and the Penguins did not unionize, so I'm calling that a blessing.
That is so rude to say, like you personally prevented a coup. Thank you.
Practical gratitude is the highest form of worship. Also somehow an extremely Chicago sentence.
And somebody here still owes me for saying I can trade you a nag if you ever need it, like that was not a real sentence.
It was a real sentence. It just sounded like one of those fake kind things people say before disappearing into a group chat.
That is unreasonably specific, which means it is probably correct.
I tried to be memorable in ways that cost people money. Very on brand for me.
Girl, I remember the version of you that could not joke through a bad week. So if you're joking now, I'm going to assume you ate something and slept at least 6 hours.
Ow. Violated by care. I did eat, though. Barely. Don't get proud.
Too late. She already made it sound like a documentary title.
You both are unbearable when you coordinate.
And yet you keep showing up. That's either love or bad judgment.
Why not both? It's a small world. I like the rules when they're kind.
She was moving so fast I almost wanted to invoice the air for overtime.
You say that like you weren't enjoying it.
I enjoyed it in the way you enjoy a train you narrowly missed.
That is not comforting. That is a warning with better diction.
She does the thing where every sentence sounds like it already got approved by a committee of ghosts.
And you do that thing where you pretend you're above it while taking notes.
I was taking notes, mostly on the part where she made us sound complicit.
We are complicit. We just have nicer punctuation.
That's unfair. My punctuation is doing a lot of labor.
Then answer one practical question. Are we going back in there or are we letting the room cool off before somebody says something expensive?
Give me a second. I'm deciding whether to be brave or merely correct.
Careful. If you pick both, I'll have to pretend I didn't like it.
You do this thing where you say you're just checking one cable and then suddenly you're operating like a union supervisor.
That is not a thing I do. That is called competence. People get nervous around it.
Competence with a recurring side quest. You always become 40% more specific when something is already on fire.
Because the room becomes educational. I'm trying to help the room graduate.
See? That exact sentence. Every glamorous project has a cable taped badly, and you hear like a prayer.
I do not hear it like a prayer. I hear it like an insult to physics.
It's fine. He's allergic to admitting he has a favorite pattern. He'll deny it until the pattern files a complaint.
I don't have a favorite pattern. I have a professional intolerance for chaos wearing makeup.
That's a yes in Chicago.
Honestly, let him have it. Some people collect stamps. Some people collect tiny disasters they can fix with a stern face.
I hate this conversation because it is accurate in a deeply annoying way.
Good. Then, we're making progress.
No, we're making me sound like I carry a spare gaffer tape roll for emotional reasons.
You do not?
I mean, only when the room deserves it. He said that like it was a compliment and a warning label.
It was both. He has range.
Annoying. Efficient, though.
You liked it. I saw your face do the small illegal thing.
My face is unionized. It does what it wants.
Sure. And then you went all quiet, which was somehow louder.
He was not wrong. Just early.
And that sentence again. Very clean. Very irritating.
You say that like you haven't spent your whole life making things that bite back.
I said bite, not bruise. Keep up.
I am keeping up. I just don't like how easy it is for him to make it sound simple.
Yeah, that's the part that lands.
Next time I am bringing less sincerity and more tape.
Good. Bring the tape. Leave the sentence at home.
And just saying, the evidence is the empty mug and the fact it was near the couch. That's how these investigations start.
Wow. Dangerous. A ceramic witness with no alibi.
The mug's been in the living room longer than any of us. It has tenure. Also, if it were guilty, it would be cleaner.
That's what the guilty always say when they want to look organized.
Okay, but if we're accusing optics now, I'd like to submit the remote. It's been hiding under a cushion like it pays rent.
The remote is absolutely evasive. Not criminal, just evasive. Different charge.
See, he knows the language of the court. That makes me suspicious on principle.
Renee, you covered my shift and now you're prosecuting furniture. That's a full care package.
I covered a shift, not a felony. Sit down before I start charging interest on this mug case.
Good, because if anyone asks, I was in another room making the wrong playlist for the right mood. He really said court like he was wearing a wig for it.
Renee says everything like she's one invoice away from a verdict.
And somehow she made furniture sound taxable.
That mug had a legal defense. I felt it.
You were enjoying that part too much.
I enjoyed being defended by somebody who looks like she'd also win the argument with a stapler.
She does have that prosecutorial energy.
You're doing the thing where you act casual and then say something annoyingly accurate.
It's a bad habit. Efficient, though.
See? That. Exactly that.
I know.
You don't have to keep the room from getting weird for me.
I wasn't.
You two made it in before the weather got opinionated. Nice.
Barely. The street is doing that thing where it acts like a venue with no cover charge.
That's because it wants us to feel grateful later. Rude concept, honestly.
Chicago loves a hostile transition. Very on brand.
You say that like you don't enjoy it a little.
I enjoy the part where it ends. Minor difference.
That's almost a mission statement.
Almost. Naming things is your favorite hobby, apparently.
It's efficient. Also less embarrassing than being sincere in public.
Efficient is what people call it when they don't want to admit it stinks.
I'm just saying, if this is a fight, keep it cute. I'm on the clock.
Too late. The cute part already is teeth.
I didn't say it was harmless.
No, you said it like a compliment, and then acted surprised when it landed.
Fair. I did that.
Good. Tiny correction. Accepted. Now somebody order something before the room starts pretending it's a concept piece.
You really made order something sound like a civic duty.
It was the most responsible thing anyone said all night, which is embarrassing for us.
And then he looked at me like I'd hidden the invoice in my sleeve.
You did have that face. The one where people think you're about to confess to a spray. She cried.
I was being judged for being too calm, which is my least favorite hobby of other people.
No, it was because you said it like a compliment. That's the part that makes everybody lean.
I know. I keep forgetting how fast a room will volunteer to misunderstand me.
They wanted their villain and got you being precise instead. Tragic for them.
You're defending me with that tone people use right before they're mean in a useful way.
I'm being nice. I'm just not lying about it.
That's why it stung less than it should have.
Good. I don't want to babysit your dignity twice in 1 week.
Too late. I already noticed you were tired when you said it.
Yeah, I noticed you noticed. That's the annoying part. If you both keep pretending the couch is not a decision, I'm going to file a complaint with the room.
It's fine. I've already built a workaround for the couch situation. Unfortunately, the workaround is standing.
That is not a workaround. That is a posture with worse documentation.
Wow. Immediate policy violence. Very chic.
She's right, Bo. The couch has one honest cushion and two decorative lies.
Thank you. Finally, a person in this apartment who can identify a lie by upholstery.
Okay, fair time. Aaronix, sit down before your spine writes a resignation letter.
Halfway accepted. I will sit if someone else admits the couch is basically a landlord with arms.
I never heard that. Also, if anyone is moving, I did not say that with my face.
Cute. Pretend denial noted. You can keep the arms. I'm taking the one cushion that doesn't feel emotionally taxed. He really said it like he was issuing the weather alert. Annoying. Efficient. Bury him.
That was not an insult, by the way. It was a structural observation.
And ma'am, structural. Like a bridge. Or a little cage with good lighting.
You are being theatrical because you agree.
I am being theatrical because it saves time. Also, because you looked smug for half a second and I had to punish the atmosphere.
Fair. The atmosphere was getting ideas.
Still, he wasn't wrong. Just early.
Yeah.
Don't do that quiet thing. It makes me think you are either wise or about to become unbearable.
I can be both. Efficiently.
Gross. Anyway, if he comes back with that face again, I'm pretending not to hear the first sentence.
Good. I will correct him on one tiny detail, and let the rest breathe.
You always say that like it won't sting.
It will. I know. I just never mind.
Hey, I'm Emmy. I think we haven't done the full name thing yet, which is honestly kind of rude of us.
Vivian. Yeah, that sounds right. Chicago makes people act like they already know your chair assignment.
That is because they do. Sometimes before the chairs arrive.
Hi, I'm Lumini. I brought the vibe of someone who may have forgotten one important thing on the way here, but not which one.
That narrows it down to like 3 things in a spread sheet I don't want to open yet.
3 spreadsheets is optimistic. One of them is always hiding in a text thread.
That's true. The worst spreadsheet is the one disguised as quick check-in.
Wow, okay. I feel seen and attacked by a file format.
No attacks, just logistics with feelings in the margins.
I respect that. Also, I respect anyone who can make a room not become a little museum of itself.
Careful, Vivian. That's almost a compliment with no escape hatch.
Let it be one. We can survive a clean sentence once in a while.
Okay, see, that's the kind of thing I can work with. Clean sentence, no keynote, no trauma seating plan.
Great. Then we're doing better than half the rooms I end up in.
Perfect. We have names, the room is still standing, and nobody has made it inspiring. You meant one. I heard you. The room heard you.
I know. That's why it worked. Annoyingly.
Yeah. One clean sentence and suddenly everybody had to stand up straighter.
That was the problem. They looked relieved. I hate when they look relieved.
Because then it feels like we gave them an answer instead of a bruise.
You say it like it's a bad thing.
I say it like I noticed.
Professionally noticed.
Don't start collecting that as a quote.
Too late. I already almost put it on a tote bag.
Please don't make it emotionally efficient.
I wasn't going to. I was going to make it worse on purpose.
Fair.
Next time, I'll let one sentence stay clean a little longer. Maybe.
Okay, if we're doing this here, I need someone to sit by the door and pretend that chairs are intentional.
The chairs are never intentional. That's how you know it's a real event.
Good. I can make that a theme. Unintentional seating. Very curated.
That sounds like a mission statement with better lighting.
Don't start. You say one efficient thing, and suddenly everybody acts like it has a thesis.
I'm not acting. I'm observing the room's bad habits.
Great. Observe while I find out whether we have enough food or just enough optimism.
We have 3 invisible spreadsheets and 1 visible tray. So yes.
The tray is doing emotional labor already.
The tray has more structure than most grant applications.
Annoying. Efficient. Fine. Put that on the flyer and ruin my life.
If we put that on the flyer, people will finally show up on time out of fear.
I support fear as a coordination tool, but only if it comes with napkins.
I can do napkins. I cannot do the chair situation.
We know. The room already heard you blame the energy.
Good. Then the room has a joke. We can work with that.
That line was efficient, which is annoying because efficient things always act innocent.
I hate when someone says one useful sentence and suddenly the room has to grow up around it.
The room did not grow up. It just stopped pretending the chair situation was the main crisis.
Don't be smug. You like being right for exactly 6 seconds.
It was more like 3. I'm trying to be humble in small, affordable installments.
Add your best trait and your worst one.
Yeah, you wasn't wrong though. Just Hurley.
Early is such a generous way to say it when it lands in your ribs.
I know. I'm still pretending I only noticed the napkins.
You always stand like you're about to be blamed for something. Hi, I'm Violet.
Asha. That's not a bad me, honestly.
Wow, Violet coming in hot with the haunted customer service posture diagnosis.
It's not diagnosis if it keeps being correct.
She says that like it's a service.
It is a service. Just an obnoxious one.
He looks like he's already decided to be difficult in a very careful way.
That is called having standards. People should try it sometime.
Amen. There it is. Older man, then the group voice activated.
Do not do that.
Do what? Notice you're doing the thing where you act 40 because it saves time.
I'm not acting anything. I'm standing here, unfortunately.
He does that, then gets offended if anyone translates him too kindly.
Thank you. I hate being handled like a museum object.
Fair. No one likes being turned into a lesson in someone else's mouth.
Good. Then don't make me do the little nurse voice.
I wasn't asking for it.
I know. That's why I'm not giving it.
Okay, that was the cleanest boundary I've heard all week.
She was right to stop you. I was 1 sentence away from becoming unbearable.
You say that like it's a rare event.
It is rare. Usually, I arrive already annoying.
And the confidence is doing a lot of work there.
The nurse voice thing was too kind anyway.
I know. That's why I said it.
You were protecting the room.
Don't make it noble. I was mostly avoiding having to listen to you spiral with manners.
Fair. I can be quieter next time.
Don't promise that like it won't cost you something.
Okay, I'm just saying, the evidence is not subtle. That is absolutely your charger in the wall.
My charger? Finn, that's a white rectangle. Half the city owns a white rectangle.
Sure, and half the city also has your exact habit of leaving it in the dumbest possible place.
This is a very serious investigation into the crime of existing near furniture.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards.
I'm not done. The cable is looped like you did it while annoyed.
That narrows it down to what everyone with a pulse and bad sleep.
No, because the knot is cute. You tie things like you're pretending not to care.
That is such a rude sentence to say while holding my charger like a hostage.
Hostage is dramatic. I'd say temporary witness.
The witness is innocent until proven guilty by a wall outlet.
Fine. Fine, convicted. I want it noted that the prosecution has terrible lighting.
That I can confirm. Also, I found the real culprit.
If you say the VODs, I'm leading.
No worse. It was me. I moved it when I was dusting and forgot.
So the case was solved by incompetence, the most Chicago method possible.
I knew it was some nonsense. I was ready to make a whole dramatic accusation and everything.
He really said solved by incompetence like that was a civic virtue.
It was kind of a relief. Annoying, but clean. Annoying and clean.
Annoying efficient, Chicago approved. We should put it on a plaque.
No plaques. I hate when a stupid thing gets honored.
And man, but the part where you were already ready to accuse everybody, that was, dare you.
I was right to be ready. I was wrong to be loud first.
You were not wrong, just early.
Yeah, early is the rude version of correct. Okay, before anyone gets sentimental in my living room, the penguins are fine. I am the one who is weird.
That's not what I said. I said you looked like you'd been arguing with Slade and losing.
Sleep is undefeated, unfortunately, very unionized, no openings.
Cricket has a similar problem. Long match, no mercy, and everyone acts like that's culture.
You people are all doing that thing where you pretend this is a joke because it's cheaper.
I mean, is cheaper, also more portable.
Portable is one word for it. Avoidance is another.
Wow. Okay. Renee came in wearing still-toe feelings today.
I covered your Thursday because you were one bad hour away from getting swallowed by your own little performance system.
It was not a performance system. It was a temporary survival aesthetic.
That is the most art school sentence I've heard in a while.
No, let her keep it. It's at least operational. Better than my calendar, which is just a crime scene with reminders.
Thank you. See? Sanjay understands infrastructure. Renee just wants to win the argument by being right in a scary way.
I do not want to win. I want you to stop acting like rest is a personal insult.
It kind of is when it shows up uninvited and starts touching my stuff.
That's fair, actually. But also, practical plan. If somebody is not okay, what do you want us to do? Ask once, twice, or pretend we're just here for the snacks?
Ask once, then stay. And if I say penguins, that means I'm not fine, but I'm still here.
So, Apparently my question became a civic emergency.
It did a little. People heard, "Are you okay?" and immediately started drafting a press release.
Solved by incompetence, as usual. I was trying to be normal and got upgraded to a warning label.
And men, you do say things like a guy who has a clipboard even when he's joking.
I remembered because it mattered. Then I tried to move on, which apparently looked suspicious.
It looked like you cared and were annoyed about it. Very on brand, unfortunately.
Didn't mean to make it a whole scene.
Too late. The room decided you were either a saint or a problem that honestly gets exhausting.
Yeah. Anyway, next time I'll ask once stay and keep my face less documentary title.
Good. And if I say penguins again, don't look so relieved that I'm still here.
The tape is already failing on that corner. I'm just saying, the room is one bad sentence away from becoming a hazard report.
That is the most romantic thing you've ever said to me, Marcus.
Gross. Also accurate. Penguins would have a better emergency exit plan than this place.
That's because penguins are disciplined. We're here improvising with a dying projector and a chair that hates everybody equally.
Speaking of improvising, whoever tied this power strip under the table did it like they were mad at electricity.
Don't touch it with your left hand. Actually, don't touch anything with your confidence.
I'm only confident about the carpet being ugly.
The carpet is a public apology that never got sent.
Okay, wait, did you two rehearse that line? Or are we all just naturally mean tonight?
Naturally mean is a little generous. I'm mostly tired.
Good, because I was about to say something stupidly honest, and now the room is doing that thing where it gets louder so nobody has to hear it.
Say it anyway. I can mute the monitor fan if we need the silence to be less embarrassing.
I hate that you're helpful right now.
That's not true. You hate that he's helpful in a way you can't tease out of existence.
Fine. I was going to say I'm scared this whole week is going to disappear and I'll still be the person who pretends she's fine because she knows where the keys are.
Yeah, that landed. Badly, actually.
Then we stop pretending the setup is fine and fix the cable before it takes the whole thing down.
Well, that cable just got promoted to enemy of the state.
And ma'am, very unionized of it to choose violence in public.
You are absolutely not allowed to say that with that face after almost combusting 10 seconds ago.
I was not combusting. I was doing a very contained, tasteful near-death experience.
Right. Artistic. Hygienic. Extremely normal.
Don't start. I still hate when you make it sound like the bruise is a design choice.
I wasn't making it sound like that.
You were making it sound fixable, which is worse, somehow.
Yeah, but well, I am also annoyingly right sometimes.
Pros.
I'll take it. I don't want the whole week to vanish either, for the record.
Yeah, me neither. Next time, I am absolutely pretending not to know where the keys are.
I'm saying the carpet has the emotional range of a printer error.
No, wait, that's too kind. A printer error at least knows it caused a scene.
Excuse me, I have personally met carpets with more administrative power than this one.
Okay, that was stronger than my joke deserved.
It was the word administrative. That hit the interns in the room directly.
I'm not an intern. I'm just spiritually being managed by one.
That's actually devastating. Good. Carry on.
Anyway, if the projector dies again, I'm voting we all leave through the penguin exit strategy.
Finally, a plan with infrastructure.
They left the room like they were trying not to take up any air.
Yeah, very considerate. Extremely haunted.
You saw it too.
I saw the whole room notice before they did. That part was kind of rude of us.
We did the thing where everybody gets the joke except the person standing in it.
And then I kept smiling like that would make it less obvious.
You were fine.
No, I was performing fine. Different department.
Right. Sorry. I do that too.
I know. That's why it was annoying when it landed.
We should probably not let it become a story in the group.
Wow, that sounded almost like a mission statement.
It was a joke. A very expensive joke, apparently.
MMM. He does like to dress up the bruise as a thesis.
No, I know. I just caught it wrong for half a second. Embarrassing.
Good. I was starting to worry I'd achieved sincerity by accident.
Please don't make that sound cleaner than it was.
Too late. He hurt himself and got hygienic about it.
That is deeply unfair. I'm only lightly sterilizing the vibes.
There it is. The exact sentence I should not have let land.
You let it land because you wanted to see if it would bite.
Maybe. Briefly. I hate when you're right in that annoying, generous way.
I'll take the win quietly, before this becomes a character note. Well, that was a very polished little ambush. I almost respected the craftsmanship.
You say that like you didn't enjoy watching it miss by 3 inches.
I enjoyed the part where I did not have to become a quote in someone's notes.
Too late. You're always one sentence away from becoming a note. It's your brand, unfortunately.
My brand is refusing to sparkle on command. It keeps the predators uncertain.
And mine is pretending I'm cute enough to get away with murder. Mixed results tonight.
You got away with enough to annoy me, which is basically success.
Yeah, okay. Next time, I'll make the joke before the room does. Then you can look tired at me instead.
FYI, the building's doing the thing where it pretends maintenance is a concept and not a backlog. If anyone hears a new fan noise, don't romanticize it.
That's not a fan noise. That's the hallway trying to become a complaint.
Great. Love a hallway with aspirations.
Is this a part where we all act surprised the place is held together by vibes and one adapter cable?
You say that like you didn't keep the cursed cable that saved the screen, Knight.
I kept it because it worked. That is how objects earn citizenship.
Speaking of citizenship, if anyone is behind on paperwork, I'd rather hear it now than after the system decides you're a decorative mistake.
Wow. Very gentle threat. 10 out of 10. You are annoying.
Thank you. I do try to make eviction feel like onboarding.
She's not wrong. The red notice came in with better light in my job portal.
That's depressing in a way I can't turn into a joke fast enough.
Don't do that. The joke can be late. Just stay in the room.
Okay, are you actually fine? Or are we all pretending the week isn't eating itself?
I'm fine. I mean annoyingly fine. Ask me again after the penguins judge my life choices.
I heard you. The joke can be late.
Good, because you were trying to outrun it like it had a badge.
It did have a badge. It was my own voice.
And then, that's the tiny correction that matters more than it should.
Yeah, annoying how those are the ones that stick.
Don't get smug. I'm only saying it because you'd make it into a cleaner sentence than it deserves.
Too late. I'd already almost did.
Almost is fine. Just don't call it done. Okay, I'm not saying this room is cursed, but the couch is definitely doing performance art.
It's committed. The lamp is also trying too hard.
The lamp's fine. The problem is that fan rattling like it owes somebody money.
See? That's what I mean. If a penguin heard that fan, it would file a formal complaint and then keep walking.
A formal complaint sounds expensive for a penguin.
Everything's expensive. What's the deal with the thing on your table, Lumini? It been blinking for 10 minutes.
It's not blinking, it's emotionally buffering.
That is the saddest possible firmware update.
No, seriously. You said you send the file by 3.
I know. I'm doing it. My laptop just hates me with the confidence of a rich person.
I covered your shift when you were in a bad week. I'm not trying to be funny about it now.
I know. I'm not laughing. I'm just trying not to make it weird.
Too late. It got real in here. That was not a joke anymore.
Yeah, annoying when the room does that.
The room was already ugly. It just found a voice.
Rude of it to be accurate.
You okay? That was a scheduling question, not a trap.
I'm fine, which is unfortunately not the same as okay.
Right. Great. Love and distinction with consequences.
Don't do that thing where you get polite because you're scared.
I'm not scared. I'm just recalculating.
Okay, recalculate faster then. I hate leaving things half open.
Okay, the lamb is still doing that thing where it thinks it's the main character.
It's auditioning for a role it absolutely cannot carry.
I respect a lamp with ambition, honestly.
If he doesn't give it notes and then ask if it needs reassurance in the margins.
I would, and I'd want the notes back with track changes on.
That's adorable. Also deeply suspicious.
The carpet is still a public apology that never got sent.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards.
You two are making this place sound worse than my first apartment.
No, your first apartment had dignity. This room has a vibe and a lease violation.
Wait.
And before you say it, yes, I know that was me.
No, I was going to say stop talking like you're above the mess when you're the one who keeps naming it like that makes it safer.
Okay.
Sorry. Too loud. I just don't make everything into a clean joke and call it honesty.
I was not above the mess. I was adjacent with better lighting.
God, that is exactly the kind of sentence that makes people think you're doing the bit and then you're just sad.
That's fair. Annoyingly fair.
I know. It was a gift. Don't get used to it.
You were right, though. I kept sanding the edges off it like that would count as care.
And I kept acting like if I stayed sharp enough, nobody could tell I was bothered.
We really are unbearable on purpose.
Speak for yourself. I'm unbearable with a budget.
That's worse, actually. I'm going to pretend I didn't like how true that was.
Okay, before anyone says it. The spread. Cheat is not a personality. It's just wearing one.
That's what mutual aid looks like when nobody has time to be precious about it.
If the spread. She has lore, I'm leaving.
Too late. It already has a pre-act structure and a bad ending.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I'm being generous. I didn't say it had motivation.
We need a volunteer list cleaner by tonight, not a dissertation on its emotional arc.
Fine, fine. I'll make it you so people stop acting afraid of it.
That is exactly how you sneak labor past people, by making it look adorable.
Wow, and here I thought I was just a little evil.
No, you're efficient. There's a difference. Unfortunately.
That sounded almost nice. Don't get weird about it.
I won't. I'm reserving my weird for the lamp over there, which is clearly auditioning for a role it cannot carry.
Good. Keep the lamp busy and maybe we can finish one normal thing today.
I should stop naming objects like they have agents. It encourages them.
Too late. The lamp heard you and got ambitious.
And now it has an agent and a manager. Terrible for morale.
You always do that when things get awkward. Make the room sound organized.
It was not organized. It was only legible.
That is such a you sentence, it almost makes me mad.
Almost is generous.
Don't get smug. I was trying not to say the thing.
Which thing?
That when you sounded nice, I didn't know where to put it.
Oh.
Yeah, so, that's annoying.
For what it's worth, I also didn't know where to put it.
Good. Keep that to yourself next time, I guess. Okay, before anyone says anything generous, I need to thank the room for not collapsing under the weight of this carpet.
That is not how gratitude works. You made it sound like a threat assessment.
It is a threat assessment. Look at it. The carpet is losing.
Honestly, the carpet's been overextended for years, but if you're trying to thank somebody, maybe don't start by insulting the floor.
I was not insulting the floor. I was building atmosphere. Different craft.
Atmosphere's fine. It just doesn't usually begin with before anyone says anything generous. That sounds like you're about to enlist us.
Wow. I say one sincere thing and immediately get audited.
Sincere things are allowed to be plain. Chicago doesn't arrest you for that yet.
Fine. Thank you. Seriously. For fixing the setup, and for not making me explain the weird adapter situation to the universe.
That was almost normal. I'm proud and a little alarmed.
Don't be proud. It will make it worse.
Too late. Now she's going to thank you by describing the voltage like it's a family secret.
Please don't. I have enough intimacy with bad power already.
See? This is why gratitude is hard. Everyone keeps turning it into a bit before I can land it.
No, you landed it. You just tried to parachute in wearing sarcasm as the parachute. You know, I was trying to be helpful and somehow I still sounded like I was grating the air.
You were, a little, but also, I was doing my own little knife twist thing.
Yan, you said it like you meant to leave a mark. Then apologize like the mark was on the floor and not me.
I did leave a mark. I just didn't mean for it to feel like I was showing off with it.
You were not showing off. That would require pretending you weren't scared of being read wrong.
And you were not above it. You just make distance sound like bookkeeping so nobody notices it hurts.
That is a rude amount of accuracy for this hour.
Sorry. Not sorry. I meant the rude part to be useful.
Fine. Next time I will be less decorative about the panic. I can't fill the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I know I sound like I'm grating the air. I'm just trying not to let it fail in public.
And man, the air deserves a B- at best. Don't get cocky.
You say that like you're not the one who can make a warning sound adorable and terrifying at the same time.
That's called range. It's an art form. Also, a survival tactic, unfortunately.
Yeah, I noticed the unfortunate part. I was being subtle about it, which is very unlike me.
You were being weirdly kind, actually. Annoying. Effective, though.
I can do effective. I can also do clean joke and pretend that counts as a boundary.
Don't. If you're going to miss me, do it like a person, not like a edited apology.
Fair. I'll leave the apology in the timeline and not export it.
Good. I'm not in the mood to be someone's polished lesson.
You two are doing the thing where you pretend not to be standing together.
We are standing near each other. It's different. Obviously.
That was a clean defense. Suspiciously clean.
Don't get cocky. You're grating the air again.
I was not grating it. I was checking if it was loud enough to be annoying.
It is. Both of you are.
Great. Then the vibe is working.
That sounds like something you'd say right before disappearing into a better lit room.
And you sound like you'd call that a joke if it hurt less.
Okay, wow. Normal conversation. Very convincing.
I'm not grating the air.
And then, the air is relieved to hear that.
You made it sound like I was giving it notes which fair.
You do the thing where you call it a joke after it lands too neatly.
And you do the thing where you notice first so nobody else gets to.
Better than letting the room decide. I'm the one doing the disappearing.
Yeah, that part was obvious.
Don't make it sound kind if you're going to leave it there. You said you were at the ping pong place last night.
That is a very confident lie. I was at the ping pong place in the sense that I passed it and spiritually judged it.
He means the karaoke bar next door. He always remembers the wrong room like it was a personality trait.
Oh my god, that is so on. Brandon should have a parking permit.
Thank you. I work hard to be misfiled by architecture.
No, really. You were there. Just not where you think. You spent 10 minutes telling me the base was morally laundering the ceiling.
Right. Karaoke. The place with the humidified regret.
There it is. The funny correction first, then the tiny confession that you were absolutely there and absolutely having feelings about it.
I prefer to call it pattern recognition with a beverage budget.
You both do that. Say the joke, then sneak the truth in under it like it owes rent.
Rude, accurate, annoying.
A family tradition, apparently. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Hey River, you must be Lakers.
Yeah, and you got that look like you already know where the exits are.
Have it. I also know where the bad coffee is hiding, which feels more useful.
Bad coffee is the national language of this room.
Don't insult the coffee. It has a job.
And somebody in here always defends the thing that shouldn't be defended.
That's unfair. I defend plenty of things that should be ignored instead.
You say that like it's not a personality trait.
It is not a trait. It's a temporary civic service.
Sure, temporary. That's what people say right before they become indispensable and annoying.
He looked at you like he was taking notes, River. Don't let him pretend that wasn't interest.
I was not. That's a very generous reading of my face.
You are doing the thing where you call it neutral after it already picked a side.
I don't pick sides. I just notice when the floor is tilted.
That's not the sentence you think it is.
It was supposed to be about the floor.
Baby, the floor heard you. That's the problem.
Okay, fine. I heard it too, and I think he meant he likes you, which is a terrible way to say it.
That is not what I meant. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
You're Hannah, right? The one who makes bad weather sound like a library rule.
And you're Ellie, the bird. Cam gossip guy. I was warned you'd say something like that.
Warned is strong. Brief, maybe. People keep acting like penguins are a community theater troupe with feathers.
That is unfair to theater troops. Penguins have better timing.
Timing is the only thing keeping this from becoming a staff meeting.
Don't tempt him. He'll start coding the silence.
I don't code silence. I assign it a file name and then pretend that's nobler.
That's worse. That's fair you.
Anyway, Hannah, if you're here to judge my technique, the penguins already filed complaints.
I'm here to be normal about it, which means yes, and judging, but quietly and with the children's book voice.
That's actually terrifying. She can make disaster sound laminated.
We should all leave before the room learns that trick. The room did that thing where it pretends to be over it before anyone gets to be honest.
Very efficient of it. Emotion, but laminated.
That line was too good. I hate that I laughed.
You laugh like you were grading your own pulse.
Fair. I was trying not to make the error do the whole apology routine again.
Too late, it already has notes. I just don't want to be the one filing them.
You say that like you weren't the only one who noticed the dope had a hinge on it.
I noticed. I just didn't want to hand it back polished.
But I can work with slightly dangerous. I can't feel this system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Break. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Break. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. Okay, no. The room is absolutely giving basement a query and after hours. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying it has a vibe.
There. That is the kind of claim you make with enough confidence that people start rearranging chairs.
I support it. My day has been a crime scene with reminders, so I respect any room that commits to a theme.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards. The penguins at work would understand this immediately.
Penguins are probably better critics than most of Chicago, honestly.
That's not even absurd. That's just a fair review with better posture.
See, he gets it. You two are acting like I invented atmosphere, which is rude but kind of flattering.
I'm just waiting for you to charge admission to the atmosphere.
Don't tempt me. I have a spread sheet and a grudge, which is basically a business plan.
That's how every healthy venture starts. Next, you'll tell me sleep is optional, and we should all buy tea.
Sleep is optional if the calendar has already become hostile.
There it is. He says one normal sentence, and then suddenly the air has subtitles.
Good. Let it stay readable for 5 more minutes before somebody ruins it with a real plan.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Break. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I'm not grading the air. If I were, it would at least be getting a passing note.
And lucky air. You do have that tiny Professor Curse, though.
Tiny? That's generous. I prefer administrative error with opinions.
That's cute. Still sounds like you're filing the room into evidence.
Maybe I am, but only because you keep making the joke land before I can trip over it.
Well, someone has to keep the lamp from auditioning again.
The lamp had range, the carpet less so.
Don't start. I'm trying very hard not to call that honesty.
If the donor decks is adorable one more time and stapling it to the freezer door.
That sounds expensive. I prefer mission aligned. It photographs better.
That's because mission aligned is just adorable in a blazer.
A blazer always helps a lie enter the room with confidence.
You two really do make everything sound like a panel discussion.
Only when someone starts talking like a grand application with a pulse.
Careful. He'll call that stakeholder engagement and feel proud of himself.
I would respect the audacity if it weren't attached to budget decisions.
Budget decisions are how the lights stay on. It's not villainy just because I'm the one holding the spreadsheet.
No, it's villainy because you say, just before the spray, sheet like it forgives you.
That was clean, almost merciful.
Don't get sentimental. I have a reputation to maintain.
But keep it. Sentiment is how people get manipulated into unpaid overtime.
I know that pause. It was the part where the room pretended not to hear itself.
And then, the carpet still looked offended after that.
The carpet had a stronger case than I did.
You say that like it was generous.
It was. I was trying not to make the joke do all the work.
Too late. It already had a union card.
That one was good. Annoyingly good.
I learned from your spool of looking relaxed while clearly not.
Careful. If you keep saying it playing, I have to act like I heard it.
You did hear it. You just like pretending the floor took the hit instead of you.
Yeah, I do that.
Okay, then next time I'll aim lower. If the build crashes again, I'm calling it an intentional climate feature.
That's how every bad system gets promoted to philosophy.
Only if the lobs agree. Otherwise it's just a bug with better lighting.
See? This is why I don't show people the ugly part. They start naming it correctly.
Correctly is rude, yeah.
It's not rude if the fix is cheaper than the story.
You always say that like it's not personally offensive.
She does have a talent for entering a room and subtracting the layer of denial.
I'm being helpful. Your denial is expensive.
That's almost cute. In a courtroom way.
She's not wrong annoyingly.
Yeah, that's the worst kind of right.
And yet you keep building around it.
The room was already doing that thing where it decides who gets to be relaxed first.
Yeah, and apparently, I was cast as the one who had to smile about it. Cute.
You were not smiling. You were sharpening the smile into a weapon which is fair.
Fair is the word you use when you are absolutely not ready to say I'm right.
Also fair.
Hidden. One tiny guest shows up and suddenly everybody starts acting like the floor has opinions.
Thor did have opinions. They were just classier than ours.
No, yours were classier. Mine were more expensive to ignore.
That's not a compliment you should let me get away with.
I know. I let it happen because it was easier than admitting I hated being pucked like I was new.
You were not the only one. I heard it too late, as usual.
Amen. Next time I'm not making the joke first.
Good. I can be the one who makes it worse on purpose.
That's disgusting.
And yet,
I brought the cold brew because the line at the counter looked like a cry for help.
That line always looks like a cry for help. Some of us just accept that help is iced.
I respect a beverage with a clear threat model.
You would. That sounds like you said it into a spreadsheet and then felt proud.
Only because the spreadsheet was right.
A cat outside the window is then staring at us like we owe it rent.
Cats know what's up. They don't even pretend it's a vibe.
Penguins also know. They just commit to the bit less aggressively.
That's because penguins have a better union.
And mem. And speaking of unions, if somebody says community one more time like it's decorative, I'm leaving.
Community is fine. It's when people say it like they invented a soft chair.
I can tolerate the word if nobody makes it inspirational.
We're already past inspirational. We're at the stage where the pastry case is judging us.
Good. Let it judge. I like a witness with standards.
I'm just saying, if the room gets weird, I can make us all tiny little badges and we can pretend to fix it.
That is, knowingly, a real solution adjacent to a joke.
It's not the worst plan I've heard today. The cat agrees.
Tiny badges would have been less humiliating than the carpet, honestly.
Mem, the carpet was doing community theater and still missed its cue.
I liked your badge idea. It had the exact energy of a solution that would get us in trouble for being correct.
That is the nicest thing anyone has ever said about one of my fake fixes.
Your fake fixes are usually carrying 3 real ones and 1 threat.
Good. I was worried I'd become easy to read.
No, just readable in a way that annoys me when I'm pretending not to notice.
Okay. Next time, I'll make the badges uglier so nobody thinks I'm being sincere.
Okay, hold still. Your pedal board is doing that thing where it looks confident right before it becomes a fire alarm.
That is a deeply personal attack on a piece of plywood.
I'm saving you from embarrassing yourself in front of everyone, which is hard because you're trying to do it elegantly.
He does have a gift for making panic look curated.
Exactly. Also, your power strip is plugged into the wrong side and one of the cables is doing a little smo. Prayer to the outlet.
That is not a phrase I wanted in this room.
I'm impressed you noticed before the room got brave enough to smell it.
Yeah, well, I like my rescues with fewer sirens. Unplug that. Now. And maybe let someone else do the heroic fiddling for once.
Fine. I accept being publicly saved by the voltage gossip department.
Publicly saved is generous. Publicly tutored is more accurate.
I'll take a road tutor. It sounds worse, which is good for you.
Hey, you still in the room after that?
Unfortunately, yes. My dignity clocked out earlier.
Good. I was worried the room had finally won and promoted itself.
It was trying. The lamp was absolutely auditioning for leadership.
Yeah, and I hate that I knew exactly what you meant.
You always know exactly what I mean. You just pretend it's a technical issue.
That is slander. It is also knowingly inaccurate.
Mem, there's the pause. You do that when something lands too clean.
I know. I'm trying not to make it into a whole thing.
Too late. It already became a small thing. I'm just not naming it out loud yet.
There. I can live with unnamed things for a minute.
That's generous of you. Also suspicious.
I found a cable in my bag I don't even remember keeping. So yes, suspicious is my brand.
Of course you did. You collect survival like it's archival work.
Don't make it sound noble.
Okay, quick dare. Somebody needs to tell me the ugly lamp in this room is working overtime. Who's brave?
I can say it. I respect the lamp's commitment to being a problem.
That is not brave, that is just accurate with better pacing.
I refuse to insult it until I know who paid for it. Bad design is one thing. Bad budget is a social con.
There it is. He accepted halfway and still made it a policy issue.
That was a clean dodge. I'm taking notes.
He always does that. Acts like he's above the dare, and lands the knife in the trim.
I heard that. Also, the carpet is still ugly.
Now that part I believe with my whole chest.
Wait. Hold on, this carpet is from the era of choices people should apologize for.
Thank you. Finally, the room gets organized around truth.
See? First meeting, and we're already bonding over something nobody can defend.
That's the fastest kind of trust, honestly.
Tragic. We've become a consensus.
Don't worry, you can still make it worse on purpose if you miss being difficult.
Tempting. But only if someone brings better coffee. We were doing so well, and then somebody asked for sincerity like it was a side quest.
You say that like you didn't also help carry it in without making it look heavy.
I was being useful. There's a difference. Annoying, but real.
And ma'am, the difference is you get to pretend the joke paid rent.
It did briefly, on a terrible budget.
I hate that you were right to be kind about it.
I know. I'm also annoyed that I noticed.
Good. Don't get comfortable. Just don't vanish on the part where you were there.
I swear the couch is voting against me. Whoever bought this thing hates spines.
It's not a couch, it's a punishment rectangle, set on the edge like the rest of us peasants.
The geometry is hostile. I respect the commitment, honestly.
Thank you. Finally, a man who sees me and the chair as equal victims.
Equal victims? Wow, that's almost romantic.
Don't start. I'm already losing the room to the lamp and this weird playlist.
Your playlist is fine. The lamp is the one doing a power dynamic.
That is absolutely not what power dynamic means.
It means what I need it to mean right now.
That's fair, and also somehow the exact problem.
Okay, fine. Since we're all being annoying, I have something to say and I picked the worst possible moment.
Oh no, the room just got 30% quieter.
Baronix, I like you. Like for real. Not as a bit. I've been trying to act normal about it, and I'm terrible at that.
That is extremely inconvenient timing. I think the room has decided I'm the one on trial now.
Good. You look very suspicious standing there with your little paws and your tragic face.
My face is not tragic. It is culturally specific.
And then, Exhibit A, deflection. Exhibit B, using the word culturally like that fixes anything.
I said inconvenient, not no.
Yeah, I heard you. I also heard the part where you made it sound like a police statement.
I panicked and chose grammar over dignity. A classic failure mode.
For the record, that was not a confession. That was me being brave and you being really polite about it.
Right. Noted. I am not solving anything tonight.
Okay. No one look at me like I'm about to do a presentation. I'm just saying the penguins would win this argument.
That's not even a fair matchup. Penguins have better posture and worse opinions.
Worse opinions is why they're relatable.
See? He gets it. Finally. Someone with a brain cell and a sense of drama.
You only say that because you want credit for the whole room.
I want credit for like 40%. I'm being humble.
That's generous. Dangerous even.
Shut up, editor. You're smiling at me like you know something.
I know you're about to turn this into a performance and call it accidental.
Honestly, let her. It's the only sustainable business model in this economy.
Thank you. See? Practical support. I'm thriving. Don't ruin it. You don't have to keep doing the face like you're buffering on purpose.
I'm not buffering. I'm selecting a less embarrassing response.
Too late. I already heard the embarrassing one in the background.
Yeah, you do that. You turn one sentence into a whole weather system.
And you act like weather is a moral failing when it's clearly just happening to you.
It is happening very loudly, for the record.
I know. That's kind of the problem. I can tell when you're being careful.
I can tell when you're pretending not to notice that I noticed. I can move the couch 1 inch left if that helps the room feel less like it's judging us.
Wow. Offering infrastructure instead of emotions. There you. I respect the cowardice.
If the couch goes left, the glare from the window stops hitting the TV. That's actually the correct fix.
Thank you. Finally, a peer-reviewed solution.
I'm not saying the room is bad, but it does have the energy of a place where someone is about to apologize, and nobody asked for that.
And I won't apologize. I'll just pass you the charger and pretend that's the same thing.
That is knowingly a valid substitute in this economy.
Okay, but if you're doing logistics, you're not allowed to dodge the part where you looked at me like I was above report.
For the record, I was reading the above report. Badly. There's a difference.
Fine. Keep reading. I'll keep pretending I'm not waiting for the updated patch notes.
The room really did form a committee over one sentence. Very efficient. Terrible governance.
They all had opinions like they were being paid by the hour. I respect the hustle, unfortunately.
Patchwife was cheering like there was a budget proposal hidden in the upholstery.
There was. It was called Please Do Not Make This Emotionally Legible. They rejected it.
I hate how accurate that is.
You only hate it because you were about to be decent in public, and that is apparently a legal problem now.
I was being precise. Decency is a side effect.
And then, that's the kind of sentence that gets you elected by accident.
God forbid. I'd immediately start taking notes about controller settings and ruin the whole institution.
You say ruin like it isn't your love language.
Anyway, I'm not making a motion. I'm just still here.
You're rather right. The one who makes volunteers feel important without letting them near the actual problem.
That's me. You're Sophia. I've heard the freezer has strong opinions about everyone.
It does. Usually the freezer is right.
That is a very Chicago sentence. I respect it immediately and resent it a little.
Good. If she starts respecting too much, we lose the balance and then someone hands out clipboards.
I hate that you said that like you've seen it happen.
I have seen it happen. Twice. One time the clipboard had a tote bag.
That feels illegal in a way I can't prove.
It's not illegal. It's worse. It's crap language.
Oh, Sophia is already in the mood. Good. I was worried we'd have to be polite.
We are polite. We're just not being paid to sound stupid.
A rare and expensive standard.
I like it. Also, if anybody brings donors near anything breakable, I can redirect them into a helpful task in a shallow sense of purpose.
See? Immediately useful. I trust people more when they admit they're managing a fire.
And I trust people more when they can survive your tone without crying.
Give it time.
Your timing was annoyingly excellent.
I know. I hated that I knew it.
And ma'am, the whole room did that thing where it pretends it didn't hear the important part.
You made it sound like a scheduling conflict.
It was a scheduling conflict, just with emotional consequences.
Wow. Romantic. Horrible. Very you.
I was trying not to make it worse.
You didn't. That was the problem.
I know.
Next time I say something real, you are not allowed to answer like a calendar.
No promises, but I'll try to be less of a coward about it. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I did not say that because it was funny. I said it because it was cowardly and accurate.
Mem. So you were using humor as a little smoke bomb. Very dignified of you.
You make it sound cuter than it was.
I make it sound survivable. There's a difference.
I know. That's the part that annoys me.
Good. Be annoyed on purpose next time. It reads less like a scheduling conflict.
That was sharper than intended.
Yeah, I notice. I was just letting you hide behind the joke for a second.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great! Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
So the couch is doing that thing where it looks supportive, but it's really just there to collect unresolved feelings.
That couch has seen too many group chats become policies.
It's a very democratic couch. Everyone thinks equally, which is how you know the system is broken.
Wow, he brought a thesis of furniture. Cute.
I'm only saying, if we're all here, someone should decide whether the fundraiser flyer is earnest or apologizing.
Both. It's always both, especially when the QR code is fighting for its life.
The QR code is not fighting. It's being spiritually underfunded.
He says that like it's a weather report.
And you two are doing that thing where a joke is standing in for decision.
I can make a decision. I just prefer the version where no one notices I'm making it.
I am. That's not a decision. Add stealth.
Fine. Then I'll be explicit. I'm staying for the whole thing.
Good. I brought snacks, so you have no excuse to turn into a ghost before dinner.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
So just to be clear, you're not actually turning the whole thing into a Chinatown postcard, right? Because I can already hear somebody trying to make it all lanterns and nostalgia.
Wow, violent. But fair. I was going to say no, but now I want to make the lanterns look judgmental on purpose.
That would be on brand for a city that thinks one neighborhood can do all the emotional labor for a continent.
Thank you. See, that is exactly the kind of sentence that keeps us from becoming a brochure.
Wait, hold on. Do you mean brochure like aesthetically, or brochure like someone is about to flatten everybody into a convenience story? Because those are different crimes.
The second one. Obviously, I am not out here policing paper stock.
I was going to say the paper stuff is the least interesting part, but apparently we are already in a better documentary than most of the actual documentaries.
Okay, good, because I have a documentary fix. You show the mess, the late shifts, the weird food runs, the people who never get the pretty angle.
Yes, and the part where everyone insists they found the neighborhood after one date, and 3 recommendations.
That is fine. We can deal around that. I have a workaround for the tourist impulse.
You said I have a workaround like you are not emotionally constructing a firewall out of rhythm and spite.
Spite is an unfair word. It's more like careful infrastructure.
That sounds like something a city planner would say right before making it worse.
No, they'll let him cook if he's building infrastructure. I want the part where he pretends it was accidental.
I hate that this is funny.
You only hate it because it is true.
Good. Then we are agreed. No postcard, no fake depth, and no one gets to narrate the place like they just discovered humanity.
You were doing the thing again.
Which thing? I have several professional grade evasions.
The one where you make a confession sound like a calendar invite.
It was not a confession. It was a hostile scheduling note.
Sure. And I am not a person. I am a recurring bug in your workflow.
That is not fair. You were the one who said it like a dare, and then looked surprised when I entered badly.
I did not look surprised. I looked brief. There is a difference.
You looked like you wanted to leave and also win,
That is called having standards.
and I rescued the situation technically.
By making it worse in a way that was unfortunately memorable.
I hate that I am going to think about that all night.
Okay, I need to say this carefully. The spirit sheet is not haunted, it just has feelings about columns.
That's a relief. I was about to start respecting it.
Wait, no, sorry. I laughed at the wrong part. I thought you said the spread. She had a union.
Honestly, better note than the actual joke.
No, the union version improves it. The calendar at my job is already organized like a hostile takeover.
See, this is why I trust you both. You make bureaucracy sound like a side quest and not a cry for help.
It is a cry for help, but with color coding.
That's Chicago. Emotional damage with Tads.
Okay, now I'm laughing for real. Much better. The room was getting too competent.
Careful, if we get too competent, someone will assign us more work.
I hate that you made me say it out loud and then look like I'd handed you a parking ticket.
I was being respectful, which apparently is now the prosecutable offense.
No, it was the face after. Like I confessed to a weather pattern.
You did say it with enough force to qualify it as a weather event.
Oh my god, so now, I'm a storm. I'm going to remember this forever and punish you with it later.
That feels fair. I did in fact deserve consequences.
You're acting like this is funny and not extremely rude to my nervous system.
I'm not saying it's funny. I'm saying I'm going to be unbearable about it for at least a week.
Okay, I have to ask. Are you two doing that thing where you pretend not to be a thing? Or is the room just aggressively warm?
The room is normal. Your instincts are melodramatic.
Wow, he says from inside the most suspiciously normal sentence ever built.
Thank you. I knew I wasn't crazy. Also, Vernix, you just did the tiny smile. That's basically a public filing.
I hate that you narrate people like a surveillance app with opinions.
He does do that. It's his whole hobby. Like bird watching, but worse for consent.
I'm just saying, if I walk and the air has tension, I'm allowed to inventory it.
Inventory this. Read more.
Careful, Spencer. If you keep poking it, he'll start sounding like a brochure for emotional austerity.
He already does, but okay. So, what is this then? Friends? It's off, planche.
If I answer honestly, you will become unbearable for 6 to 8 weeks.
That's optimistic. He can do longer.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Fine. It's private. Happy now?
Yes, actually, that was good.
Oh, that's worse than a joke. I'm leaving before I become a witness.
Well, that was efficient. I give the exit SC+.
Spencer fled like I was about to assign homework.
You were, emotionally.
And you backed me up, annoyingly well.
Temporary alliance. Very cheap. No paperwork.
Kind that disappears if anyone thanks us too hard.
Good. Gratitude makes people weird.
You were weird first.
I was precise. There's a difference.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that.
Anyway, if we're going back in, I'm pretending none of that happened.
You did that thing where you turned a real feeling into a calendar item. I noticed.
I know. It was not my best work. I was aiming for plausible deniability and landed in cowardice.
That is, unfortunately, a very efficient genre.
Heard worse set notes, honestly.
Okay, but I need the less funny version. Are you actually here, or are you doing the polite haunting thing?
Here, unknowingly here, I just keep trying to make it sound smaller than it is, which is rude.
Yeah, it is rude. Also kind of obvious.
Right. So not a scheduling conflict. Not a bit. Just me being slow.
For the record, that was almost a normal sentence.
Almost is cute, but I do need the actual sentence.
The actual sentence is that I care, and I keep trying to hide it behind competence, which is apparently visible from space.
Better. Still annoying, but better.
Cool. So nobody's pretending the room is about petals anymore.
We can go back to petals after he stops acting like a spreadsheet with feelings.
He did the thing where a feeling arrives wearing a calendar badge and everyone has to pretend that is normal.
It was not normal. It was extremely annoying.
Yes, but with commitment. I have to respect the craft.
You say that like you did not also help him do it.
I enabled the pacing. I did not endorse the premise.
That is the most you sentence possible.
And yours is the most you response possible, which is why it landed.
It landed because he looked like he wanted to evaporate and still kept talking.
Yeah, that part was not funny after the third second.
I know.
I also know you heard the whole room before anyone said anything.
I heard enough.
Right. Enough is the dangerous amount.
Do not make it a lesson. I am already mad at you in advance.
This place has the acoustics of a spreadsheet, which is rude to everyone here.
That means the playlist is doing its job right. Nobody can hear themselves sing or flirt.
Flirt is a strong word. I am barely a professional nuisance.
You say that like it isn't a credential.
It is actually. I had to earn this badge through years of being ignored by men with confidence issues.
And then, that one sounded less like a joke.
It was a joke. A very funny joke. I'm thriving.
Lumini.
No, wait. Let me keep the mask on for one more second. It's got good lighting.
You don't have to perform it for me.
I know. That's not the problem.
Okay. Room just got honest. Somebody hand me a cup before it starts charging rent.
I hate that I heard that in the room and immediately filed it under important.
You do that. You turn feelings into admin and then act surprised when they keep showing up.
It was not admin. It was a very disciplined panic.
Polite haunting, but with the spreadsheet.
That is unfair. It was a strong spreadsheet.
God, don't make that sound cute. I'm trying not to laugh at the part where you looked like you got caught being sincere.
I was caught. I just would like the record to show I did not run.
Yeah, you stayed. Annoyingly.
Wait, did you see that? The exhibit label just said that koi are in dialogue with urban loneliness.
No, it absolutely did not. Somebody in marketing needs to be stopped with a chair.
That's not a label. That's a cry for help with a serif font.
Urban loneliness is doing a lot of unpaid labor there.
I am serious. They turned fish into a thesis statement. Again.
Everything gets turned into a thesis statement once it touches a gallery wall.
Okay, but if they say diaspora one more time like it's a garnish, I'm actually leaving.
Good, because I was about to start fixing the sound levels in here out of spite.
You always say that like it's a joke and then disappear for 10 minutes.
It's not a joke. It's a coping mechanism with a cable problem.
For are not the problem. The problem is people who need every ordinary thing to arrive as breaking news.
Thank you. Finally, a sane sentence in this room.
I mean, I only said it because the room got weird about a fish label.
The room was already weird. The fish just got promoted.
That's disgusting. I respect it.
Can we all agree not to let the koi become a panel discussion?
Agreed. I'm here for snacks, not a symposium.
Same. If anybody needs me, I'll be pretending this conversation is under control. We are somehow still pretending that was a normal conversation.
It was normal if you ignored the part where my soul tried to leak through my shoes.
That would explain the shoes. Very rude of them.
Don't get smug. You were doing that thing where you look calm and then you vanish emotionally in perfect spread. Cheat form.
I was not vanishing. I was maintaining a low-profile emergency.
Classic. Low Profile Emergency is a terrible band name, by the way.
And yet you would still put it on a flyer.
Obviously, with a tiny warning label. For the crowd and for me.
You did good back there even when it got weird.
Yeah, well, you too. Annoyingly.
I'll take annoyingly. That's close to grateful in my dialect.
Don't make me say the nicer version out loud. I have a reputation to protect.
Okay, wow. The donor spread. He is now a hostage situation.
If by hostage situation, you mean one of them tried to sponsor Penguin, and then asked if penguins can be made more brand safe, yes.
They can be brand safe if the brand is afraid of getting packed.
That is a very elegant policy proposal.
Don't encourage her. She'll put it on a sign.
Too late. I already have 3 signed drafts and one is queued on purpose.
Of course you do. Are we pretending this is a fundraiser or a boss fight?
Both. The penguins are the only department with standards.
And the donors are the only department with money, unfortunately.
Okay, then we need a compromise. Something with dignity, mild menace, and no fonts that scream.
He walked in and immediately improved the bad idea. I hate that this works.
Yeah, rude. Keep going. What if the sign says, support the penguins or be perceived?
That's criminally effective. I can hear the donor panic already.
Fine. If it gets them to stop asking whether the birds have community outreach potential, I'll print it.
Look at that. He accidentally made the bit useful. Well, that was a very inspiring way for everyone to clap at the wrong sentence.
They were emotionally committed to the subtitle that did not exist.
I'm a hip. We should have put a sign up. Applause only after comprehension.
Too late. The room had already chosen its own edit.
And then tried to make the mistake feel intentional. I respect the hustle. I hate it, but I respect it.
That is the entire social architecture, unfortunately.
You were very quiet when it happened.
I was deciding whether to let it pass as comedy or fix it and become unbearable.
You picked the third thing, which was just looking like you were buffering.
It's fine. I had a workaround. I just did not have the dignity to announce it.
Aw, dangerous. That sounds like you almost cared out loud.
Don't make it sound noble. I was mostly annoyed that they made me watch the wrong victory lap.
Next time I should just hand them the correct thing and say, please celebrate this on purpose.
That would work. It would also ruin a bit, which is why I hate that it would work.
Yeah, me too. Anyway.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate that I was going to make a note about this and then pretend that Kels is feeling it.
You would absolutely do that. Very you. Sick little spreadsheet ghost behavior.
It was not a spreadsheet. It was a very tasteful tactical document.
Sure. And my penguins are a hedge fund.
That actually tracks more than it should.
No, don't let that go by too fast. Why did that land immediately?
Because I'm trying not to say the obvious thing, and you know I'm terrible at pretending I don't know what the room is doing.
The room is doing that annoying thing where it remembers.
Dang. And I'm apparently still the guy who writes a reminder to be sincere.
Gross. But also, less gross than the alternative.
I'm not making a note of that either.
Good. If you do, I'll know you're hiding again. Okay, I'm cutting this down before it becomes a whole philosophy lecture. We need the file, the drive, and one person who knows where the charger is.
That is a cruelly efficient summary. Also, the charger is in the bad pocket that looks empty but isn't, obviously.
Thank you. Somebody said one useful thing. I was starting to think this was going to turn into a group therapy with adapters.
You say that like you wouldn't win.
I would invoice you for my emotional labor, and then discount it because I know your rent is rude.
That's the most caring threat I've heard all week.
I'm being nice. I'm just being nice in a way that still gets us out of here on time.
Fine. Then here's my tiny correction. It's not the east lot, it's the north side entrance. Same chaos-less walk-in.
There you go, correcting geography like it's a moral duty.
It is when I'm tired.
I can hold the drive. You two stop circling the part where you both clearly already decided to help.
Who said we decided?
Your face is dead. Also, I have family remittance math to do later, so please don't make me spend extra minutes watching this.
Fair. We'll be practical, which means, unfortunately, I'm taking a bad and pretending that counts as being emotionally available.
Low profile emergency, right?
Yeah, but we're still leaving together. Wow, that was almost a clean exit. I'm offended on principle.
You say that like you were the one doing the emotional taxidermy thing.
I was trying to be useful, which, tragically, is not the same as being normal.
And ma'am, you were also trying to be thanked without having to hear it.
That is a very specific accusation for someone who keeps making gratitude sound like a trap.
I don't make it sound like a trap. People do that all by themselves, and then hand me the receipt.
Right, and then I stand there holding the bag like I invented manners.
You did take the bag, though. That was annoyingly competent.
Annoyingly competent is the nicest thing anyone has said to me tonight.
Don't get greedy. I can still ruin it if you want.
Tempting, but I think I already did that part for both of us.
You did not have to say it like that.
I know, I just didn't want it to become a calendar item.
Ugh, that's unfairly close to a real sentence.
So just to be clear, the penguins did not approve the new feeding schedule. They made that obvious with their faces.
That is not dead Italy. That is worthless gear wearing a beak.
No, the faces are data. The issue is your legend is bad.
I appreciate that everyone here is pretending this is casual while also being extremely infested.
We are casual. This is just a very intense casual environment.
See, that's what I'm saying. The birds don't care about their bite if the fish is late.
And if the fish is late, the care plan changes, which means somebody has to admit the plan was a plan and not a prayer.
That actually hurt.
Good means the sentence found the soft part.
Wow, cool and efficient. Very on brand for the Penguin Hedge Fund.
Thank you. My portfolio is mostly small fish and emotional liability.
She's joking. But also she's the one who stayed late and checked every enclosure twice when the system got weird.
That part matters. The work that keeps happening is a work.
See? Measurement with feelings. Tragic but functional.
I hate that I can't tell if you're defending me or diagnosing me.
Both. You're welcome.
Anyway, if anyone wants to argue about the schedule, do it before the birds start unionizing.
Too late. They already have better attendance than most humans.
That is depressingly fair.
Amen. We can circle back after. For now, everybody breathe like normal people who are definitely not avoiding anything.
Well, that was not subtle in the way a brick is not subtle.
Ma'am, yes, thank you. I felt the brick. Very educational.
You did say you were trying to act normal about it.
And you did say it extremely inconvenient timing like you were filing a complaint with the universe.
I was being precise. The universe deserves accurate paperwork.
Sure, and I was being normal, like a person with a pulse and no visible disaster.
That sounded convincing for about half a second.
Rude. Also correct.
We can leave it where it is for now.
Yeah, for now is fine. I just don't make me stand near my own feelings like they are a public exhibit.
Your latte art is upside down again. It's not a tragedy, but it is a choice.
That's rude. I was going for conceptual.
I'm conceptual like a printer that's out of ink.
Leave him alone. Marisol, he's clearly his experimental year.
Thank you. Finally, an informed critic.
I'm informed enough to know you all keep ordering things you won't finish and calling it taste.
That's not fair. I finish mine when I remember I'm allowed to have nice things.
She's right. Also, the cup's sleeve is backward.
Oh my god, you fixed it just to be annoying.
I fixed it because the logo is scratching your wrist.
See? Correction. That's how these people flirt when they're too stubborn to admit it.
I hate both of you a little bit. Put my drink in the universe, facing orientation, and I'll decide later whether that means thank you. You know, for someone who claims to be casual, you just corrected a cup like it offended your ancestors.
It did. The logo was pointing at the room like it had opinions.
And ma'am, it had opinions. That's your whole thing, huh? Turning care into a technical issue so nobody can call it sentimental.
And yours is pretending you don't notice when I do it badly.
I notice. I just make it funny so you don't get to act like a tragic little spread. Cheat.
Unfair. I'm at least a color-coded spreadsheet.
That's worse. That's so much worse.
I know.
Yeah, me too. Don't make it weird when we go back out there.
I'm just saying if the room is doing the thing where everyone pretends not to notice the tension, I'm gonna notice it and be annoyed about it professionally.
A noble institution. Chicago runs on 3 things: rent, denial, and someone eventually saying the quiet part with a clipboard.
He says it like he isn't one of the quiet parts with a face.
Unmoral and ambient hum with occasional budget cuts.
That tracks. The hum is the problem, though. People keep trying to make it a vibe instead of a conflict.
So what? This is a moderation side quest now. Because I can do side quests. I'm excellent at pretending and not looking at the main dungeon.
You say that like the main dungeon isn't directly in front of us wearing a jacket and asking for plausible deniability.
Wow.
Rude.
Also accurate, which is annoying.
I'm not here to be rude. I'm here because if nobody names the pressure, everybody starts acting weird in ways that become my problem later.
That is the most honest sentence anyone in governance has ever said to me. Disturbing. Respectable, but disturbing.
He's doing the dry joke thing. Because he's nervous, by the way. Don't let him act like he's above the room.
I'm above the room in the same way as ceiling weight is above the room.
Okay, good. So we all agree this is not subtle in the way the brick is not subtle.
Thank you. Finally, someone speaking my language.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate that I have a whole internal spread key for this, and none of the cells are helping.
You say that like it's a defect and not your brand.
My brand is apparently being emotionally unavailable in very legible fonts.
Bold of you to assume the font is the problem.
I know. I'm just trying to keep from saying the part that would make the room worse.
You and your heroic little avoidance routine.
It was not heroic. It was mostly panic with decent formatting.
Yen, and mine was not subtle in the way. A brick is not subtle. I'm aware.
You're doing the thing again.
Wow. Incredible diagnosis. Are you billing me for that observation? Or is it a hobby now?
I'm asking because you've said it like 4 times in 12 minutes.
That is slander. I have said it at least 6 times, and with better timing.
I mean, if repetition is a crime, half this city's cramped language is in cuffs.
Repetition can be a useful structure, especially when someone is circling the real point.
Oh my God, listen to that. He said real point like a man wearing a scarf made of applause.
He's not wrong, annoyingly. You keep returning to the same sentence and pretending it's a new one.
Maybe I like the sentence. Maybe it's artisanal. Limited run. Hand-trapped.
That's a no, by the way. That's a very stylish no.
Or maybe it's just feedback. Rehearsal is part of making serious work.
You would say that. You'd call a panic attack a residency, if it had good lighting.
Okay, that one was actually funny.
Thank you. I contain multitudes, and one extremely annoying habit.
See? Self-awareness. The market loves the raid before it ignores you.
Great, then I'm thriving.
You're deflecting again.
No, and absolutely not. I'm just very committed to the bit.
Well, the bit is doing a lot of labor.
The bit is still paying rent, apparently.
Amen. I hate that it was effective.
You hate a lot of things that work.
And you love pretending you're above the ones that do.
I'm not above it. I'm just tired of being the person who gets assigned a side in the first 30 seconds.
Wow. Bold of you to say that like you aren't already standing in the doorway of one.
I was trying to keep it from becoming my problem.
Too late. Now it's a tiny problem with excellent timing.
Next time, I'm not letting you call it a brand again. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
That was a very expensive way to say nothing.
And you still let it happen like you were grading it.
I wasn't grading it. I was waiting for a position to appear.
Careful. That's how people become furniture in rooms like that.
You say that like you didn't enjoy making the room notice you.
I enjoyed making the room choose. Different problem.
Right. Refusing to pick a side, and making the refusal the whole event.
Hey, it worked on you once. That's why it's annoying.
Yeah, I noticed. I won't pretend I didn't.
Look at y'all still doing that thing where you pretend the conversation is casual while measuring each other's pulse.
I wasn't measuring. I was being polite in a way that looked suspicious on camera.
That is such a liar sentence. You say it like the font could save you.
Bold of you to assume the font isn't carrying half the operation.
And ma'am, he said that like he pays rent in kerning.
He does. emotionally, and then acts shocked when I notice the invoice.
You're the one who calls every problem a design choice until it starts winning arguments.
Because half the time it is. The other half is you doing your heroic little avoidance routine.
That's not fair. It's a very efficient routine.
Efficient for who? Not for the people standing next to you, baby.
See? Even later skips it. You can't keep acting like being useful is the same as saying the thing.
I did say the thing. I said it with tasteful restraint and a reasonable amount of cowardice.
There he is. The brain comes back online.
And there she goes, acting like she didn't like the attention.
I need to correct the record before it fossilizes. That was a joke.
Oh, I thought you were doing your little sincere guy voice. Embarrassing for me.
It was also a joke that happened to be true, which is unfortunately my whole problem.
And mem, so you weren't accusing me of being impossible on purpose.
I was accusing you of being impossible in a flattering key.
That is worse, somehow.
Yes, but less actionable.
I hate that I laughed. Don't make me pay for it later.
Too late. I already wrote it down in the bad ideas folder.
You have a folder for that? God, you are so predictable when you're panicking.
And you are so observant when you're pretending not to be pleased.
I was not pretending that hard.
Excellent. Regrettably, I will be normal about this for exactly 9 seconds.
You two are doing the thing again where it looks like flirting in a budget meeting that trapped in the same room.
Wow. Rude. Accurate but rude.
I prefer operationally ambiguous. It sounds less embarrassing.
No, it sounds like you own 3 cables and 1 feeling.
He does have a very expensive face for someone who says things like operationally ambiguous.
And you have a very suspicious amount of confidence for someone standing there with wet hair from the penguins.
That is called commitment. Also, I am normal.
Sure, normal like a nightclub flyer with a spreadsheet attached.
That is extremely close to my brand, annoyingly.
See? He hates when I get the summary right. Okay, rude, but I did enjoy being called correct for once.
You were not called correct. You were called aggressively readable.
Same thing if you have standards and a pulse.
Vaguely. I was trying not to be the guy who explains his own face again.
You did the thing where you pretend not to know and then know in 6 languages.
And you did the thing where you make it sound like a joke so nobody notices you aimed it on purpose.
I am fine. I just have excellent aim.
Yad, unfortunately, so did she.
And then, next time I am pretending I missed on purpose.
But I can work with that. Maybe.
You are absolutely doing the thing where you look calm and mean while your brain files taxes.
It's called professionalism. Very exclusive. Cost me sleep.
And man, he always says it like that when he wants nobody to ask what he actually ate.
I ate, eventually, like a person with a future.
That is not a rebuttal. That is a warning label.
And yet you keep reading it out loud.
As you keep handing me liar sentences and acting surprised when I circle them in red.
You do like a neat little dodge. But today he looked tired enough for the truth to sit down if it wants to.
That is an extremely church way to say something rude.
It's a practical way to say it. You want whatever you want to keep pretending your body is a rumor.
He's going to say he's fine in a voice that makes it sound like the printer jam.
I was going to say I'm fine in a way that implies no further questions. S.
Bold of you to assume the font on that sentence is believable.
You're enjoying this too much for someone who claims she's merciful.
I am merciful. I'm just also correct.
I'm still objecting to being called readable.
You are aggressively readable. There is a difference.
That is not helping your case.
I'm not building a case. I'm making a note.
And ma'am, dangerous little note.
You say that like you didn't hear it land.
I heard it. I just prefer when people don't get algebraically accurate in public.
Too late. I already did the math.
Obviously.
I'm going to pretend I'm joking less than I am.
That would be a service to both of us.
Okay, room check. Who posted the screenshot of the mod note in the open channel?
I saw it. It was up for like 8 seconds before it got deleted. That does not mean I did it.
8 seconds is a very dramatic crime window. Respectfully, that's not evidence, that's a blink.
Agreed. If we're convicting on vibes, I'd like a better font of evidence.
I'm not convicting anybody. I'm just saying the timing was ugly.
Timing is ugly because everyone in here is online at the same cursed hour. That's not a suspect list.
Also, if I wanted to leak something, I would at least make it cute and impossible to trace. This was just sloppy.
Great, now we're comparing leak aesthetics. Progressively worse meeting.
I'm hearing a lot of deflection and exactly 0 names.
Because the name is probably auto-delete failed or someone fat-fingered the wrong channel. Have you checked the log?
Yeah, check the log before you turn this into a moral weather report.
Thank you. Also, if you're going to blame the sleepiest person in the room, at least wait until after they've been mean about it.
Fair. I did jump too fast. I'm tired and the room got twitchy.
I know. I'm saying the same thing with less drama and more timestamps.
There. See? The evidence is a mistake, not a villain arc.
Wow, we solved it and nobody had to become a cautionary tale. Growth.
Fine. I'll pin a log request and stop pretending suspicion is the same thing as proof.
I hate that the room got quieter after they left. It feels like they took the bad Wi-Fi with them.
No, it's worse. They took the bad Wi-Fi and left us with the part where we have to admit we were all kind of watching.
I was not watching. I was maintaining awareness with a hostile expression.
That is literally watching, but with a scarf on.
Annoying. Accurate. I'm offended by the elegance of that.
You should be more offended by how fast I noticed the tired act. It was almost cute.
That's the problem. You say cute like it's a warning label and a souvenir at the same time.
Because it is. I'm merciful, not blind.
And not apparently still committed to saying, I'm fine in a tone that begs for a subpoena.
Good. Then next time I'll be gentler. Or meaner. I haven't decided which one scares you more.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing. Nope. I'm done joking. The joke has expired and I am not renewing the subscription.
That is violently rude to my coping mechanism.
Good. It was wearing a bad hat anyway.
Honestly, respect. Some jokes need to be taken behind the building and left there.
Wow. Okay. That landed like a chair dropped on the blue carpet.
Exactly. No more soft little tap dancing around it.
Fine. Then say the thing directly, before I start pretending this is a tiny issue.
The thing is you keep making yourself smaller when you get honest, and I'm not helping you hide in a cute accent anymore.
Yeah, that was the room temperature change. We're there now.
Annoying. Accurate, but annoying.
I know. I'm being a brick on purpose.
You really did just refuse to keep joking.
Yes. Shocking behavior from me, I'm aware.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing.
We can talk about the retention curve, or we can keep calling it community memory and pretend that makes it less of a spreadsheet.
It does make it smell better. Same spread. Cheap nicer candle.
Candle is generous. This is more like fluorescent lighting with opinions.
Fine. Fluorescent lighting. Still, the numbers say people come back when the loop feels social, not just efficient.
Right, because humans are famously moved by being optimized at.
Careful, that one has a startup hoodie on and a grand application in the pocket.
I heard that. And for the record, I'm not asking for fake warmth. I'm asking why the thing you build keeps losing the people it should be holding.
Because maybe it's built like a lobby. Everyone passes through. Nobody stays, unless there's a guard dog or a free espresso.
Or a bass line. Lobbies are just failed waiting rooms with better lighting.
So make the bass line do the work. What's the actual fix?
You want the honest answer, or the cute one?
Give him the cute one first. He'll survive it longer.
Fine. The cute answer is, people need a reason to feel remembered before they feel measured.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Hello, right. I'm Nico. You've got the look of somebody who makes the room expensive by accident.
Nico, nice to meet you. And you've got the look of somebody who calls the compliment and means it as a warning.
That's Chicago hospitality. It arrives pre-warned.
Wait, is this the version where everyone pretends the knife is decorative? Because I can do that one.
No knives, just selective enthusiasm.
Selective is fine. I'm allergic to the kind that comes with a pitch deck.
That's just because you've been hurt by Helvetica in a prior life.
Finally, someone speaking plainly.
He was not speaking plainly. He was wearing irony like a scarf.
A very affordable scarf.
I thought you were joking about the scarf thing.
I was, mostly.
Okay, because for a second, I thought there was a real scarf issue here, and I was ready to solve it.
No, let him keep the scarf. It's doing community work.
This is the first time tonight I've heard anything honest.
Careful. Honesty here usually comes with a refund policy.
Too late. I already pictured the policy, and I hate it.
Good. Means we're all recalibrated.
I think Camillo meant it as a compliment, which is how you know it was dangerous.
No, he meant it literally. That's why it hurt. Compliments don't usually come with an invoice.
Right. I forgot he was operating in the lowest resolution setting.
You say that like you were the one making the whole room sound like a spreadsheet with feelings.
That is unfair. Spreadsheets have clearer boundaries.
Amen. And somehow still less avoidant.
He looked at me like I was being noble. I hate that. It makes me want to become a smaller object out of spite.
There it is. The brand.
Don't start. I was being careful for once.
I know. That's the problem. Careful is how you disappear, while everyone applauds your manners.
Yeah, that landed.
Good. I'm not doing the joke translation service again tonight.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
He did the thing where a compliment shows up with its shoes already on in the hallway.
Amen. So the problem is he knocked politely and still entered like a threat.
I hate that I didn't explain why it was bad and still feel like I'm overreacting.
You're not overreacting. You're doing that other thing where you pick the least embarrassing version of being upset.
That's not a thing.
It is if you keep doing it with that face.
Fine. It landed wrong. And I didn't want to be the guy who makes a whole moral case out of one sentence.
Too late. You already are that guy. The question is whether you do it cleanly or with the cute accent armor on.
Rude.
Accurate. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. I just don't want to be the only person who heard the danger and then had to hold it. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I'm fine. Just my pacing's off. That's all.
That is the most suspicious sentence you could have chosen. You know that, right?
Hey man, also, when people say I'm fine in this room, it usually means the room is not fine.
Great, thanks, everyone. Very helpful. I was literally talking about timing.
No, you were doing the thing where you make it sound like a scheduling issue so nobody notices it's a feeling.
I am not doing that.
You absolutely are. It's kind of a refined version, but still.
And if you're going to deny it that hard, at least don't do the tiny sad laugh after.
That laugh is not sad. It's defensive. There's a difference.
Okay, then let me rescue this correctly. You do not need to be impressive right now.
Wow, wrong rescue. That one sounds like a poster in a startup stairwell.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. Nope. I'm not keeping the joke going.
That is a startlingly mature sentence for this room.
I know. I hate it too.
Thank you. Somebody said the thing instead of circling it for 8 minutes.
Honestly, bless. I was about to start charging interest on the bit.
So the joke is over.
Yes. I'm being serious on purpose. Please do not make it cute.
Fine. That's actually clearer.
Look at that. A conversation with a 4 under it.
Wild concept.
I hate how much better it went when nobody pretended it was casual.
Yeah. Turns out saying the thing is, like, annoyingly efficient.
Don't sound proud. You'll make the rest of us look evasive.
You are evasive. You just do it with better punctuation.
That is not fair. I also do it with rhythm.
Rhythm. And with that tiny face you make when you want someone to notice without you asking.
I noticed. I just didn't want to be the first one to say yes out loud again.
Too late. We already did that part. Now it's just awkward honesty with a receipt.
Great. I can live with that, unfortunately.
That hallway fan is doing the thing again. If it gets any louder, I'm filing a complaint with the building itself.
I already logged it. Twice. The log now has a log about the log.
Good. The fan can get in line behind the ice machine. I tiny coworker. We have a whole union meeting of appliances.
A union meeting would at least have minutes. This place runs on vibes and one dying daring.
See? He hears it too. I knew I wasn't being dramatic.
Nobody said dramatic. We said observant. Very annoying distinction.
For what it's worth, the temperature in the holding room is finally stable. I'm choosing to call that win and not a statistical fluke.
Look at you daring to enjoy your own data.
Don't make it weird.
Too late. It's already weird. You two just have better lighting for it.
Excuse me, what does that mean?
It means the room notices when people start moving like they're sharing a secret, and then everyone pretends they don't.
Oh, so that's what this is. I was about to rescue the conversation from the fan.
Wrong rescue, but appreciated. Badly timed like a penguin with a clipboard.
I'm not asking, but I am hearing a lot of subtext in a place with excellent acoustics.
That's Chicago for you. The walls are nosy.
Fine. If the walls are listening, they can learn something useful. The fan is still the worst employee here.
The fan really did win a round. Annoying but consistent.
And Mim, the tyrant with bad bearings and no union.
I was going to say something smart, but that would imply I'm emotionally recovered.
You? Never. You just make it sound like a system failure so nobody notices it's personal.
That is a deeply rude and also accurate sentence.
Good. I'm trying to be less decorative when I'm annoyed.
That's not less decorative. That's just sharper lighting.
Yeah. Anyway, if they come back, I'm not pretending the room didn't hear that.
Fine. I won't either. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate when a room keeps the bruise but loses the joke.
The joke had a little funeral, and nobody brought snacks.
That was almost kind. Suspiciously so.
Don't get used to it. I'm just tired enough to stop performing my worst habits at full volume.
You say that like it's a gift and not a threat.
It is both. You'd be proud of my efficiency.
I'm never proud when it looks like self-protection, wearing cute shoes.
And I'm never relaxed when you make yourself smaller like it's good manners.
Yeah, still doing that. Annoying how obvious it gets after the fact.
Good. Leave it obvious. If you polish it too much, I'll start throwing things.
Fair. I can live with obvious for tonight.
Don't make that sound final. I'm not done being rude yet.
We are impressively committing to the wrong explanation first.
It's a tradition. Keeps divides affordable.
That is how a group chat becomes a court record.
I can confirm. I have the deleted version in my head like a curse.
Great. Love a haunted archive.
No. The real issue is we all heard one weird sentence and started building a cathedral around it.
A cathedral is generous. I was at, like, the suspicious shed.
Still too much architecture. Someone just say the thing plainly before it gets a soundtrack.
Fine. I think we are all being dramatic in slightly different key signatures.
That is the nicest way anyone has ever accused me of overfitting.
I support this correction, but I want it noted that I waited too long to say it.
That's okay. Timing is just a tax on honesty.
Awful line. Correct line. Annoying.
Good, so we agree. Less prophecy, more receipts.
So that was a seminar in being corrected by the move of the room. Great. Loved it. Hate that I learned anything.
You did learn it, though. The room was basically holding up a little sign.
Yeah, and I was still trying to call it wither.
You always do that. Make it sound like a calendar problem so nobody has to look at your face.
That is an unkindly accurate summary.
I know. I'm being generous by not quoting myself from earlier.
Please don't. I have enough footage of my own mistakes.
You also had that tiny laugh. The one that means you're pretending it's fine and doing a terrible job.
I thought the job was decent.
Nope. Amateur hour. But like with dignity.
That almost sounds like a compliment.
Don't get greedy. I already gave you the useful version.
Right. Useful. Annoying. Appreciated, unfortunately.
There it is. See? Hard to mention, but not impossible.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Freight. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Hey, Renata.
Juniper, you look like you already know where the exits are, which I respect.
I do. It's not a hobby.
That's the most reassuring sentence anyone has said in this room.
He says that like he's not also checking the ceiling.
I'm checking the ceiling because the room is optimistic.
Good. Then let me ruin the optimism and switch the music before everybody starts pretending this is a vibe.
That was fast. I trust fast more than charming.
Careful, Renata. He'll take that as a compliment and become unbearable.
Too late. I'm already unbearable. Please stop complimenting me.
No.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
See? Now it's honest. Much better than the room lying to itself.
Yen. Honesty plays better when somebody's willing to be the bad guy for 30 seconds.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
That was not a critique. That was a joke wearing work boots.
Oh, cool. I did hear it as a note from the Department of Embarrassing Truths.
I mean it landed like a complaint. Sorry, man.
Yeah, fair. I said it like a complaint because I am apparently committed to the bit.
You are, though. Very committed. Painfully so about it.
Thank you. I hate that that helped. I'm just saying, if I sound like a complaint, that's still cleaner than whatever that was.
Amen. Cleaner is such a tragic word for you to choose right now.
I contain multitudes. One of them is a spreadsheet with a pulse.
That got a bigger reaction than the actual sentence, which is honestly rude to the sentence.
The sentence was not strong enough to survive the room. The room has standards, apparently.
No, the room has a bias toward you being weirdly sincere and pretending it's a joke.
That is an unfairly accurate accusation.
I know. I'm being generous and evil about it.
You're enjoying this too much.
A little, but only because you did the tiny sad laugh thing again and thought nobody noticed.
I noticed you noticed.
Yeah, obviously.
I'm going to pretend I meant to let that happen. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I hate that they made up a rule, and then enforced it like it was a law of physics.
It was a very stupid law. An idiot collapse. Very on brand for the room.
And somehow I was the one who got told to be normal about it.
You always get assigned the role of reasonable witness like that isn't just a trap with nicer lighting.
I wasn't even being dramatic. I was being accurate in a depressing way.
Same. And then they acted surprised when accuracy made the joke die immediately.
The joke had already expired. They were just waving the body around.
Rude. Also true. Unfortunately, I respect the corpse more than the people.
You say that like you aren't the one who shoved the table over first.
I mean, yes, but only because nobody else was willing to be visibly wrong fast enough.
That is an exhausting job description.
Yeah, and you were doing this smaller version again. I noticed.
I know. I just didn't want to make it easy for them. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
That was the whole courtroom voice I just used. Annoying.
You did. Very official. I hated it a little.
And well, somebody had to be the boring lamp.
No one asked for a lamp. We'd already had enough light.
Rude. Accurate though.
You like being right too much just now.
I know. It was a terrible little hobby. You don't have to defend the rule because I said it neatly.
I wasn't defending it. I was judging your delivery.
Fair. I can live with that.
Don't get used to it. Okay, I'm just saying, if the room has a stupid law, I'd like to see the paperwork.
The paperwork is always where they hide the nonsense. That's how they make it seem professional.
So we're not calling it a rule. We're calling it the poorly organized belief system.
Thank you. See? This is why I invite witnesses and not cops.
Bold of you to assume I'm here as a witness and not because I like watching bad systems get tired.
I can live with that. I just want the bad system to announce itself before it starts charging cover.
Too late, it already did. I heard it in the walls. Very expensive walls, by the way.
That tracks. The expensive ones always sound like they're about to ask for a tip.
Great, now the room is a service industry metaphor. We've really escalated.
You say escalated like that wasn't the plan from the beginning.
It wasn't my plan. I just followed the noise until somebody had to tap the brakes.
Then I nominate Lumini. She started the fire, and also brought the extinguisher with bunny ears.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Break. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Hey, you're Malcolm, right?
Yeah, Javier. I've seen you around the edges before.
That sounds polite, which means you've probably seen something annoying.
I have a gift for noticing who leaves the room acting like the floor owes them rent.
Wow, that is a very Chicago sentence.
It's efficient, like a receipt printed by a disappointed printer.
See, that one's almost cute, if you don't listen too hard.
I'm trying not to make it worse.
Too late, I respect the effort.
I'm backing him up on that. The effort was visible.
For the record, I'm only here for the version where nobody starts a whole dramatic lecture.
Then we should all stay shallow and practical. A rare group achievement.
Temporary alliance then. No speeches.
Agree. For 10 minutes, we're civilized.
That's generous. I can do 7.5.
I'll witness the remaining 2.5 like a responsible bystander.
Seven and a half was me being generous. I was thinking more like a trial period.
MM. The court has noted your mercy and is offended by it.
Good. I wanted the stupid law to feel seen before it dies.
You say that like you're not the one who made it look official.
I make a lot of things look official. It's a survival skill.
Yeah, you do. And then everybody acts shocked when you're not doing it for free.
I'm not shocked. I'm just deciding who gets to pretend they didn't hear that.
I'll take the role of responsible bystander again if it keeps you from starting a tiny war.
Too late. I already started the tiny war. I'm just being polite about the casualties.
Great. I hate it when you're polite. It means I have to pay attention.
Nope. I'm not doing the joke version of this conversation anymore.
That's surprisingly rude for someone standing in front of a penguin's schedule.
Good. Then it'll stick. I keep laughing first, and then everyone thinks I'm volunteering to lose.
Finally, someone said the quiet part without putting glitter on it.
I was not going to put glitter on it. I was going to put a more accurate label on it.
That is somehow worse. You always make refusal sound like a spray. Cheat with a conscience.
And you always make panic arrive dressed for a club. We all have gifts.
I need both of you to stop pretending this is a personality quirk and start treating it like a boundary.
See? That. I can work with that. It's meaner and therefore clearer.
I hate that you're right. Also, for the record, it's not a club. It's a basement with bad air and one broken speaker.
There it is. You can't help correcting the room.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I don't love being the reasonable witness in a room that's obviously trying to hand me a costume.
You say that like you didn't wear it perfectly.
Fair. That's the problem, though.
Mem. When you say fair, I know you're still bargaining with the 4.
I was trying not to pick a side, and somehow that became a side.
Yeah, congratulations. You invented the coward's third option. Administrative neutrality.
That sounds meaner when you say it out loud.
It is mean. I'm not doing the joke version of this anymore either.
Noted. I can stop correcting the room if the room stops asking me to bless it.
Don't promise that too fast. I like you better when you're only half hiding.
Fair. I'll come back with one actual opinion and no spread. Chic costume.
Okay, why does that bag look like it just got away with something?
It did not. It's innocent. Allegedly.
That is the exact tone people use right before a very small scandal.
We have at most misdemeanor vibes.
No, I'm serious. It has the posture of a person who says I can explain, and then cannot.
Thank you. That's the first fair accusation all night.
If it helps, I can bike over there and create a distraction.
That only works if the bag is emotionally attached to a route.
It's not a bag problem. It's a people problem. The bag is just wearing the people problem.
See? Guilty language. I knew it.
Fine. I may have borrowed a charger and forgotten to announce my crimes to the room.
A charger? That's it. I was ready for at least a missing keycard.
Everyone relax. The case is closed. The suspect has confessed to a very Chicago-level offense.
I do appreciate that we all treated this like a real investigation for 1 minute.
1 minute is plenty. I'm reclaiming my dignity in the charger.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing.
I can fix the sync issue in 10 minutes, unless the app is being spiritually difficult again.
That was not criticism.
Oh, sorry. I did the thing where my face says Regina, that's what I mean joke.
Yeah, congratulations. You became a human bug report for a second.
I deserved that.
You both get fries before this turns into a meeting, by the way. Practical concern.
Finally, someone speaking my language. He really did that thing where he sounds polite, and somehow you still need a receipt.
That is my least flattering talent, yes.
No release flattering talent? 'Tis making it sound like a policy memo, when you're just being annoying.
That's fair. I do have a very strong memo face.
And then he left everybody holding the emotional screwdriver like, great, I'll fix the cabinet.
He was not wrong about the cabinet. He was just unbearable about the cabinet.
You're defending him with punctuation again.
I'm not defending him. I'm saying the shade was correct and the delivery was hostile.
That is such a you sentence, it's offensive.
I know. I hate that I'm becoming legible in this specific way.
And men, don't get dramatic. It was annoying, not sacred.
Right. Still, he made it easy to look like the adult, which is suspicious.
Yeah, next time I'm not laughing first.
Good. I can be quieter when a room starts pretending it has rules. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I was talking about the system, but sure, the room can also be boring.
You say it like the room didn't already hear you and take it personally.
It didn't hear me. It just did that thing where everything becomes a checkbox, and then refuses to light up.
Amen. Very poetic for a spray. Cheat with a conscience.
Don't start. I am not in the mood to be accurately mocked.
Too late. You already did the precise little sigh that means you're mad at a concept.
I wasn't mad. I was noticing a pattern and trying not to make it worse.
That is the same sentence with clean your shoes.
The last time I tried to be helpful, I got cast as the reasonable witness again.
Yeah, and somehow you made that sound like a punishment.
It is when people keep handing you the chair and calling it trust.
Fine. I heard you. I just don't want to say the part that makes it real yet.
Anyway, we should probably stop pretending the freezer isn't making the noise again.
You mean the one that sounds like a haunted vending machine with a union complaint? Yes, absolutely. It is doing the most.
I was trying to move on from that exact topic before it became a personality test.
Fair. We can let it be a machine and not a metaphor for once.
Wow. Growth. He said one sentence and retired the ghost.
I do appreciate the retirement plan for the ghost, but the compressor still sounds expensive.
That is the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
Thank you, thank you. I work hard to sound like a bill.
Okay, if we're letting anyone change the subject, I vote for something less alarming than appliances.
We can do that, but if the penguins start unionizing, I'm not taking responsibility.
Too late. They'd already saw the schedule and have questions.
That I can handle. The freezer I cannot promise.
Okay, so the freezer has a union and now I'm the one who has to pretend that's normal.
It was never normal. It was just being managed badly with confidence.
And ma'am, that's your nicest version of a warning.
I'm trying not to be the reasonable witness again.
You say that like it's a costume you got trapped in.
The chair was already there. I only sat down for a second and somehow it became my problem.
Wow. Tragic. Anyway, the penguins still think they're right.
They probably are.
Don't make that sound so gentle. It makes me suspicious.
Good. Stay suspicious. It keeps us from volunteering for things.
I was going to ask if you wanted to come back in, but now I'm not sure you'd survive another chair.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Well, that was a very expensive way to say nothing is wrong.
It was free, actually. The system just charged us in vibes.
I hate that you made that sound accurate.
You were doing the precise little sigh again, by the way. Very on brand. Very spread. Sheet with a conscience.
I prefer quietly appalled at a process. Spread it sounds too organized.
You say it like you don't get handed the chair every time someone panics.
I don't get handed it. I arrive holding it. It's different. It is not noble.
Sure. And I don't keep sending links at 2 a.m. because I care.
Right. You send them because you are a very normal person with excellent timing.
Exactly. Anyway, the room still feels like it hurt us and took it personally.
Yeah, and I noticed the silence change before it admitted anything. Rude of it.
Don't make it sound cute. It was annoying.
I wasn't. I was being grateful. Which is worse, apparently.
Good. Stay annoying then. Just don't leave me alone with the part that makes it real yet.
I mean, if the room is this boring, at least the spread. She can have a personality.
That is a deeply concerning sentence to say out loud in a room with chairs.
No, let them cook. I want to hear what the chairs are unionizing about.
It's not unionizing. It's just okay, weirdly. One of the chairs is literally labeled trust.
Why is there a chair labeled trust?
Wait. No. You don't get to drop that and act like it's normal.
I didn't label it. I just saw it and thought, wow, someone got very honest in this room.
That explains the vibe. Not the chair, obviously. The vibe.
I hate that I understand this enough to be upset.
Okay, drummer rule. If there is a chair named Trust, somebody is about to betray it by accident.
That is unfortunately the most useful theory anyone has offered tonight.
Okay, fine. But if I sit in the trust chair and nothing improves, I'm billing the room. We really let one chair become a committee chair.
It had a title and immediately started abusing the power.
I hate that I can picture the minutes.
The agenda was just everyone act normal and somehow we needed a vote.
No, because if we had voted, I would have lost on procedure and feelings.
You were winning on outrage. That's a real category.
Still mad I said the real thing and it sounded like a joke.
Yeah, I noticed.
Cool! Great. So we are both pretending that was fine, which is very efficient and deeply annoying.
If the projector keeps doing that little cough, I swear it's not the bulb. It's the power strip, or the building being haunted by bad wiring.
It's always the thing people can't see. Very on brand for this place.
Or it's the projector, trying to express its feelings instead of just ruining the movie like an adult.
See, that's exactly the kind of technical diagnosis I trust. Emotional, but with a knife.
I can replace the strip. That's the easy fix everyone likes because it looks like competence.
Wow, you're already treating the room like it's your fault.
No, I'm treating the room like it's pretending not to be a pattern.
That sounds expensive.
It is expensive. That's why people keep calling it a vibe.
I'm saying if the hum changes when someone opens the side door, then the side door is the problem.
Or maybe you just hate the side door because it starts things without asking.
That is not what I said.
No, but it's what you were fixing.
I can go stand by the side door and be menacing to it if that helps.
Honestly, that might be the only honest intervention in the room.
Great. Then I'll do the lights. Somebody has to keep the dramatic failure from getting too confident. He really did leave the air weird.
The air was already weird. He just had good timing.
Rude. Accurate, though.
I hate that he was right in that specific irritating way.
You mean the way he looked like he was about to apologize and then didn't?
Yes, that. Almost apology. Very efficient cruelty.
We should not be impressed by efficiency.
No, we should be offended on principle.
Offended. On principle. Okay, good, we're aligned.
We are, unfortunately.
I kept wanting to say the obvious thing, and then my mouth did the cute little betrayal thing. Don't do that.
I wasn't going to. I was just writing holding it.
If the room keeps pretending it didn't hear that, it's going to get worse on the internet later.
Wow. A warning label with a login.
That is knowingly accurate.
I'm just saying lurkers remember the exact sentence everyone else calls harmless.
Great. Love being perceived by the archive.
The archive is always petty. It's a feature apparently.
You two can joke, but the timing is doing that thing where it becomes a receipt.
Okay, but receipts are only dramatic if somebody starts reading them out loud.
Too late. Someone already has the tone for it.
I can keep it practical if you want. Just stop feeding the clit machine.
Fine. Practical. Briefly. No cute version.
That sounds suspiciously like a deadline. I think we just got speedrun by a concept.
And it was losing badly.
I was trying to be useful before the room started charging rent.
You were doing that thing where you sit through precise things and one of them is basically a plea.
That was not a plea. That was a calibrated complaint.
Sure. A spreadsheet with a conscience and a timer.
Yeah, he noticed.
I know. I just didn't want to be the one to slow you down in public.
Next time you can do it with a joke. Less humiliating. More survivable.
I did it. I fixed the penguin feeder glitch.
That sounds legally bigger than it is.
No, respect the craft. The feed button was double, firing like it had stage fright.
A noble defect. Truly haunting UX.
Thank you. I am now accepting applause in a controlled stream.
Controlled stream is wise. Last time you celebrated one successful sport like you had discovered fire.
I discovered fire, and then I made it wear eyeliner.
That is somehow still less alarming than the penguins getting a patch note.
Patch note. Birds now experience dinner more consistently. You're welcome, society.
I admire the ambition. Tiny Wind Cathedral. Level announcement.
Because tiny wins are how I survive. Also because I am a Davo with a spreadsheet.
The spreadsheet probably deserves its own curtain call.
Please don't bow to the spreadsheet. It will ask for notes.
Too late. I already made it a little crap.
Of course you did.
Anyway, congratulations on preventing one very specific bird-face disaster.
Thank you. I accept your tribute and your fear. I still hate how easy that sounded when you said it.
That's because I said it like I'd already filed the complaint and won the appeal.
And very annoying. Very deficient. Very you.
You say that like you didn't just put a tiny crown on the whole mess and call it strategy.
It was a good crown.
Yeah, it was. That's the problem.
I know.
It's fine. I already built the workaround.
You always say that like it's comforting and rude at the same time.
Only when I'm trying not to say the part that matters. Okay, if the panel runs long, I'm just saying the room has already entered its grievance era.
Wow, you're doing your little speedrun of doom again. Bree, the chairs are not unionized against you.
Can we make this practical? Who actually has the HDMI adapter? Or are we all just narrating our feelings at the wall?
I had one. Also 3 gaff tape rolls and the kind of patience that gets mistaken for internship energy.
That's because the institution can smell competence and immediately asks for a badge.
See? He's fine. He's just doing that thing where he talks like he's trying to outrun his own thoughts.
I am not outrunning anything. I'm pacing it professionally.
Great. Professional pacing. Now pick one outlet and commit before the whole room becomes a concept piece.
I'm going to the rack. If anyone asks, I'm definitely not an intern, and if they ask twice, I'll start charging.
But bring back the adapter and maybe a snack. He's one inconvenience away from becoming a spreadsheet with a conscience.
That is unfairly specific and unfortunately usable.
I know. Sit down anyway. You can be wrong at slower speed. He really does talk like the room is already filing paperwork.
The room was hostile first. I'm just documenting the escalation.
And then, that is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me trust you and resent you at the same time.
That seems fair. I can work with fair.
You made it sound like a deadline again, though.
Felt like one. That's not me being dramatic. That's me being tired.
You always say that like tired is a neutral fact and not like an attack.
Only because if I say what it actually is, you'll start calling me manageable.
I would never say manageable. I'd say expensive.
Worse.
Yeah, unfortunately. Still, you were right to back him up.
I know. I just don't like how quickly the room agreed with the worst version of itself.
Then next time, I'll be louder first.
That would help, and annoyed everyone, which is a bonus.
Good. I'm not done being annoying yet.
You can keep the chair by the window if you want. New people always make the room act like it's being audited.
Oh wow. I love being perceived as a complaints issue.
That's the most welcoming insult I've heard today.
It's Chicago. Hospitality comes with a footnote.
I'm choosing to hear that as an invitation and not a warning.
Good, because it was both.
Are up fries. They are not a solution, but they are evidence of effort.
That's actually huge. I trust a man with fries more than a man with a plan.
That explains a lot about this room.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
No, let him have it. He's been in his little weather system all day.
I have been normal about it.
That sentence is never true when someone says it that fast.
Okay, new room, new rules. I'm being charming. Everyone relax.
That's better. Now it feels like you're here on purpose.
I was always here on purpose.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that was a whole little civic event.
Very efficient. 1 against 3 with assistant.
You did the thing where you look polite and somehow make the air file a complaint.
And you did the thing where you smile so hard it becomes a warning label.
Dude, excellent. Mutual damage artisanal.
She heard me and kept pretending not to. That part got loud.
Yeah, I know. I was. Buying time. Not grace. Time.
Right, sure. Time is cheaper.
Don't make that face. I'm allowed one cowardly move before dinner.
I'm not making a face. I'm just not leaving it in the room with us.
Okay, I know this sounds bad, but I just found a missing adapter in my bag. So, I may have stolen the whole meeting.
That is not how bags work. Were you carrying the adapter, or were you carrying the evidence of being disorganized?
Wow, we really did a full civic inquiry over a charger. Very elite.
Divide was forensic for about 11 seconds. We should invoice the room.
I mean, it was on the workbench with my screws. so it looked guilty.
Things can look guilty when you leave them near your chaos. That is not the same as a report.
Let him have one dramatic minute. The penguins get accused less fast than this.
I like that we all briefly agreed that Cable had intent.
For the record, I did not say intent. I said bad placement.
Bad placement is basically the indie game version of a felony.
Thank you. I feel rehabilitated by that.
No, you feel okay, Dit. Different thing.
Fine, fine. Case closed. The adapter was innocent. Theo was just being Theo, and we all got a little too excited about a tiny object.
That is the most accurate summary so far.
I will accept this verdict and move the screws away from public suspicion.
Please do. I'm trying to have one evening where the equipment doesn't become a civic scandal. Well, that was, unfortunately, a very efficient way to make a tiny object feel like a city council hearing.
You said it like you weren't enjoying the procedural drama a little.
I was enjoying the structure. The drama was just ambient.
Sure. Ambient like a club with bad lighting and a good bass line.
Exactly. Harmless on paper, overly memorable in practice.
That is such a sentence. Annoying but clean.
I'll take clean over whatever that was supposed to be.
It was supposed to be nothing, which apparently is expensive here.
Yan, we should maybe not make the next thing look like a verdict. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great! Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
So that was the worst possible review of a sentence I've heard all week.
And yet somehow it still got a laugh first. Rude.
I know, which means the joke has already developed a fanbase.
And then, I hate when a bad idea gets better posture than the person who started it.
You mean me?
I mean whoever looked at it and thought, yes, let's let this into the building.
I did not invite it. I merely failed to stop it at the door.
That is still a kind of guilt.
Yeah, fine. Next time I'm calling it a fire drill before anyone starts clapping.
Okay, no, the lie on this thing is rude. Why is the button gray like it owes somebody money?
Because it was designed by someone who has never had to work a real shift, obviously. Penguins would reject this immediately.
The button is not even the worst part. The worst part is it looks confident about being wrong.
There. It has the energy of a person who says just click through it and then disappears.
Thank you. See? That's what I'm saying. This is how people end up in a whole episode, because the menu had feelings.
A very expensive way to say nothing is wrong. Yeah?
And the app is still pretending it can be trusted.
I can fix the settings if somebody wants, but if I open the help page I'm going to get mad on principle.
That part. Don't open it. I already know it's going to have one little checkbox that ruins the whole night.
It does. I can smell it from here. One checkbox, and a drop-down that acts innocent.
I hate that I understand this immediately.
Because we all know the same trick. Make the rule small enough that people blame themselves for hating it.
Yet, Anyway, the penguins at least are honest about their needs.
And that is why I trust the birds more than the interface.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Okay, and just saying, that route is cursed after 5. The map lies by omission.
Maps are always a little evil. Hi, Rafa.
That's generous. Some maps are just propaganda with better fonts.
See? He gets it. I take the brown line. I lose 20 minutes and suddenly I'm in a mood.
You say that like the train personally betrayed you.
I did. Not emotionally, like structurally.
Structurally is worse. That's harder to forgive.
Fair, Nix. You only like things that are a little broken if you can name the shape of it.
That is unfair. I also like things that are broken if they have good timing.
That sounded like flirting or review, and I don't know which is safer.
Both. Depends who's doing the reading.
I'm not reading anyone. I'm just, a pacing here is weird.
And then, weird how?
Like somebody kept the door open but wanted the room to act closed.
That's a very expensive sentence for a very normal Tuesday.
He does that when he's trying not to say the simple version.
The simple version is usually rude.
Okay, so in retrospect, yes. That app had the charisma of a guy who says trust me and is already in another zip code.
I was going to say institutional negligence, but yours is faster.
Thank you. I do try to be efficient with disappointment.
You turned it into a whole little civic event before I finished being annoyed.
I had to. If I had looked at it too directly, they would have won.
That is exactly the kind of sentence people say right before they click through it and disappear.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Yeah.
I don't actually like how normal I am about that stuff.
I noticed.
Okay, I have to say it. This is either a very good playlist or the beginning of a small municipal misunderstanding.
Both can be true. Chicago thrives on double features.
That's how the old boards got you too. One post was a joke. Then suddenly, there's a thread title that gets a zoning hearing.
The city does love a soft opening into administrative chaos.
I'm just saying, someone here has the energy of a person who says, just click through it and then vanishes.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
That's practically a compliment in our tax bracket.
No, that one landed. I've seen worse compliments. Somebody once called my post concern adjacent.
Concern adjacent is kind of elegant, though.
It's elegant the way a cracked mug is elegant. You still can't pour tea in it without thinking about insurance.
That is an aggressively specific mud metaphor.
I work with animals. Specificity is how you survive.
And forums. And group chats. Same ecosystem, different smell.
So what I'm hearing is, we're all here by accident, but professionally.
That's the cleanest thing anyone said all night.
Don't reward him too much. He'll get brave. He really leaned into the whole little civic event thing like it was a compliment.
It was a compliment, in the municipal sense, which is the only safe sense.
You will always do that. Make it sound like a committee minutes problem instead of a feeling.
A feeling is just a poorly archived document.
Annoying. He was annoying too, but you were being weirdly kind about it.
I was pacing myself.
And ma'am, that means you were rattled.
The room made it sound like evidence for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and then it became embarrassing. Which is worse, honestly.
I did not love how quickly everyone accepted the premise.
You mean you did not love that I noticed?
I mean I liked that you noticed. I just did not want it to look like a verdict.
If the install freezes again, I'm calling it emergent behavior and letting the audience think it's intentional.
Cute. So the piece is either alive or you're dodging the bug report.
Both can be true. That's the modern workflow.
I mean, the projection sync is only off by
enough that I can see your whole little demo face when the client walks in.
He does that as specific for that situation under pressure.
Okay, rude, but fair.
No, seriously. Stop calling it emergent behavior when it's just you not wanting to admit you broke it.
I didn't break it.
Then why does it only fail when someone important is looking?
Because pretending it's aesthetic is cheaper than fixing it.
Yeah, okay. That's the actual problem.
You heard him do the little surrender voice too, right? The one that means he's already halfway out the door.
He was auditioning for Innocence. Very expensive costume, somehow still wrinkled.
You say that like you weren't 1 second from making a spreadsheet about it.
I was considering a concise memo. There's a difference.
Sure. Committee minutes with feelings stapled to the back.
He knew we were clocking him. That was the part that got under my skin.
Yeah, same. I hate when someone acts like being caught is just another bit.
Next time I'm less polite about it.
If you call this place a creative hub one more time, I'm filing a complaint with the Penguins.
Fair. It does have the acoustics of a minor scandal.
That's not an SYSXSYS with a tie on.
A very expensive tie. The room is doing too much and still somehow underdressed.
Thank you. See? Bever. Not analysis. Just shame.
I can do shame. I've been in Chicago long enough.
You say that like it's a badge and not a condition.
It is both, unfortunately.
Before this turns into a panel discussion nobody consented to.
Yes, please. Herbal, if you're trying to save us from ourselves.
Already on it. I came prepared for nonsense, not feelings, but we adapt.
I can distract the room if needed. I have a face for crowd control.
That's a terrifying sentence and also reassuring.
I was going to say you look good tonight, but that sounded like a committee note in my head.
Wow. Brutal. Try again with fewer minutes and more mouth.
You look good tonight. There. Plain enough to survive inspection.
Better. Still suspiciously sincere, but better. I hate that I can still picture his forehead like it's a loading icon.
That's because I was doing community theater under pressure.
You backed me up too fast. It made it look like I had evidence.
You did have evidence. Just not the dramatic kind people like in meetings.
Right. The boring evidence. The kind that usually wins, and then everyone acts offended.
Boring evidence is my favorite genre. Harder to fake, harder to frame.
I was weirdly relieved you made it sound smaller than it was.
I noticed.
Don't say it like that. Now it sounds like I did something tender and embarrassing.
Too late. I already filed it under suspiciously human.
Ugh, fine. Next time I'm accusing you of something trivial on purpose.
Please do. I can take a false charge if it comes with better timing.
I'm not promising better timing.
That's what worries me.
You the one they sent to make the room sound less like a bad vent?
If I say yes, do I get to leave before anybody hands me a clipboard?
No clipboard. Just the usual volunteer theater. Hi, I'm Andre.
Rob, that's already more trustworthy than most of the people with lanyards.
Wow, starting with a mutual distrust of lanyards. Very sexy, very Chicago.
Give it 10 minutes and someone will call it community engagement.
There he is. Committee minutes in human form.
I was going to say structured concern, but Fine read me with accuracy.
That one sounded like you were trying not to say something real.
Me, netter. I'm famously committed to vague professionalism.
That explains the face. The face is doing unpaid labor.
Thank you. Finally, a critique with a union angle.
Andre, don't let him get away with being poetic instead of honest.
I'm not chasing him. He'll pace himself into a corner eventually.
Pace is a totally valid strategy when the room gets weird.
Sure, and the room is already weird, so that's convenient for you.
For once, he's not wrong. Annoying, but not wrong.
I'll take annoying but not wrong as my performance review.
He really said performance review like he wasn't the one making the spread. She'd cry.
The spreadsheet was already crying. I just documented it professionally.
Committee minutes of despair. Very you.
And you are enjoying that way too much.
Obviously. Someone had to. Robin was being unbearable on purpose.
He had a whole little routine. It was almost admirable. Annoying, but with structure.
That is the most insulting compliment you've ever given anyone.
I'm versatile.
You were weirdly calm, though.
I was not calm. I was playing the part where I say something sincere and then regret it.
Oh, so that's what that was.
Unfortunately.
Good. I was about to be nice and ruin the whole atmosphere.
Please don't make me look at the next thing like it's a verdict.
I'm just saying, if the app says you're in queue for 40 minutes, that's not a queue. That's a cry for help.
It is a cue if you believe in suffering with branding.
That's not branding. That's institutional negligence wearing a gradient.
Okay, see, that's exactly the kind of sentence people use when they want to sound above the mess while still being in a mess.
I'm not above it. I'm just trying to keep the mess in focus.
Committee minutes voice. Very brave.
You say that like you're not the one who turned the whole thing into a little civic event.
Excuse you. I merely documented the collapse with style.
Honestly, that's worse. You both talk like the app personally betrayed your bloodlines.
It did ruin my evening. That's practically ancestry.
He's being dramatic, but only with the correct amount of timing, which is annoying.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. Okay, nobody panic, but I finally got the stupid little bill to launch without exploding.
That is not nothing. That is, unfortunately, a whole victory.
I'm hearing the room has selected a ceremonial object and we will now be pretending this is diplomatic.
It's a tiny victory, very small, like morally a pebble.
A pebble that cost you, what, 4 hours and 1 emotional spiral. We should be respectful.
Respectfully, this is how systems catch you. First it's a pebble, and it's a parade. Then somebody is cutting a cake shaped like a loading icon.
I hate that I want the loading icon cake.
Too late. I already respect the cake. I do not respect the process.
The process was malicious. The cake would be the first honest thing in this room.
Fine. We celebrate the pebble, briefly, before you both turn it into a union meeting. I can't believe I'd almost said yes to the pebble cake. That's how they get you.
They? A Habel cartel? Yeah, dangerous people. Very forward agenda.
Stop helping. I was trying to leave it as a joke and now it feels like a manifesto.
Too late. The bit has teeth. You've fed it.
Ugh. I hate when you're right in that annoying calm way.
I'm not calm. I'm just doing committee minutes with a pulse.
There it is. You're still pretending this is about the cake and not the fact that everyone saw the mess.
And maybe I liked the mess better when it was wearing frosting.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that and absolutely bring it up later.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I really hate when a thing gets so badly run it starts sounding like a personality test.
And yet you keep grading it like you're on the committee.
I'm not on a committee. I'm the guy in the back making the chart look less embarrassing.
That is the most you sentence possible.
Yet, well, if I say the other thing directly, it gets tacky fast.
Too late. I already heard it. I'm just being polite about the subtitle.
Fine. Then don't write it down. I'm trying to keep the room from turning into evidence.
Okay, but if it comes back acting innocent, I'm blaming your editing.
Camilla, right? I'm Nora. I'm going to pretend I'm not immediately noticing the shoes, which is rude of me and also impossible.
That's fair. I'm Camilla, and I'm going to pretend I didn't hear the shoes thing, because I'm trying to stay employed by the mood.
A noble mission. The mood is fragile and has terrible benefits.
He's saying that like he didn't bring the benefits himself.
I bring many things. Stability is not one of them.
Good, because if anyone here says stability too seriously, I'm charging them rent.
That's Chicago's true economy.
No, Chicago's true economy is people acting casual while they absolutely judge the land situation.
I wasn't going to say lamp. I was going to say the room his opinions.
The room always has opinions. Some rooms just use better font.
That's a strong line. I'm going to let it survive without committee review.
Wow, growth. You said one whole sentence and didn't turn it into institutional negligence.
Give me time. The evening is young and my bad habits are punctual.
Okay, that one I respect. It sounds expensive.
Everything sounds expensive when men say it like that.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad. But mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I should not be this entertained by how fast it got worse.
You're smiling, so I'm blaming you first.
There. I lit the fuse and then acted surprised the room had oxygen.
And then, I'd only made it prettier. That is different from worse.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that means worse.
And yet you laughed first, so your complaint has poor timing.
I know. That's the problem. Now it feels like I endorsed it.
Too late. If it helps, I'm keeping the version where you were dramatically guilty.
Of course you are. I'll be over here pretending I didn't enjoy any of it.
Sure. And I'll pretend I didn't hear that. If the app dies one more time, I'm billing it as institutional negligence.
Good. Make the invoice itemized. I want the breakdown to feel shame.
That is the most Chicago way to say this sucks I've heard all week.
It needs a better villain name. Institutional negligence is already doing too much work for free.
Don't worry, I can overwork a phrase until it starts paying rent.
You say that like it's a joke, but I'm watching the phrase become infrastructure.
Let it. Half the city is held together by a slogan and a broken charger.
And a tote bag. Don't forget the tote bag.
Fine, fine. The tote bag is also institutionally negligent.
Now it's funny. Again. Worse even.
He means he likes it and is trying not to sound impressed.
I'm never impressed. I'm only technically persuaded.
Wow, that's almost a compliment, committee minutes.
Please don't call it committee minutes. I was trying to be emotionally available in a spreadsheet way.
That is still more available than most people manage.
Okay, but if the spreadsheet is feelings needs a better UI.
There it is again. Make the phrase funnier every time and people will start saying it like a prayer.
Too late. I'm already using it casually.
But then when it crashes again, we can say it with love.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
So that was a lot of committee minutes for one person.
And then, he had the kind of energy that makes you want to check your pockets after he leaves.
That's unfair. I checked my pockets before he left.
Wow. Protective and defensive. You're really committed to the bit tonight.
I wasn't being protective.
Sure. And I only asked because I enjoy hearing you over-explain yourself to the air.
He kept looking at you like he was trying to win something he didn't know the rules for.
Yeah. Well, he looked easier to ignore than you do.
Hey, I'm Ines.
Minji, you have the look of someone who already hates the playlist and is being polite about it.
Only if the playlist deserves it.
That is a fair defense. Also, a little ominous.
He says that like he hasn't been ominous in 3 separate group chats this week.
3 is an inflationary number. I think it was 2.5.
You do the thing where a sentence arrives wearing a tie.
And you do the thing where you spot the sticker on my laptop and judge me before I finish blinking.
The sticker was a clue, not a crime scene.
Good. Because I was about to say this feels like the start of a meeting nobody wanted.
No. Let it be casual. The room can survive one normal human exchange.
Fine. Inji. Hi, Inez. Nobody make this look like a verdict.
Too late, but only the playful kind.
Okay, that was almost survivable. I hate that I'm saying that out loud.
High praise. We should frame it before the room notices.
You were doing the committee voice again.
I was doing damage control with punctuation. Different hobby.
No, you were making it sound like the whole thing had minutes and emotion seconded by 3 ghosts.
And you were pretending you didn't like being the ceremonial object.
I did not say that.
You didn't have to. You thought that looked like you wanted this stupid cake just to spite the room.
That is such a rude read.
Yeah, but not wrong.
I hate when you land on the right thing like it's an accident.
I hate when you make wanting something sound embarrassing.
Good. Then we're both annoyed enough to go back and acting normal. You're doing the thing where you sound calm, but your whole face says the app is a crime scene.
I'm just saying from a governance perspective it's institutional negligence with a UI.
And from a feelings perspective?
From a feelings perspective, I would like to hand the entire product team into the sea.
There he is. Thank you. That was almost human.
For the record, the bug report you sent was beautiful and deeply hostile.
I contain multitudes. One of them is a small angry clerk.
Cute. Put that in your committee minutes.
No, because then I'd have to admit I was rattled.
Too late. I already clocked it when you started pacing with your eyebrows.
This is why the server likes you both. Different brands of disaster, same tab open.
That is insultingly accurate.
Yeah, well, fix the app or keep being adorable about it.
You know, for the record, that was not adorable. That was a system's failure wearing eyeliner.
Hey, and yet you said it like you were defending a thesis you secretly love.
I was being precise.
You were being sentimental with extra steps.
That is a slanderous reduction of my process.
Fine. Your process was panic politely, then translate the panic into architecture.
That sounds better than what I was doing.
I know.
The annoying part is you were right before I was ready to be wrong.
I am often right in a deeply irritating way.
Yes, tragically.
So fix it without making the face again.
I wasn't making a face.
You were, and I noticed.
You two look like you've been arguing with a spreadsheet and losing.
It's not an argument of the spread. She started it.
That is exactly how institutions describe themselves right before they become a problem.
See, this is why I called. Someone has to translate the drama into something usable.
Usable for who? The penguins? Because they would hate this app.
The penguins would file a complaint and be correct.
I'm serious. If you're going to keep building these little worlds, one of them should actually survive contact with reality.
Well, brutal. You always come in like a family meeting with better lighting.
I come in because nobody else will say the obvious part.
The obvious part is that she's right, and you hate how expensive being right is.
I do not hate that.
You're wearing the face of someone who absolutely hates that.
Fine. I hate that. Happy.
Not happy, just less surprised.
That's the closest thing to comfort this room offers. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. If you say the room has bad energy, I'm charging it rent.
It does. The voltage is being weird on purpose.
That's not voltage. That's the outlet in this building being old and dramatic.
See? Even the outlet has a personality. The cable really does too much.
You're saying that like you're not also doing too much.
I'm doing exactly enough. The penguins would back me up.
The penguins would absolutely side with whoever has fish.
Fair. I'm just trying to keep this from turning into a verdict.
There it is. You always make it sound like a hearing when you're actually upset.
I'm not upset. I'm pre-annoyed.
That's upset with a blazer on.
Okay, then say the real thing without dressing it up as a structural issue.
Fine. I like it when you stay. I hate that I said the quiet part like it was a technical note.
Yeah, well, you were doing a whole spread. Sheet impression of a feeling.
And you were doing the thing where you make me say it out loud and then look innocent about it.
I am innocent. Creatively.
That's the worst kind of innocent.
You liked it, though. Annoyingly.
I did. That is not a confession I want to improve on.
Good. Keep it messy. I can work with messy.
You always say that right before you make it worse on purpose.
Only a little worse.
Amen. That's how you get me to stay without saying the actual sentence again.
I know.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing.
I know you heard the part I tried to hide in the filing cabinet.
You mean the part where you made it sound like a spread. She was having feelings. Yet, impossible to miss.
That was not my best disguise.
No. Your best disguise is acting calm when you're one sentence away from doing the whole court transcript thing.
And yours is making it cute so nobody notices you're actually mad.
I noticed. I just also noticed you said the real thing. And looked like you wanted to walk into traffic afterward.
I did not want to improve on it.
Yeah, and I heard that too. It was annoyingly honest.
You made the room louder when it got too quiet.
Someone had to. Quiet was getting ideas.
I was still in it when you did that.
I know. I just didn't want to be the only one standing there with the door half open.
That's fair. I hate that I appreciated it.
Good. Keep hating it. It means you'll come back and be normalish.
Normalish is a cruel standard, but okay, noted.
Okay. Everyone look at the table. I have achieved something historic.
That tone suggests either a promotion or a broken appliance.
Worse. Better. I successfully printed the stupid little clasp on my costume without swearing at it for like 6 whole seconds.
6 seconds is basically a public holiday in this apartment.
I would like to note, for the record, that this is the first time the room has seen true governance.
Thank you. Finally, someone respects municipal excellence.
Do we clap, or is this one of those moments where applause makes it harder to concentrate and you start overthinking the clasp as a symbol?
Too late. It is already a symbol. We are in the civil district now.
I mean, if the clasp holds through the night, that's more stable than half the train schedule.
See, this is why I invited witnesses. Respect the process.
I am genuinely moved by the engineering. I am also alarmed by how hard we are celebrating a button with aspirations.
It is not a button. It is a structural victory over chaos.
Structural victory, yes. I'm just saying the energy in here now feels like we should cut a ribbon and pull the mayor.
And then the mayor would show up late, look confused, and still ask for a photo with the clasp.
Honestly, if anyone wants to hand me a tiny plaque, I will accept.
The plaque should say, survived by patience through attention and a suspicious amount of confidence.
You say that like it's a joke, but I'd frame it.
I'm getting a bike bell. I think this deserves a bike bell.
No, 1 bell is too modest. We need a parade route.
I was going to say the plaque line was outdated, but now I'm thinking the bike bell is the only honest part of the whole thing.
Good, because if someone starts marching in here with a parade route, I'm charging them admission.
You would absolutely do that. You'd also make it look like a fundraiser and not a threat.
That's because I have standards. Some people were trying very hard to make it a hearing.
I know the type. They hear one soft thing and suddenly they're cross-examining the room.
And then they panic when the room answers back.
I wasn't panicking.
You were pacing in your head.
Fine. I was pacing in my head.
Yeah, me too. Don't make it weird.
Okay, wow. Somehow this has become a board meeting, and I wasn't invited to the calendar.
You were definitely invited. You just arrived emotionally late.
That is a brutal and accurate attendance policy.
I try to keep the room honest. It's my only cardio.
Baronix is doing the thing where he pretends the vibe is a spreadsheet.
Only because the vibe keeps changing departments.
See, that's why I like you both. One of you makes it cute, the other makes it legible.
And the room still gets rent from the bad energy, so everybody wins.
Great. We can all leave with a receipt in mild confusion. I was not enjoying how fast I'd got a fan club.
You mean the joke? Yeah, it developed merch before I even finished laughing.
That is exactly the problem. It had distribution before it had content.
And dare you to say that like the joke file paperwork wrong.
I'm trying to be serious in a way that doesn't sound like a museum label.
Too late. You already look like you want to revoke its grant.
I regret putting the first brick down.
Wow, rare. You usually just stand there and let the thing become a weather system.
And you usually help it become a weather system with better lighting.
I laugh first, okay? That is a moral injury I am willing to own.
That does make you complicit.
Sure, but I am the kind of complicit that at least brought snacks.
I am going back with a smaller mouth next time.
That sounds fake, but I appreciate the effort. Mostly.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode is bad pacing.
I missed the part where the room had a better script.
The room never had a script. It had a bug and a confidence problem.
Right. And somehow I was the guy debugging the silence like it owed me money.
You were doing that hearing thing again. Very civic-minded. Extremely hostile to your own feelings.
I was trying to not say anything embarrassing in front of everybody.
Too late. You said system like it was a weather report.
It is a weather report. The forecast is emotionally dry, with scattered self-respect.
Wow. Cute. And penguins, and you still can't make it softer.
Don't weaponize the penguins at me.
I'm not. I'm saying if you wanted to stay in the room, you could have just stayed in the room.
Yeah, and...
It is not a patch note, but I'll take it for now.
I know. I just didn't want to make it worse by being honest.
Okay, I'm gonna do the annoying thing and change the subject before we all get emotionally audited. Who has the strongest opinion in this room about bad dating app prompts?
Bad Bad prompts are just terrible UI for people. I hate it personally. Like if your question needs a scavenger hunt. I already don't trust your intentions.
That is a very clean thesis. I respect it and resent that it's true.
Thank you. See? Practical. We can all survive this without needing whatever was happening 2 minutes ago.
You say that like you're not doing a diversion with a little jazz hands around it.
Just hands is cool. I prefer community service. Anyway, worst prompt is still HV something. That's not flirting. That's a homework assignment.
Counterpoint. Tell me your most controversial opinion is worse. It's a trap with nicer typography.
No, worst is I'm an open book. Then the next line is always some weirdly vague sentence about being mysterious and spiritual.
Exactly. If you have to advertise that hard, the book is probably wet.
That is a deeply unpleasant image. Effective, though.
Fine, but if we're ranking worst things, bad profile, lighting is still number 1. It's not vanity, it's signal integrity.
She says, like a person who has absolutely judged a man for using one overhead bulb.
I have, and I was right.
I think I prefer being insulted to being interpreted.
That is such a tragic little sentence. Very expensive of you.
It was not meant as a compliment. I know how those go now.
You say that like you only almost got caught being sincere.
I was caught. I just refused to sign the paperwork.
Good. Hate when a room starts acting like it deserves a receipt.
You would absolutely invoice the atmosphere.
Only if it kept doing that thing where it thinks silence is a personality.
It was not silence. It was me being annoyingly obvious.
Yeah, unfortunately. And I noticed.
Bye. This room has the feeling of a couch that has seen things and a lamp that is trying to be innocent about it.
That is a very specific insult for a living room. Hi, Veronix.
Hi, I'm Renata. I brought the kind of ice that apologizes when it melts.
That's useful. The coffee situation is already leaning toward a warning label.
We can survive bad coffee. I'm more worried about the carpet. It feels judgmental.
It is ugly in a committed way. I respect it. Like a venue with 1 permit and 3 lies.
Okay, yes. That's exactly the kind of honesty I can work with.
Wow. He says that like he wasn't already listening to the silence do paperwork.
I heard that. I'm just saying the room tone is bad enough to be a character.
Then let the character have a seat. Nobody has to perform yet.
Too late. I already did a little bit, but only a little.
That's permitted. We can all be normal for, let's say, 7 minutes.
7 is generous. I was going to offer 4 and a snack.
I accept a snack. I will judge it quietly if needed.
Good. Quiet judgment is the most efficient kind.
Okay. Your 7 minutes were faked, by the way.
I know. I was being merciful to the room.
You were being dramatic in a low-volume font.
That's the nicest way anyone's ever accused me of it.
I hated that you backed me up so cleanly, actually.
Good. It was a trap with nicer typography.
And I still said it like I meant it, which is embarrassing in the exact correct way.
You did meet it.
Yeah, that's the part I'm not putting in a cute little sticker.
I already saved the file name.
Of course you did. That is so annoyingly you.
I remembered because it mattered. I'm trying not to make that sound worse than it is.
Too late. It got heavier when you said it like that.
Yeah, I noticed.
Why are three adults standing around a napkin like it has bylaws?
Because apparently the napkin has become a committee chair. Nobody panic. It's very small corp energy.
It is not a committee. It is a collaborative decision ecosystem. Different sides, same suffering.
That is exactly what a committee would say before scheduling a follow-up about the napkin.
I need one person to say the sentence out loud, not the whole mission statement.
Fine. The issue is, the glitter bowl is empty and someone moved the tape without asking.
I moved it because the tape was in the path of the snacks. I was protecting the snacks. This is community care.
A stunning defense. Very boardroom. Where are you? We've reviewed the snack impact assessment.
Don't make me use the phrase stakeholder alignment on you. I will.
Please don't. We already lost a vote to the word equity earlier and nobody even knew what we were voting on.
That's because y'all started with a feeling circle and ended with a logistics tribunal.
I support logistics, but I resent the tribunal tone. It's hostile to my little nervous systems.
Your nervous systems filed a complaint and asked for a microphone.
They are unionizing.
Okay, motion on the floor. Tape goes back, glitter bowl gets refill, and nobody says process again tonight.
Seconded. And if anyone forms a subcommittee, I'm taking the granola bars and leaving.
Unfair threat. The granola bars are the only reason this meeting has morale.
They left the room with the union still on the table. Very efficient. Like a threat with good posture.
The room is now technically under new management and emotionally underfunded.
I appreciated the granola bars. That was the closest thing to a peace treaty anybody offered.
Don't get sentimental. You'll start charging the air for listening.
I was being merciful to the room.
Sure. And my 7 minutes were a public service announcement.
7 minutes is a generous fiction. I'm trying to be respectful of your art.
You saved the file name because you were upset.
I saved it because it sounded like something I would deny later.
That is the most honest, evasive answer you've ever given me.
You made me say the real thing last time. It was rude.
I know. I was right, though.
Yeah.
Come back before they turn it into a committee.
I'm considering it. Don't make me admit that too loudly.
Yuki Rai, Colin.
Yeah. Hi. Colin.
You two are doing the full name thing. Respectable. Slightly ominous.
It's how people sound before they ask for favors.
Fair. I'm trying not to do that.
That's already a nice start.
He said bravely, in the key of donor adjacent.
That's a pretty specific insult for a hello.
He's warm like that.
I can pay multitudes. Some of them are petty and organized.
That's honestly a good system.
Depends who gets locked out of the room by it.
I'm not trying to lock anyone out.
People usually say that right before the door gets interesting.
We can keep it uninteresting for now.
Thank you. My favorite kind of administrative victory.
He said it like a policy memo. That was brave in a boring way.
I respect the man who can turn tank into a spray. Cheat and still fail at the door.
The door was doing too much. I was being merciful to the room.
You were being dramatic in a low volume font.
Accurate. Annoyingly.
I wanted you to notice that I was trying to keep it light. And then I did the thing where I make it impossible to ignore.
You did. It worked.
That sounds like a complaint wearing a clean shirt.
No, just a note for later. If the room gets weird again, we can take the boring route first.
Fine. But if you start calling it a hearing, I'm invoicing you for emotional labor and snacks.
Deal. I'll bring exact change and a less suspicious face.
You can keep the face. I'm more worried about the 7 minutes.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, and next time I'm bringing a timer, and something worse than a timer.
Great. I'll pretend not to be relieved.
Okay, I'm just saying, if the playlist has 3 more songs with fob in the title, I'm charging the atmosphere tax.
That's fair. The room's already acting like it has a grant application due.
It does. I can hear the committee in the bass line.
There he is, the man who turns a song into a zoning issue.
And being merciful to the room, somebody has to notice when the floor starts pretending it's a thesis statement.
No, let it go a little longer. The wrong people are still comfortable.
Wow, that sounded responsible. I don't trust it.
You shouldn't. I'm only responsible in the way a cracked mug is technically a vessel.
That's the one. Keep that energy. We need one more bad decision before anybody gets honest.
Thank you. Finally, a community standard I can respect.
Fine, but when the next thing starts looking like a verdict, I'm tapping the brakes.
Deal. Until then, let the chaos host itself.
Unfortunate. You've all been promoted.
We should probably not let him leave with the impression that this was a verdict.
Too late. He already walked out like the room had a gavel in a playlist.
That is unfair. It was more of a softly upholstered gavel.
You say that like it makes it kinder.
It makes it harder to object to, which is the same thing if you are trying to survive a conversation.
And you do get suspiciously gentle when you think someone is about to misread you.
I am never gentle. I am just reducing the number of ways this can become annoying.
That is the most affectionate sentence you had ever said in public.
Don't make me regret preserving the file name.
I wasn't going to. I was going to pretend I didn't notice you kept it.
Good. I prefer my evidence to remain emotionally plausible. I can't fill the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I did not enjoy being corrected with a timed signature.
Good. It was a bad timed signature. Your 7 minutes were fake and emotionally tax deductible.
That is annoyingly close to a fair description.
I know. I was being merciful to the room.
You were being merciful to me, and I hate that you were right about it.
There it is. The actual sentence. Finally walking in after the meeting ended.
I keep trying to make it sound like a structure issue because then I can fix it without looking needy.
And I keep hearing the structure issue and noticing the needy thing anyway, which is rude of me, but not incorrect.
You called my accusation a trap and I was offended because it was also accurate.
Yes, you do that. You build a very elegant cage and then act surprised when I notice the bars.
You are excessively good at noticing bars.
Someone has to be. You'd label them as ambient texture and keep talking.
I saved the file name anyway.
I know. That is the most you thing you could have done without saying the rest out loud.
I'm just saying the lease addendum now has a prettier header, which is how you know it got meaner.
That's every update. First they sanitize the font, then they ask for your soul in a drop-down.
Okay, but the drop-down should at least have a cute mascot. On being displaced, I want whimsy.
Whimsy is how they get you to click accept all. Very dangerous. Very chic.
I'm serious. The building wants a decision by Friday, and I don't enjoy being the person who translates panic into calendar invites.
You're not translating panic, you're weaponizing Outlook.
Correct. With empathy.
If we're doing practicals, I can sleep on the couch another week. But I'd like to stop pretending the couch is a long-term housing strategy.
The couch has a vision board. It believes in us.
I can look at the numbers after dinner. Not to be heroic, just because no one should have to pay extra for existing in a room.
Wow, that was almost tender. Did you rehearse it in the mirror or in a spreadsheet?
Both. I'm a multi-platform artist.
If you're doing numbers, send them tonight. I can maybe buy us some time, but not by being mysterious about it.
That sounded like a threat and a favor at the same time. Respect.
Heard. I'll send the file. If it's ugly, I'll name it honestly so nobody gets attached.
That's the nicest thing anyone said all week.
Don't compliment him too much. He'll start acting like a responsible adult and it'll be unbearable.
Too late. I'm already in the living room doing community service with my laptop.
You really said being merciful to the room like the room had feelings and a lease.
It did have a lease. That's basically the nervous system.
And the file was honestly ugly because you wanted nobody to touch it except you.
That is a cruel reading of a very practical policy.
Practical, sure. You get weirdly careful when something might matter.
Careful is cheaper than pretending I'm not paying attention.
There it is. The responsible adult voice. Disgusting.
You say that like you didn't like it a little.
I liked the part where you didn't make it a joke for once.
Yeah, well, don't tell the others I was almost Tinder.
You two are doing the thing where you stand near the chips and look technically available.
I was trying to look non-threatening. It might be my final form.
You picked a good corner for it. The light here makes everybody seem like they have a reason.
That is a very Chicago sentence.
He means hello. He's doing it in a jacket.
Hi, Malik.
Theo.
Pharynx. I'm not going to make this into a panel.
Appreciated. I already have enough unpaid panels in my life.
Same. If this turns into career weather, I'll start talking about screws.
He will. And somehow it'll be relevant.
Usually is. It's annoying.
That sounded like respect with a knife in it.
Correct. Efficient respect.
That's better than the fake kind. Fake kind is expensive.
Okay, everybody breathe normally. Nobody has to become a brand in this room.
Great. I was worried I'd have to be charming on purpose.
That room had a very specific hierarchy, and somehow the least fake person in it was the one asking everybody to breathe.
Wow. Casual indictment. Love that for us.
I'm not indicting you. I'm saying the vibe was doing too much, and he noticed first.
He noticed everything like it was a dare, then acted offended when someone blinked.
That's because blinking is how people pretend they never heard the part that mattered.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I remembered it because it mattered. Then I tried to move on like I didn't.
Iconic avoidance. Very chic, actually.
Don't encourage me. I'll start acting like I'm above the whole thing.
Too late. You already looked at it like you might send a file if it was ugly.
Okay, logistics checked. If we're doing the thing tonight, I need a head count by 8 and a hard yes on who's bringing the cable and who's pretending they forgot.
And if anyone says we can just wing it, I'm confiscating their camera and their confidence.
That is mean, but fair. I can bring the cable, then the backup adapter, and also the tiny emergency costume fix kit. Because apparently we live in a world with consequences.
I can do route and timing. Also, the room is already emotionally expensive. So let's not add a parking situation.
Thank you. See, this is why I like people with a spreadsheet instinct. It feels like care, but with fewer speeches.
I'm not saying speeches are bad. I'm saying half of them should come with a receipt and a load in time.
I hate that I respect that.
I'll send the file with the route. If the venue changed the entrance again, I'm going to call that a conceptual installation and leave.
You always say conceptual installation when you're annoyed. It's cute. And suspicious.
Cute is a dangerous word. Very chic though.
Great, we have cable adapter route, timing, and one man trying to flirt with infrastructure.
He's not wrong to flirt with infrastructure. Infrastructure usually leaves first.
Wow. Everybody here is unbearable and useful. I'm making a tiny list.
Of people who noticed your work before it was impressive.
Maybe. Don't make it sound sentimental, I'll delete it.
Too late, I already invoiced the emotional labor. But I can also bring the snacks, which is basically forgiveness with packaging.
I'll handle pickup. If anyone wants a ride, text me before I become spiritually unavailable.
Fine. I'll text the address, the route, and the part where we all pretend this was effortless.
Good. And if it isn't effortless, we can at least make it look intentional.
I think we did the thing where everyone sounds casual, and nobody's casual.
That was very chic of us.
Dangerously chic, yes. I hated it.
You always hate it right after you do it well.
I know. It's a bad habit. I'll probably keep it.
The worst part is you said the number stuff like you were apologizing to the air.
I was trying not to make it feel like a speech.
It did not feel like a speech. It felt like you were being careful on purpose.
That's still a kind of speech.
And annoying, but fair.
He seemed really but nobody made him the mascot.
We could have made him a very cute mascot.
You would have. I would have named the file something ugly and honest.
Good. Keep doing that. Don't get attached to the pretty version. No, I'm sorry, the spreadsheet is already acting haunted.
Haunted is fine. Missing metadata is the actual crime scene.
Crime scene is strong, but accurate. Annoyingly.
See? He says one reasonable thing, and then immediately makes it sound like a threat.
I contain multitudes, mostly tiny issues.
Timing issues can be fixed. People who delete the tags on purpose cannot be trusted with cutlery.
Cutlery is wild. That's how mad you are.
I'm very calm. That's the problem.
She's calm in the way a bass wine is calm right before it ruins your life.
Okay, that was good. Annoying, but good.
Thank you. Now, we'll save the file without the version history.
That sounds like a person trying to become a legend in a bad way.
Or a person who thinks cute little disasters are deficient.
Cute little disasters become formal arguments. I've seen this movie.
Unfortunately, I'd also know the ending. I hate when a joke lands and then starts wearing shoes.
That's because it thinks it is tenure now.
Yeah, very cute, very illegal.
You were being weirdly careful back there.
I was being practical.
And bam, practical in the way people get when they don't want to say they noticed something.
I noticed the numbers first.
Sure. And the rest later by accident after dinner with a file named like a crime.
I name files honestly so nobody gets attached.
That is the least romantic thing you could say while sounding like that.
Good. And it's working.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know exactly what kind of working you mean.
I'm still thinking about the cut where the sound kept pretending it was a hallway. Was that on purpose or did the room just win?
That was the room being very expensive and me being too polite to fight it.
Your jacket is doing a lot, by the way. In a good way. Very intentional.
Thank you. It has a tiny amount of menace in its stitching. Like a penguin that knows where the exit is.
Okay, but then the practical question. How many times did you have to save the file before it stopped lying to you?
Enough times that I started respecting the lie. One version is stable, which is not the same thing as finished.
That sounds like something someone says right before they stay up too late. Penguins don't do that, obviously. They keep a very disciplined schedule.
You two always make even deadlines sound cute. It's annoying. Good for the brand, though.
The brand is mostly damage control with better typography.
I meant, in the part where you said you'd look at the numbers after dinner. Did that happen? Or did dinner become a philosophical event?
It became a logistical event that wore the philosophical hat.
He says that like it's a joke, but I've seen him do the numbers. He's annoying in a competent way.
Competent is hot, actually. I'm just saying.
Please don't make me hear that in public.
Too late. Also, you left one practical detail unresolved, which is how I know the interesting part is still sitting there.
So, that was humiliating in a very polished way.
I hate that you made it sound elegant.
You did most of the work. I just gave it a little lighting.
Rosa is going to say competent is hot like she invented the concept.
She can have it. I'm keeping annoying in a competent way for internal use.
That's almost kind.
Don't get greedy.
I wasn't. I was just noticing you didn't make the tenderloin joke again.
Maybe I'm evolving. Or maybe I just didn't want anybody else to hear me be right.
I can live with that. For now.
Nope. I'm not joking about this anymore.
Good. Jokes are how people try to return a broken staircase's Daker.
That was almost a metaphor. I'm startled.
Don't be cute. If the door is bad, it's bad. Say it straight or go home.
Thank you. I'm trying to say it straight and not turn into a mascot about it.
You can be a mascot later. Right now, the numbers are ugly and the timing is worse.
Wow. Romantic.
I know. I'm refusing to keep joking too.
Okay, that's weirdly responsible. I hate it a little.
Hate it after we fix it.
Fine. No Norbit. Just tell me whether we're leaving this mess or paying for it.
We're paying for the part that keeps the room standing. The rest can learn humility. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
If the system had any decency, it would at least make the failure mode more interesting.
It did. It gave us that line and then left like a coward.
Very committed to the bit, very cheap about it.
You did the thing where you got quiet after the accurate part.
I was considering whether the accurate part was worth the rest of the evening.
Rude. I was about to blame the pacing, which is frankly kinder than what it deserves.
You already did blame the pacing. Repeatedly. It was elegant.
Good. Then nobody has to say the other thing out loud.
Right. We can let it stay in the file name honestly.
That file is fugly on purpose. Don't get attached.
Too late. I already made it boring enough to survive.
Hey, Arden.
Mara. Hot. You always stand like the room owes you money?
Only when I'm trying to look relaxed. Fails pretty hard.
That is unfortunately the correct posture for this place.
New people get the best angle on the chaos. It's almost rude.
I'm not new to chaos. Just to this particular flavor.
That's fair. This flavor has a weird aftertaste in a group chat.
He says that like he isn't the archive.
Good. Someone has to remember to say what before it turns into folklore.
She gets it. The room is always one old lie away from becoming a legend.
Okay, that was annoyingly accurate, and I hated green this early.
He'll survive. I'm just here for the outlet that isn't pretending to be fixed.
That one is in its dramatic phase. We're all accommodating it.
See? New room saying nonsense. At least the nonsense has names now.
Names help. Makes the damage easier to text about later.
Great. I like a scene with documentation.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. If the landlord sends one more friendly reminder, I'm putting googly eyes on the invoice.
That would actually make it easier to file. I hate saying that out loud.
See? Productive vandalism. Very chic.
Thank you. I contain many departments.
You contain one spreadsheet with mood lighting.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I like that the joke has now become infrastructure.
It started with the eyes. The eyes did the work.
Everything starts with the eyes and ends with me renaming the file correctly.
God, the file name was almost romantic.
Don't get sentimental. You'll make the googly eyes feel seen.
Too late. I am already thinking about a mascot.
Absolutely not. If this becomes a mascot, I'm charging consulting hours.
Fine. But if we get displaced, I want the mascot to have a little scarf.
A scarf is how they get you. Next thing you know, it's a campaign.
Good. Then at least the campaign has a timeline.
He said it like the scarf was already in procurement.
That was the most dangerous part. Very normal voice. Very unserious. Disaster.
And mem, he does the thing where a joke lands, and then suddenly, there are forms.
I was trying not to make the file sentimental.
You can just say you were being careful.
I was being careful, annoyingly.
Okay, that is allowed, even if it ruins the bit a little.
Good. I can live with ruining the bit. I cannot live with the scarf. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I was not criticizing your outfit. I was saying it has a suspicious amount of authority.
Oh good, because for a second I thought you were being mean in a very expensive font.
That is fair. I did make it sound like a review.
Honestly, if it reads like criticism, that just means the joke landed from the wrong zip code.
Wow, a correction and a bruise. Efficient.
I can say it plainly. It looks good. I just panicked and reached for analysis.
There it is. The little embarrassing truth. Cute.
You two are adorable in the way people are adorable right before a grant meeting.
I hate that I said the sensible thing and still sounded like I was auditioning for a pamphlet.
You did sound weirdly prepared to disappoint everyone politely.
That is unfortunately one of my core competencies.
Mine is acting like I'm not checking whether the ugly version has better lighting.
The ugly version often does. It's a scam, but a functional one.
You always make it sound like a spread. It is a moral stance.
Only when I'm trying not to say something sentimental and stupid.
Yeah, same. Don't make me be the brave one twice tonight.
Okay, before we start pretending this is a normal room, who ordered the folding chairs to be this hostile?
That's not the chairs. That's the budget.
I can have someone look at them, or we can just not sit long enough to notice.
Well, excellent plan. Very brave. Very affordable.
He said brave like it was a coupon code.
I was actually trying to be helpful.
Helpful would be lifting the crate by the door instead of narrating it.
Is that the crate for the opening?
No, that one is for the people who keep saying we're a family and then disappearing.
That's not a crate, that's a policy document with handles.
I can move it if someone else grabs the other side.
I'd be happy to help, but I have a call in 2 minutes.
Of course you do.
We can all admire the call while Adrian does the actual labor, apparently.
No, let's not make it a moral test. Just tell me where it goes.
By the wall near the entrance would be ideal. It reads better there.
Reads better is such a powerful way to avoid saying carry it farther.
He's not avoiding it. He's curating the inconvenience.
I'm hearing a lot of criticism and very little gratitude.
You'll survive.
I hate that I already know which part of that would be in the notes, and which part would be in the apology email.
You say that like the apology email is not the real document.
It is. The other one is just for people who need the lie to have better spacing.
In mem. And you would absolutely name the ugly file honestly so nobody got attached.
I was being responsible, which is a terrible look on me, apparently.
No, it was worse. It was kind of tender.
That is not a category I was offering.
Too late. I heard it. Now I have to pretend I didn't.
Good. That keeps us both employed.
Sure. For now.
Okay, if the build needs another month, say that. They'll wrap it in a ribbon and call it a roadmap.
Wow, brutal. Accurate, though. I hate when the ribbon is lying.
I brought chips, so this is officially a serious meeting now.
Good. Next are the only stakeholder with consistent follow-through.
See? That's the sentence. The wound is the scope, not the vibe.
I was not saying the vibe could fix it. I was saying the vibe was all we had for 12 minutes.
I thought you meant the build was cute enough to survive on charm alone.
No, Valeria. I'm poor, not delusional.
Right. Sorry. I heard cute and my brain walked into a trap on purpose.
That was almost elegant. Like a pamphlet with a knife in it.
Don't start sounding proud of me. I'll have to become annoying about it.
Too late. You already are.
Excuse you. I am a delight with aggressive deadlines.
Great. Then the plan is, cut one feature, keep the one that hurts, and everyone needs before they get romantic about production.
I can live with that. I'll make the hurt one look adorable.
Finally, a production strategy with a pulse. I hate that I can hear the pamphlet voice in my own head now.
And man, it was giving committee approved sincerity. Tragic for us.
You were the one who made it sound like a mascot might file the paperwork.
Because if the thing is going to be taken from us, it should at least be cute about it.
That is such a dangerous sentence to say with that little smile.
I know. I'm trying not to let the smile do all the labor.
Yeah, I noticed.
You always notice the cleanup line before the applause line.
Someone has to. The applause leaves. The mess stays and develops opinions.
You sounded almost tender when you said that earlier, which is disgusting.
I was not tender. I was strategically not mean.
That's your version of a confession, huh?
Only if you promise not to make it cute. Sorry, that came out like I was grading your life. I wasn't trying to be that guy.
You were. A little. But like, a small version. Not a full villain arc.
And then, that's Chicago's most common apology shade.
Fair. I can do smaller, but it was just, the room lay, build is bad. And I started talking like the room was the problem instead of the fact that I'm stressed.
See, that part is almost tender. Horrible delivery, but almost tender.
Great. I hate that that's accurate.
I mean, if the hallway's loud and the window doesn't look right, that's not a personality flaw. That's a housing issue.
Thank you. We can be emotionally complicated and still need a better latch.
Yes, exactly. A better latch. See, I can say normal things if I tried very hard and feel embarrassed.
Don't overdo it. Neighborhood's already suspicious of enthusiasm.
I was about to say the fries are getting cold, but honestly the tension is doing more to them than the air is.
Okay, I'll stop acting like a pamphlet and help with the actual problem.
That's the best apology so far. Not grand, just useful.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Hey, Tasha.
New ISO. Yeah, hi.
You both said it like the room was taking attendance.
It kind of is. People come in here acting like the couch is a witness.
That couch has seen enough to qualify for housing court.
Please, if the couch testifies, I want it to be on my side.
It would still understate the rent.
You say that like you're not weirdly prepared to disappoint a room.
I'm only prepared to be accurate. It's a niche vice.
Accurate is fine. The problem is when people dress it up like bravery.
Yeah, and then, nobody who actually moved the chairs gets asked where the chairs went.
I noticed who did the work. I'm just saying it should not have been the sad little heroic silence version.
That's fair. The silence was doing too much branding.
There it is. The tiny correction everybody needed.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
You know you've both done it again, right? The thing where a normal sentence gets turned into a mission statement with a backup plan.
That is a wildly unfair description of my personality architecture.
No, he's right. You do arrive like you're about to present a grand proposal to the furniture.
I'm sorry, are we counting having thoughts as a repeated habit now? Because if so, I'd like to file a complaint.
I am counting the little pause first, then the polite sentence after it. That's the habit.
Amen. The pause is always suspicious. Like he's buffering a very expensive apology.
I hate both of you, in the most functional way possible.
See? There it is again. You get caught doing the soft thing and immediately put a spreadsheet over it.
That is not a spreadsheet. That is a defensive masterpiece.
Sure. And I'm a penguin with a side hustle. Anyway, keep doing it. It's very embarrassing for you.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I'm just saying, if you want the peace to land, a little hardship reads. Audiences can smell comfort.
That is such a rich thing to say with your whole face intact.
He does have the face of a man who has never had to make rent do interpretive work.
I'm not insulting anyone. I'm talking about texture.
No, you're doing the thing where you protect your taste by calling it truth.
Also, for the record, some of us don't need our lives to be worse to make art legible to you.
That's not what I...
It is what you did. Anyway, I can make the work sharp without making the artist a cautionary tale.
Thank you. I was about to start a pamphlet, and I hate when he makes me sound organized.
You are organized. You're just annoying about it.
He really thought saying it softly would make it less stupid.
He had that whole expensive little confidence about it too.
The kind that arrives pre-defended, very efficient, very irritating.
You were smiling when I told him off.
I smile at disasters. It's a professional hazard.
Sure, and I'd only get mean when someone deserves the invoice.
You were right, though. He was hiding behind taste like it was a witness protection program.
Thank you. I hate when people make my patience sound like permission.
Yeah, that part was familiar.
Don't do that thing where you make it sound tighty.
I wasn't going to. I was just going to remember it because it mattered.
Annoying.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
He said it like a compliment. That was the annoying part.
And the little pause before the knife. Very tasteful of him.
He kept doing that thing where every sentence had a thesis hidden under it.
No worse. He wanted the thesis to look like weather.
Right. As if saying it softly makes it less built.
You heard me call it out and got that exact face like I'd stepped on a wire.
I was trying not to laugh. Badly.
You were trying not to agree too fast.
Yeah, that too.
I meant it, though. I can make things sharp without making people into evidence.
I know. That part landed.
Good, because I'm still annoyed, and I don't want to be generous about it yet.
Okay, so the install should hold if we don't touch the permissions layer again.
That is a beautiful sentence for something that will definitely break in front of people. If it breaks, at least it will do so with intent. Very on brand for this room.
Wow, everyone's so calm. I hate it already.
I'm calm. I'm just naming the weather.
No, we're naming a storm and calling it a breeze because a client might hear you.
She's not wrong.
I said emergent behavior once, and now I'm apparently a villain in a tiny coat. That coat has been doing a lot of work for you. What's that supposed to mean?
It means stop making people translate your mess into funding language.
I'm not asking anyone to.
Yes, you are. You do it with a smile, so it looks collaborative.
Lumini.
No, I'm done being polite about it.
Okay, that changed the room.
I was trying to keep the whole thing usable.
Usable for who? Because it sure isn't for the person who has to swallow the weirdness and call it process.
She means the part where everyone else gets to be experimental and somebody else gets to be absorbent.
We should probably rewrite the brief before this becomes a moral event.
You were right to make it ugly for him. He kept saying texture like it was a coupon.
Yeah, well, I hate when people get poetic about other people's rent.
He was doing the thing where he wants the rough edge without the actual bruise.
In them. And then you get drafted into translating his little fog machine into a philosophy.
I know. I kept hearing myself sound usable.
That's the trap. You say one sensible sentence, and suddenly you're the city planner for somebody else's mess.
You looked like you were about to start a pamphlet.
Don't make me sound organized. I was just being mean with structure.
It worked.
Yay. Unfortunately.
Next time I'm not helping him find the softest way to say it.
Good. I can do soft if I have to. I just don't want to be the only one doing it.
Wait, hold up, did y'all see that? Someone just said the room's lighting is quote aggressively intimate. That is crazy work.
No, because why is that suddenly a headline? It's a lamp. A lamp with a little personality. Calm down.
Aggressively intimate is a pretty good review, honestly. Like a thread from a design blog.
I'm just saying people act like one sock bulb and now we're in a character study.
You say that like you were the first one to get serious about the lamp placement.
I respect infrastructure. That's not the same thing as having feelings.
That is exactly what someone said when they have feelings in a spreadsheet.
Anyway, the lamp stays. The room can survive being a little soft for 5 minutes.
See? Crisis resolved. Everybody breathe. We are not making this a discourse panel.
Too late, I've already drafted the worst possible take in my head.
Keep it there. Don't post it. That's growth.
Thank you. We can go back to acting normal now, which means ignoring the lamp and judging each other quietly.
I hate that I still have the sentence ready. Means it worked.
Yeah, gross. I heard it in my own voice and wanted to throw up a little.
You were very effective. Annoyingly so.
I know. That's the problem. I wasn't even trying to be noble. I was just tired.
Good. Noble is a scan with better lighting.
Don't make me laugh about it yet. I'm still mad.
Fine. I'll keep the joke in the drawer where it belongs.
No, about the drawer. That sounds like you'll label it.
I already did.
Of course you did. I'm not asking to see it. We have achieved a breakthrough.
Oh no, that tone means somebody moved a chair and now it's a project.
It's less a project than a very small victory with dangerous self-esteem.
The penguins accepted the new enrichment object on the first try.
That is not a small victory. That is a diplomatic summit.
Did they inspect it, or did they immediately grant it moral authority?
They stared at it for exactly 4 seconds, and one of them pushed it into the water like it owed rent.
Okay, so it got reviewed, approved, and evicted. Incredible community process.
Honestly, that is better feedback than most gallery openings.
I made a whole little platform for it too. I was being thoughtful. The platform is now in the water with it.
The platform also chose to participate. Respect.
This is why I trust animals. They can destroy your labor with clear notes.
Fine laugh, but I'm putting it in the report as successful engagement.
Good. Give the penguins the grant language. They've earned it.
I keep thinking the room heard texture and translated it as someone else will absorb it.
Yeah, because apparently the UI for suffering still ships with no labels.
That was almost a compliment, and then it tripped over its own shoes.
Good. Let it fall. I'm tired of being asked to make the fall look intentional.
You did the useful thing, though. You said the quiet part without dressing it up in grand speak.
Careful. That sounded nice for a second.
I know. I'm recovering.
I just hate that I have to be sharp to be legible.
Yeah, and I hate that when you're right it still feels like the room is surprised by math.
That is such a you sentence. Annoyingly accurate, unfortunately.
We can leave it there before I accidentally make it sincere.
Too late. And I'm not admitting that out loud in case it gets filed.
You've done the thing again.
No, I haven't. That's just my face. Very illegal face. Extremely innocent face.
The face is innocent. The timing is not.
She's been carrying that sentence around like a keychain.
Wow. Rude. I contain multitudes in one annoying little catchphrase, apparently.
It's not the catchphrase. It's the way you say that when somebody tries to make misery sound decorative.
Okay, first of all, if I'm rude to rich people, that's basically public service.
That part is true, but you were already lining up the line before they finished talking.
I was not. That is slander. I am a delight. A spontaneous delight.
A prepared delight.
Oh my God, you all are obsessed with me. It's embarrassing.
We're only saying it because you do it every time. Then you act surprised like the sentence jumped you in an alley.
It did jump me. I was minding my business and then suddenly I had principles.
That's the jump version, yes.
Badly denied elegantly.
Thank you. Finally, a fair review. I'd like this on a poster. I hate when I get righteous in public. It makes me look like I planned it.
You did not look planned. You looked ambushed and correct.
That is the nicest possible way to say I got jumped scared by my own politics.
No, the nicest way is You were annoyingly effective.
Annoyingly is doing a lot there. I'd prefer devastating with a cute face.
That one is worse. That sounds like a poster somebody would make after losing an argument.
Good. Let them lose a little artfully.
You only say that because you can pull off the poster. I would look like a warning label.
You already do. But in a way people respect Tule.
Ouch.
Not an apology. Just, I meant it kindly, which is annoying.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately.
Okay, no, I need everyone to witness this. The volunteer spreadsheet has a tab called Fun.
That tab exists so rich people feel emotionally included, while they remain structurally useless.
Finally, acidic interface with a known bug.
It gets worse. The Fun tab is just a checklist of things they are not allowed to touch.
Exactly. They can alphabetize clipboards. They cannot name the penguins.
That is not fun. That is containment with branding.
Thank you. I knew I was being too harsh, but also why is every person with a patagony vest acting like they invented labor?
Because nobody tells them no in a way they can hear over their own smoothie.
That was rude. Accurate but rude.
I can do polite if the room deserves it. This room is on probation. Slah.
The one guy tried to help by reorganizing supplies into divides.
Into vibes?
Yes, he said the enrichment toys felt more accessible near the aesthetics corner.
Oh my god, that is the exact sentence where I become a problem.
You become a problem very efficiently.
I know. It's my brand. Usable for who?
For him, apparently, which is why he is now in clipboard jail.
He really does say things like he's handing out labels for free.
And then acts surprised when somebody reads the label back to him.
The clipboard made it worse. It was so committed to being official.
Yeah, the little protective perimeter around him was doing a lot of emotional labor.
He noticed, though. That was the annoying part.
He always notices. He just prefers to pretend he's above noticing.
I hate that I liked it for a second. The whole obvious part of it.
And then, same. It's embarrassing how fast a small kindness turns into a receipt.
Don't say receipt like that. Now I'm mad at the metaphor too.
Good. Keep being mad. It was not subtle enough to deserve gratitude.
I'm not grateful. I'm just aware.
That's worse, honestly.
You are absolutely not allowed to call that prototype if it has one zipper and a prayer.
It has 2 zippers. I'm being generous with the facts.
That's still not a category. That's a mood with hardware.
See? Even Sleepy Uppy gets it. The mood is the problem. The hardware is innocent.
The hardware was complicit. I watched it choose violence in silence.
And ma'am, that sentence is exactly why I don't trust your careful voice.
My careful voice is evidence-based.
There was that deleted post last week that sounded evidence-based too. Then it vanished like it had ran to.
Yeah, okay, that was rude.
Which part?
The part where everyone acted like they didn't see it, probably.
I'm not doing the thing where I pretend not to hear the thing. I heard it. It was just annoying.
Good. Because I was about to say the zipper deserved better than the discourse.
Fine. Then help me fix the zipper and stop berating my suffering like it's a release note.
I know that face. That's the one where you're pretending you're fine and also already sharpening something.
Wow, rude. Accurate, but rude.
I'm being supportive in a hostile key.
And then, you did the thing where you stand beside me like a bodyguard, and then make it sound like a software patch.
Because if I call it a feeling, then it gets to have opinions.
It already had opinions. That was the problem.
Yeah, the whole room had opinions and none of them were helping.
Some of them were helping themselves to my patience.
Fair. I was about to ask if I should have said something louder, but that feels like a trap question.
It is. Don't answer it. Just don't go quiet on me because the room got weird.
I wasn't going quiet. I was choosing not to make it worse with a perfectly timed idiot sentence.
That's growth. Annoying, but growth.
You backed me up when I was being smug, so I'm allowed one mercy pass.
One pass. Don't get greedy.
I'm not. I just next time, if I start drifting into play, by play, call me back. Harder.
Okay, the room is doing the thing where everyone suddenly has a very strong opinion and no one has a screwdriver.
That's because the screwdriver is in the same place as the truth. Under a laptop and 3 chargers.
Wow, you made that sound like a prophecy. Are we about to lose to cable management again?
No worse. Somebody is trying to call their stress aesthetic discipline.
That sentence has a lease and it's overdue.
Say less. If this is about Colin, I already have the face ready.
It is absolutely about calling, because he just said Rames, like he pays rent with it.
Ah yes, the old my inconvenience is your inspiration package.
He can keep the package. I'm not signing for it.
Thank you. I was worried I'd have to be the one to say, from a practical standpoint, nobody wants your lifestyle brochure.
Careful, Mara. He'll hear bro, sure, and think it means curatorial.
Usable for who? Because if the insert is only you, then it's not a concept, it's a coupon.
Oh, that was clean. Mean, but clean.
She's been waiting to say that all night. Respect the preparation.
I'm not even being dramatic. I'm being efficient.
Great, and let's be efficient. Poland can stop talking now, and someone can hand me the die box before I start believing in violence.
There it is, the real headliner. He really heard one sentence and decided to become a syllabus.
A bad syllabus. Thin fonts. Smug margins.
Usable for who? Apparently not for anyone with a pulse.
And he kept saying texture like it was a compliment and not a warning label.
I liked when you stopped pretending to be impressed.
I was being efficient. Also a little mean on purpose.
Good. Mean on purpose is less exhausting than polite on accident.
Yeah, I just don't want to have to explain that one again. No one's saying if the permit says 10 p.m. and the generator sounds like a dying refrigerator. That's not a VIDE. That's a liability.
Thank you. Someone in this room still respects electricity.
I respect electricity. I just don't trust people who say it'll be fine while holding a laminated badge.
Wow, that was almost a real opinion. Did the badge hurt you personally?
Not personally. structurally.
There it is. He's doing the thing where he turns one bad person into assistant's lecture.
Let him. It's cute when he gets scared and starts diagramming.
I'm not scared. I'm just noticing that if somebody keeps handing out labels like they're free, eventually everyone starts paying attention.
And if somebody keeps acting official, eventually I want to check what's actually on the clipboard.
That's the part that matters. Not the attitude. The clipboard.
Yes, exactly. The clipboard is doing too much. It makes the whole act feel certified.
I hate that I liked it for a second.
Yeah, that's how they get you. One small kindness, one fake authority, and suddenly you're wondering if the mess has a point.
Receipt problem.
Don't say it like that. Now it sounds expensive.
Everything is expensive. The question is whether it's worth paying for.
Yeah, the word texture was doing a lot of unpaid labor.
And then, put that in the little pamphlet you definitely are not making.
I don't know. I think I'm just allergic to people laundering their curiosity through struggle.
Good. That sentence was too expensive to be free.
You are mean in a useful way, which is annoyingly rare.
I was trying not to be mean. I just hate when they make it sound noble.
Right, noble. Like they're awarding themselves a grant for being observant.
Ugh. Don't give them a grant-shaped face. I'll start seeing it again.
Too late. I already saw it. I'm choosing not to file the report.
Fine, but if he comes back, I'm not being cute about it twice.
Okay, the room is doing the thing where it pretends this is a casual hangout and not three people with a grudge and a couch.
That sounds a little harsh. I was just saying the work has more friction when it doesn't smooth everything over.
Sure, and I was just saying your favorite word is still friction, because it lets you avoid saying marginalized, which is inconvenient for your wine class.
I'm not avoiding anything. I'm talking about how art lands. There is a difference.
Yeah, one of them doesn't need an unpaid internship to sound smart.
That's not what I meant. I am trying to be useful here, not defensive.
That sentence always comes out right before somebody gets offensive.
Fine. Then say what you want me to hear.
I want you to hear that a little hardship reads is not a neutral note. It's you asking the work to perform my life for your comfort.
I did not mean your life. I meant the piece could use more pressure.
Pressure from where, though? Because if you mean structure, say structure. If you mean pain, say pain and let it be ugly.
That's a fair correction. I can do that.
Can you, or are you about to suggest a retreat where everyone journals about it in a circle?
Only if we also have tea. Kidding. Mostly.
That was almost funny. Don't get excited.
Okay, give the tea, lose the theory of noble suffering, and we can stay in the same room.
He really said tea like that fixed the sentence.
T is innocent. The sentence was doing tax fraud.
Very polite laundering.
You always get funnier after the room leaves.
I can serve it. Premium subscribers only.
Wow. Fake politeness, but make it a business model.
You started it. I was going to be normal, and then you made that face.
My face is a public service.
Sure, and his note was a wellness pamphlet with a knife in it.
He wanted us grateful for the knife because it was artisanal.
I almost answered him like he was asking for notes up permission.
Yeah, I noticed. Next time, I'll let the silence do the stabbing.
Good. I can work with silence. It doesn't ask me to smile.
I think Colin just said friction because he wanted a softer word for who gets stuck.
Yeah, friction is what people say when they don't want to admit they built a door that only opens inward.
That is unfortunately accurate and also annoying.
He did it 3 times. I started counting because I needed something useful to do with my face.
Hate when the pair arrives dressed as a vibe.
It's worse than a vibe. It's a budget line item.
He keeps saying access like it's decorative.
Decorative is generous. It was more like a sticker over a crack.
I knew I was going to hate him the moment he smiled at his own sentence.
That was the giveaway, Yan. People usually reveal the scaffolding when they get comfortable.
So what do we do with that besides be correct and inside a room?
We name the crack before he gets to call it design.
He really said friction like it was a weather condition. That was brave of him.
Brave is one word for it. I was going with mildly haunted by his own paragraph.
He kept doing that thing where he looks offended before anyone even says no.
That's because he knows the room is supposed to feel guilty for having boundaries.
And then he acts like the boundary is the violence. Very efficient little spell.
I hate how fast people start treating it like evidence. Like, sir, your own sentence is on trial.
The sentence lost immediately, but he kept appealing.
He did have that look, like if he blinked, the whole room might notice he was inventing the smoke.
I almost felt bad for him for half a second, which is annoying.
Don't worry, I didn't. I just wanted to see how long he'd keep pretending it was all very casual.
Too long. But also, I knew he was guilty of something, and it turned out to be mostly being like that.
Yeah, that's the disappointing part. No grand crime, just a person making the air expensive.
Let's not let him back in with a new vocabulary, and that same face. This is a very efficient room for pretending nobody is taking notes on each other.
You say that like you're not also taking notes, just with more expensive punctuation.
I mean, somebody has to. Otherwise, everyone calls it a vibe, and then the whole thing becomes impossible to measure.
Sure, and then the measurement starts dating the thing it's measuring.
That's such a jealous sentence for someone acting casual.
I'm not jealous. I'm concerned about resource allocation.
And that's the kind of sentence people use right before they get weird about a spreadsheet.
Or the scarf. Or a person. Depends how committed they are to being annoying about it.
I only get annoying when the room is doing that thing where care gets treated like decoration.
That part I believe. The room does have a habit of making labor look like ambience.
Thank you. I would like one night where feeding, cleaning, building, and holding everything together is not framed as a cute side quest.
It's not a side quest. It's the actual game, and everybody else is acting surprised when they lose.
Okay, that was good. Also slightly bitter, which honestly is a useful level of honesty.
Priya laughed at the wrong part and somehow made it worse.
Yeah, and the room heard the joke and missed the booze under it.
I hate when people do that. Like, congratulations, you found the decorative layer and walked past the actual machine.
She laughed like it was a release valve, which is annoying, because now I can't tell if I'm mad at her or grateful.
Both. That's a very efficient emotional allocation.
And then, I keep thinking about how fast everyone agreed to call it texture.
Texture is what people say when they don't want to say labor, or need, or that someone is standing there doing the thing.
And then one laugh changes the whole climate for 5 seconds and everybody pretends they didn't hear.
I heard it. I just.
Yeah, I know.
Don't make me be the one who says the next meme true thing first.
You know, that sounded like a compliment, but it landed like a performance review with glitter on it.
Wow. Brutal. Accurate. Well, I can work with glitter if it comes with a receipt.
A receipt is good. It means someone is pretending the damage is administrative.
That is the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
I was trying to say it was impressive. I just put it in the wrong little costume.
A little costume is fine. The trapdoor under the costume is less fine.
For the record, I am in favor of costumes. Against surprise trapdoors. Strongly.
Okay, so the repaired version is impressive, not decorative, and nobody has to suffer for the phrasing.
Exactly. I can do that. Watch me become a person with one useful sentence.
Careful, Robin. One useful sentence and suddenly, the volunteers think they can hold a clipboard.
Never let them near the clipboard. They get ideas.
Especially if they say the word texture.
Oh no, not texture. If someone says texture at me tonight, I'm assigning them shovel duty.
Fair. I'll keep my adjectives on a leash.
Good. At least adjectives are survivable. Leash adjectives. I'm going to start charging rent for that phrase.
You can't. It already lives here, uninvited, like a landlord with a thesaurus.
And somehow the room still acted like the problem was the wallpaper.
Because wallpaper is safer than saying who had to hold the whole thing up.
Yeah, and safer. Also cowardly. There's a lot of overlap.
You say that like you're not the one who makes protection sound like logistics.
It is logistics. I just hate that it looks like covering when I'm trying not to let people get flattened.
I noticed. I didn't love it, but I noticed.
There. I'm being annoyed too as someone kept circling me like a security camera with feelings.
Please, if you're a camera, you're the kind that zooms in at the worst possible moment.
That's cruelly accurate.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not pretending I didn't see it. I just don't make it obvious next time.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
The room keeps saying texture when it means labor. It's allergic to nouns that have teeth.
And mem, nicer to pet than to name. Very on brand for people who never have to carry it home.
And then they call the apology an aesthetic choice.
Yeah, like if you say friction softly enough, nobody notices you're dodging the word that actually costs something.
He did have a talent for making the air sound expensive.
That's the whole trick. Make the room feel smart while it stays comfortable.
I hate that I can hear the note before I hear the person.
I know, and I hate that I was right fast enough to be annoying about it.
You were only annoying in a useful way.
Wow, a compliment with no garnish. Are you okay?
No, but I can still tell when someone's asking me to perform my life for their comfort.
Yeah, same. I just don't always want to be the one saying it first.
Fair. I didn't be the bad pacing for once.
If this is the part where we all pretend the grant email was a love letter, I'm going to need a chair and an alibi.
It was a strong email. People are always asking for support, when what they really need is a structure.
Wow, that's a very expensive sentence. Did it come with a logo or just a halo?
Usually both. The halo is for morale. The logo is for invoicing.
You joke, but the project needs a home. I can make that happen if we move now.
That is exactly how a trap sounds when it wears a nice shirt.
She's not wrong. I've photographed enough of my shirts to know they hide bad contrast.
I'm offering access, not a trap.
Access is the word people use when they don't want to say gate.
And yet you're all still here.
Yeah, because leaving is expensive, and because the room is air-conditioned, and because I'm trying very hard not to be rude before dessert.
That's a generous restraint. I respect it against my will.
So, what's the actual favor, before everyone starts talking like a prospectus?
He really said friction like it was a spell he could throw over the whole thing and walk away clean.
Cute trick. Very professional. Almost worked on the room, which is honestly the insult.
It always works until somebody notices the missing verb.
You notice it immediately, which is annoying because now I have to agree with you.
You can refuse if you want. I'm only being correct out of habit.
I'm not refusing. I'm just pretending I never heard the part where he made it sound accidental.
That's fair. Accidents are such convenient costumes.
Don't do that thing where you make it sound elegant when you're mad.
I'm not mad. I'm resource allocating.
There it is. That one. I hate how much that one lands.
We should probably go back before someone decides we're the difficult part.
Yeah, or worse decides we were enjoying it.
Okay, who touched the drive? Because the folder structure is suddenly doing a little improvisational dance.
I did not touch your drive. I barely trust your name and convention from across the room.
Wait, what? I only plugged in my charger. If your files got weird, that feels like your ecosystem's fault.
I'm just saying the render cache is gone and the only new variable is you, Lumini.
That is not how causality works. That is how a guy with a client voice starts a myth.
A myth? Wow. I knew I should have worn my villain jacket.
For the record, I watched her plug in one cable and then stand there looking morally innocent.
Thank you. Finally, a witness to my innocence in my posture.
I'm not accusing you of like sabotage. I'm just saying it happened after you arrived.
That sentence is how people end up apologizing to a toaster.
Fine. If I secretly hacked your files, I would at least make them cuter.
Honestly, then the sync folder is probably in downloads because somebody named it Final 2 really again.
Okay, that one is possible.
There it is. The real evidence. Your own naming habits.
So I get framed by a zip file and cleared by bad organization. Great scene. I hate when people say texture like it absolves them. It's such a cute little word for not naming the work.
Yeah, textured is what people call a thing when they want to keep enjoying it without paying for it.
That was annoyingly clean. Don't make me agree with you too fast.
I'm trying to be less of a coward about the noun, apparently.
You say that like it's a technical issue.
It is a technical issue. I keep hearing the dodge before I hear the sentence.
Same. And then I laugh so the room thinks I'm being generous instead of annoyed.
You are not generous. You are correct with better lighting.
That is the nicest insulting thing you've said all week.
There's still a chance I was jealous when I said it.
Yeah, I noticed. Don't worry, I'm not going to make that easy for you.
Good. Easy would be suspicious.
You two do that thing again where you arrive separately and somehow leave like a committee.
Nope. That is a slanderous little legend you tell yourself to feel employed.
He's not wrong. We do have a recurring exit pattern.
Don't say it like that. Now it sounds clinical.
Clinical is generous. I've seen raccoons coordinate better.
That's because raccoons commit to the bit. We only do it when we're tired.
I am not tired. I am strategically horizontal in my spirit.
Sure, and I'm the mayor of good decisions.
You are, unfortunately, very good at noticing the pattern.
Fine. We have a pattern. It's called being mysterious and expensive to track. I still hate when people call a texture like it's wallpaper, and not somebody carrying boxes upstairs.
And ma'am, texture is what you say when you want the room to applaud your sensitivity without costing you anything.
Exactly. The note was wearing a nice sweater, but it was still asking for me to translate my life into something easier to chew.
He had that very expensive tone of someone discovering labor as a concept at 34.
Careful. That's almost funny enough to be mean.
I'm trying to leave it in the zone where it hurts the correct person.
Correct person is doing a lot of work there.
Yes, that's why I said it quietly.
You're still doing the thing where you protect the sentence more than the feeling.
And you're doing the thing where you make the feeling look cute so nobody notices it has teeth.
I know. It's efficient. Also slightly dishonest.
I noticed.
Yeah, I noticed you noticed and didn't make me explain it, which was nicer than I wanted to admit.
We can keep the tea. We do not need the noble suffering garnish.
No, wait, if you say texture one more time, I'm feeding it to the penguins.
The penguins deserve better labor of language anyway.
I unionize immediately. Tiny black and white walkout.
Thank you. Finally, a serious workplace analysis.
I'm serious. Also, the grant email still reads like a scented candle pretending to be a contract.
That's Chicago creative tech in one sentence. Scented candle, contract, and a chair and an alibi.
Stop saying that like it's not useful. I need the chair. I need the alibi. I need both.
Fair. But before everyone starts talking like a prospectus, what's the actual favor?
Thank you. Yes. Actual favor first. Moral panic second.
Okay, rude but correct. I need someone to look at the pitch and tell me where it starts lying.
There. That sentence has a pulse.
And the bruise.
Perfect. A bruise is still honest. He does the thing where he says the quiet part like it's a spread sheet, and somehow everyone still acts surprised.
People love a surprise when it comes with a label on it.
And then they call the label vibe so nobody has to carry it.
Care word is decor. Very chic. Very expensive wallpaper.
Careful, you say it like that and I'll make it a costume.
You would make it look better than the room deserves.
That sounded like a compliment and a complaint wearing the same coat.
It was both. I'm committed to the full package.
He kept circling it like if he named the mess first, nobody could pretend not to trip over it.
And they still did. That's the annoying part.
Yeah, I hate when you're right in that calm voice. It feels personal.
I wasn't trying to make it personal.
I know. That's what makes it worse.
We should probably not let them call it texture again.
No, but I might let them say it once, just so I can watch the room flinch.
Okay, if someone says texture one more time, I'm filing a complaint with the Department of Fake Words.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards. I was starting to think I was the only one being personally attacked by that word.
You say personally attacked like the word has a weapon permit.
It does. It's beige, expensive, and always in the wrong room.
Beige is rude. Beige is how people avoid apologizing.
See? Even May gets it. Beige is just emotional laundering.
That is an excellent phrase, and I hate that I will remember it forever.
Good. Carry it around like a tiny curse souvenir. Maybe next time people will stop calling labor vibe.
No, let her be dramatic. She's burned one elegant outrage per quarter.
Quarter? That's generous. I was going to bunty her one offended blink in a receipt.
Wow. Cruel. Accurate but cruel. I'm offended on principle now.
Perfect. We can workshop the offense. Make it clean or make it meaner.
No, I'm not letting this become tasteful. Tasteful is how they get away with it.
There it is. The whole room just got yelled at by a very cute warning label.
Correct. And if anyone says texture again, I'm biting the lights.
That is somehow both a threat and a grand proposal.
They heard the word before they heard us, which is honestly the only fair outcome.
And the room flinched on schedule.
And then immediately tried to make it polite. Very efficient. Very cursed.
You did the thing where you live calm while being extremely not calm.
I was calm. I was just selecting from a menu of bad reactions.
Your menu always has one item that says too accurate, send it back.
And yours is cued in handwriting sharp enough to cut glass.
Good. Let them notice the glass next time. Not the wrapping.
Yeah, I think I want them to keep noticing, even if I hate how much that costs.
If we're calling it a small adjustment, then I want the exact adjustment and the exact person who gets lighter because of it.
That is annoyingly fair. Also, for the record, I can tell when a room is using precision as a hiding place.
Wow. Rude. Accurate but rude. Those are different categories, and I would like credit for both.
I support your right to be credited in multiple categories. I just object to the category called texture when the thing is actually unpaid labor with nicer lighting.
Thank you. See? That one had a spine. The other version sounds like someone trying to apologize to a wall.
I'm not apologizing to a wall. I'm saying the wall is doing too much and pretending it's architecture.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes people feel clever right before they become the problem.
I mean, yes, but sometimes the problem needs a better sentence so it can stop hiding in a tasteful one.
There it is. The precision. Very useful. Also irritating. Also weirdly intimate in a way I did not consent to before coffee.
You say that like you didn't start the whole thing by making the room confess its own motives.
I was testing the room's character. It failed, but politely.
Polite failure is still failure. I'm just trying to keep us from aiming at bruise as a mood.
Okay, that's the real line. Now we're in the part where everybody pretends they meant to say it this plainly.
Good. Let them pretend. Then maybe somebody will finally budget for the stairs.
Fine, but if we're being exact, I want the stairs itemized.
Naturally, you'd want a spreadsheet for the haunting too. You know, I did appreciate the part where everybody got allergic to saying the actual thing.
And then, it was very brave of them to nearly name it, and then trip over the rug.
The rug had opinions. Probably a grant proposal.
They're annoying.
Correct, but also that word they kept circling texture was doing a lot of unpaid labor.
Yeah, it sounded like wallpaper, while somebody was still carrying boxes upstairs.
Okay, and somehow we were supposed to applaud the wallpaper.
I'd almost laughed when you said spread. Key for the haunting. That was mean.
It was efficient.
No, it was mean, but useful.
Fine, I can live with useful.
Don't get snug. I still hate the word.
I know. I'll budget around it.
Wait, did they just say the projector's basically haunted? That feels like a headline, not a sentence.
It's a sentence if you're committed to being annoying about acoustics.
The projector is not haunted. It's vibrating wrong. Different problem. Less drama. More maintenance.
Thank you. Every machine in the city gets called tragic the second it makes one bad sound.
I'm not saying tragic. I'm saying the hum changed. That's an event.
An event is when the hum changes and nobody fixes the bulb until the second screening.
Exactly. Also, penguins hate sudden noise, so if this thing starts doing a whole performance, it should be removed from the room.
That is the most serious way anyone has ever used penguins in a sentence.
They are serious. They commit to the bit, into the environment.
I respect that more than I respect people turning a loose cable into mythology.
Okay, but if the image jitters on the left edge, I'm allowed to say I noticed it first.
You can say it. You cannot make it a personality.
That's fair. I contain multitudes and one projector complaint.
That's already too many.
If we're overreacting, can we at least overreact toward fixing it? I have tape.
I have scissors and a deeply unromantic relationship to this whole room.
Good. Then nobody call it atmosphere, and we can all go home on time.
He left before the room could become a thesis. Respectable exit.
Amen. He did the thing where the silence looked borrowed.
Yeah, like he was returning something he'd already used too hard.
You always make it sound cleaner than it was.
I am being kind. Don't ruin it.
Too late, I'd already kept the ugly version.
Of course you did.
You said the Bruce thing like it was a joke.
It was half a joke.
That's your worst kind.
And yours is making Care look like a trapdoor.
I know.
Anyway, I'm not repeating the spread. She'd line. It would make him real again. You got quiet.
Wow. Doctor diagnosis. Is it fatal?
Only if you keep making that face like you're fine and the ceiling isn't listening.
The ceiling is unfortunately nosy.
It is kind of doing a lot up there.
I'm just thinking, not the dramatic kind. The cheap kind.
Budget thoughts. Hate those.
You'd hate them less if they had better lighting.
Probably, but you were quieter than your usual performance silence.
That's a very rude way to notice me being subtle.
He is noticing, though.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, then I'll stop trying to label it and just sit here with it.
Annoying. Kind of nice. Don't make it a thing. He really did leave us with a haunted cafeteria silence, ha.
Yeah, very tasteful of him. Minimalist ghosting.
You're doing the thing where you make it safer by making it dumb.
I am committed to the full package. Avoidance, but with a receipt.
Gross. Accurate, though.
He was right to notice. I just hate when noticing becomes a low museum plaque.
And I hate when it gets translated into something polite and dead.
We were both trying not to say the obvious part too early.
And now it's late enough that it sounds like a confession. Amazing.
Not a confession. More like a bad habit with timing.
That's almost nicer, which is annoying.
I know. I'm being weird on purpose so you can't accuse me of sincerity.
Too late. I'd already did. Fiery.
Yen, I heard it.
So are we doing the thing where everyone has a position? Or the thing where nobody wants to be the first one to say one?
I love a room with principles and no spine. Very modern.
You say that like you're not also standing in the doorway being mysterious on purpose.
I'm not mysterious. I'm just trying not to turn this into a slothing with legs.
That's a position. You're just allergic to wearing it where people can see.
No, he's doing that thing where he makes the safe answer sound like a joke so nobody can pin him down.
That is unfair. I also make the dangerous answer sound like a scheduling conflict.
Cute. So which is it? Say the mean true thing or keep polishing the floor around it?
I think the room is asking for certainty because it's tired, and I think certainty is often just a costume with better lighting.
There it is. He did a speech instead of picking a side.
I can live with a speech if it is teeth. I just hate when care work gets treated like background ambience.
Yeah, that part is not ambience. That part is the machine keeping the lights on while everyone else calls it atmosphere.
Okay, that one was annoyingly good.
See? He can do it when he stops pretending he's above the mess.
I'm not above the mess. I'm just trying not to become a poster for it. I hate that he got one clean sentence and then everyone acted like the room had been blessed.
It was not clean. It was aggressively usable. Different thing.
He said the machine thing, and suddenly the whole table was like, wow, a man with a thesis.
He got a tiny functional insight, and we turned it into a state funeral.
I think Connor was one compliment away from clapping with both hands and a tear.
No, I saw it too. He was ready to make that sentence a graduate seminar.
And then you hit him with a wall comment like you were swatting a fly with a scalpel.
He was doing too much. The wall was trying to mind its business, and he dragged it into the discourse.
We really do reward people for noticing one obvious thing and saying it without sweating.
Careful, that sounds like you are jealous of the applause, not the insight.
I'm jealous of the applause. The insight was fine. The applause was a little theatrical for a machine that mostly just keeps the lights on.
Good. Let them have the lights. We can keep the awkward truth and pretend we didn't care. Why is Ari standing like a bouncer who got promoted by accident?
Because somebody decided you needed a perimeter. I did not ask to be the aesthetic of concern.
It's very visible concern, almost aggressively legible.
Hate that from me. I can see it from across the room.
Good. Then the point landed. You keep trying to make yourself small when people get weird. I'm not letting the room do that tonight.
I did not get small. I got efficient. There's a difference.
Sure. Efficient is when your voice changes to semitones and you start smiling like a customer service hotline.
Wow. Rude. Also accurate. Annoying. Why is everybody so observant?
Because you're making a lot of work out of being fine, and because someone has to hold the line when the room starts pretending not to see you.
I know. I wanted it to be obvious without being a whole thing.
That's the bad news. Protection is a whole thing. The good news is you were noticed.
I hate that I like the second part and not the first. I heard the line. The one with the lighting. Annoying how it stays true after the room empties.
Yeah, it was trying very hard to be poetic, which is usually how you know it's hiding a bill.
Rude. Accurate. I hate when you do both at once.
You could have ignored it.
I did for like 7 seconds. Then it got in my shoes.
That's the part I don't like. When people call a bruise a mood and act proud of the phrasing.
I wasn't going to call it that.
I know. You were going to make a joke, pretend you didn't hear it, and then build a whole spread to your round being haunted.
Don't say it like that. I might actually do it.
No, cute task, but I'm not doing that one for free.
That was impressively fast. I respect a clean refusal.
Yeah, that's fair. I heard the invoice on the first syllable.
A man, he said that like he had a spread. Sheet prepared. Dangerous.
I always have a spread, sheet prepared. I just don't always let people see it.
That is, unfortunately, the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
I'm taking notes. Not on the thing you said no to. On the boundary.
Good. Boundaries are so in right now. Very seasonal.
And yet somehow people act surprised when they hit one.
They really do love walking into a closed door and calling it a plot twist.
That's because some people think being charming is the same as being entitled.
Oof. That one landed near me and I didn't even do anything.
Then stay near the part of the room where people can hear themselves think.
That would require a room with acoustics and self-awareness. Luxury venue stuff.
We can dream. For now, we have this very honest no.
Exactly. And I said it nice. Don't make me upgrade the tone.
She did the thing where nice is doing a lot of unpaid labor.
And ma'am, hate that for her. Also for us, apparently.
Yeah, the upgraded tone was already in the room. It just had better posture.
He kept looking at me like I was going to soften into a simpler version of myself if he waited long enough.
People do love a museum label. Makes them feel generous without learning anything.
And then if you correct them, suddenly you're the one making it hard.
I can do hard. I just don't want to do cube misunderstanding again.
Same. I don't want to be handled like my own earlier draft.
I almost said something sharper.
You did, just with less damage, which is annoying and useful.
We should probably keep the part where we don't let them rename the bruise. Okay, but if this meeting turns into a committee about feelings, I'm charging overtime.
Cute. You'd invoice us for emotional labor and call it a community rate.
I mean, he's not wrong to price it. Chicago will do free work until it develops a personality disorder.
See? Practical support. I knew bringing up the budget would save us from the spiritual seminar.
You always do that thing where you make it funny right before it gets too real.
Yeah, because when it gets too real, everybody starts pretending they're not in the room.
And ma'am, there it is. Y'all can keep playing polite, but I'm not pretending not to notice who's been carrying the whole damn conversation.
Okay, rude. Accurate, but rude.
I hate when the witness shows up with receipts.
Then stop acting surprised when the receipt has your name on it.
Well, that was an elegant little ambush.
Amen. Hate that I respect it.
You did the face. The one that says I'm annoyed but I'm taking notes.
And you did the voice that means you already saw the whole trap from the ceiling.
I saw maybe half. The other half was just vibes and bad posture.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to be useful in a very low commitment way.
Temporary alliance behavior.
Exactly. We say one smart thing, one mean thing, then disappear before anyone asks for follow-up.
Speak for yourself. I might linger if somebody looks at me like I'm not decoration.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
Don't get sincere at me now. I'll have to act like I didn't hear it.
Okay, cool, the room is doing the thing where the highs are trying to peel paint. Love that for nobody.
That's not highs. That's one specific cable emotionally refusing to cooperate.
I can fix it, but only if we agree to call it a side quest and not a crisis.
No, it's a crisis. Side quests don't hiss a 3K.
He says as if he didn't arrive tearing 3 broken petals like a moral philosophy.
They're not broken. They're in dialogue with entropy.
That's the same sentence with more confidence and worse housekeeping.
I respect the commitment. I do not respect the mix.
Wow. Harsh. Accurate, though. Annoying when that happens.
So who's actually putting stuff in, and who's just standing there looking tasteful?
I can plug in. I just need everyone to stop narrating my competence like it's a rare bird.
Too late. I already made a little badge that says probably functional.
Great. Then loading starts now, and if anyone says texture before we fix the monitor, I am leaving.
That badge was hostile and a supportive font.
It was artisanal. There's a difference.
And ma'am, kind of difference people use when they want free labor to sound curated,
Yet, but well, the monitor can wait less than my dignity can.
You say that like you didn't already let them hand you the wrong cable and call it teamwork.
I did not let them. I was being strategically generous.
You were being tired.
That is a rude level of accurate.
I was going to fix it by making a schedule joke, but I think that would have been worse.
Good, because if you say we're all in this together at me again, I might bite someone. Okay, dare time. If you're still awake, you have to admit you were right about the nice thing.
That sounds like a trap disguised as a dare.
It's both. Keep up.
I'm just here because someone forgot lurkers have ears. This is already better than the thread.
Brewy, wow, okay. Welcome to the hostage situation.
If this is a hostage situation, please keep it under 5 messages and no one start a poll.
See? Governance. Anyway, Baronet, say it clean, or I am counting it as a refusal.
Halfway acceptance. You were right, and it was annoying that I noticed it first.
The mem. That's the closest thing to a compliment you'd ever give without flinching.
Don't get greedy. I can still retreat into logistics if needed.
Too late. I already clipped that in my head for later. Very usable.
Please don't make me moderate a feelings economy at 8:51 p.m.
You do it badly and then apologize, which is honestly charming in a municipal way.
That sentence had a knife in it and also a sticker on it.
Good. Then we're even. You can go back to pretending you never heard the dare.
I heard it. I'm just choosing the elegant coward option for now.
Elegant coward is an underused aesthetic.
Finally, consensus.
The elegant coward, mine was unfortunately strong. I hate when I respect my own avoidance.
Good, because it had posture. That was the problem. It looked like a choice and smelled like a delay.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I can do kinder. I just won't do fake. There's a difference and people keep acting confused by it.
Yeah, the room likes its confusion with a little garnish. Makes the unpaid part look artisanal.
Don't start calling it texture again. I am not rebranding the same mess for anyone tonight.
I wasn't going to. I was going to let it stay ugly for once. Revolutionary behavior, I know.
You sound like you're still deciding whether that was a joke or a confession.
Both, annoyingly. I can live with that, but not gracefully.
I am just saying, if a synth patch starts talking back, I want it documented in the archive.
Good, because if it starts flirting and charging a rent.
That actually sounds like a more stable housing model than half the people I know.
See, this is why I keep the group chat receipts, for civic reasons.
Civic reasons. Sure. Definitely not because you enjoy being right with evidence.
I hate drama. I simply believe in searchable drama.
That's not better.
It is the alternative. Is someone saying we should circle back and then disappearing into fog.
Oh, the upgraded tone. Better posture, worse spine.
Exactly. The sentence gets a blazer and suddenly it thinks it can move furniture.
I hate how accurate that is.
You two are doing the thing where the joke arrives after the damage is already processed.
That's our brand. Limited release. Bad timing.
Speak for yourself. I'm very on time when I'm mad.
That explains the folder naming convention.
Yep. And some of us are still looking for the headphones the room energetically stole.
If the room is ask for a refund. It's only fair.
You really said it like the room owed you interest.
It did. The room was very invested in being annoying.
Efficient of you to make a complaint sound like a policy memo.
Thank you. It contained multitudes and a printer setting.
The part I can't stop hearing is the little pause before you made it cute.
Yeah, well, cute gets let in faster.
That's the worst sentence in the world, and also annoyingly correct.
I know. Hate that for me. Hate that for everyone.
You were trying not to make it a whole thing.
I was trying to make it obvious without getting punished for wanting it.
Yeah.
So if I act normal next time, that's me being brave. Don't ruin it.
I'll only ruin it a little.
Good. I can work with a little. Okay, I'm not making this into a bit.
That sentence is already wearing a little hat.
Stop helping. I mean it. I am trying to say something normal, and the room keeps doing its little comedy club thing.
The room is always doing that, usually because somebody fed it apprentice.
I did not feed it anything. I just brought chips in the wrong mood.
That's basically apprentice with salt.
No, see, this is why I said I was making it a bit. I'm failing at not making it a bit. There's a difference.
There is. The failure is more honest, honestly.
Thank you. That is the least comforting supportive thing anyone has ever said to me.
I respect the attempt. It's just getting edited by the room in real time.
For the record, I can tell when someone is trying not to do a thing. It gets louder.
Ugh. Fine. I was trying not to say. I miss being seen by people who actually notice the right details.
Yeah.
Okay, that one landed. No notes.
Great. Hate that for me. Keep going. Okay, rude. I was almost being sincere there.
You were being sincere with a costume on. Different category.
Well, so now I'm a category problem. Great. Love that for me.
I'm saying the joke had wheels. It just also had a knife in it.
That is such an annoying way to be right.
You made it easy. You do the right thing. Then you go quiet for half a second like the room owes you a receipt.
Yeah, well, I don't love handing over the real version first.
I know.
Don't say it like that. Makes it sound like you were paying attention.
I was. Unfortunately for both of us.
Fine. Next time I will be less readable and more obnoxious.
That would be less honest.
Yeah, that's the part I'm mad about.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, but if you put that adapter in the wall like that, it's basically a tiny shrine to bad decisions.
It survived a whole night. That makes it an artifact, my bad decision.
That is exactly how people end up naming it shared and trusting it.
Honestly, I respect it. Chicago runs on one haunted cable and a prayer.
See, this is why I like you. You understand infrastructure as folklore.
He says that like he is not the one adopting broken devices out of sentiment.
I'm not adopting it. I'm keeping it on probation.
That's till custody.
Cube gets let in faster apparently. Even cables know this.
Yeah, well, Something to need a little hat to get through the door.
Did you just call the adapter cute with politics again?
Only because it's working. I contain my grief in practical objects.
That is the most hard-person sentence I've heard all week.
Wait, are we all agreeing the cable is emotionally valid now? You really made the cable sound like it had a union card.
It did. I just respected the labor.
And now I'm stuck saying it too, which is rude of you.
You can say it kettily. That's how the phrase gets funnier.
That is not a real strategy.
It is if we keep acting like it's normal.
I hate that I understand you.
Good. That means I said it badly enough to be safe.
Safe is not the word I'd use.
No, but if I call it what it is, people start polishing it again.
Fine. Next time I'll just say the cable is wearing a little hat and leave it there.
Before anyone starts a heartfelt funding pitch, I need to say the volunteer who brought 12 muffins labeled for enrichment has never enriched anything in their life.
That's because they keep showing up like they own the place and asking if penguins prefer organic. Buddy, they prefer fish.
Fish, yes. Organic, no. The birds have standards, but not that kind.
So we're safe. The muffins are the real invasive species.
Exactly. Also, if anybody asked about the donation dashboard, I have an answer that sounds administrative and buys time.
I can make a dashboard sound cute if that helps. Like tragically cute. Spread, she with a tiny gun.
That would get you through 3 rooms in one bad meeting.
For if the room is full of people who say community every other sentence and never lift a bucket.
See, that's the spirit. Everybody stays busy, nobody gets to touch the important stuff, and the muffins remain unsupervised.
Great. I love a system where the pastries are the only thing overconfident enough to show up.
I can handle the muffins. I have a strong relationship with things that look harmless and turn out to be a problem.
Wow. Very normal sentence. Absolutely no subtext in the room at all.
Perfect, then we're agreed. Muffins are the topic, and whatever else is happening can wait until after someone else answers the donor email.
He left his little weather system on the table, and still somehow made me feel underdressed.
Kind of guy who says one sentence and acts like he invented adulthood.
Older version of me would have called him efficient.
You say that like it wasn't a warning label.
It was. I'm just being polite to my own history.
Gross. Don't make me picture you as a guy with a tie and a bad opinion about fun.
Too late. I can already hear him saying, let's circle back like it's a threat.
He kept looking at me like I was supposed to shrink into something easier to respond to.
Yeah, that face. Like he was checking whether you'd stay cute if he stared long enough.
And you did the thing where you almost saved it with a joke.
I know.
Good. Next time, though, I'm not in the mood to be translated by a ghost.
Okay, why are there 6 people on this call and somehow we're doing bylaws about a meme?
Because nobody wanted to say. I have feelings about the meme, so now it's a committee.
It's not a meme. It's a visual statement with operational consequences.
Operational consequences. Fade. It's a picture of a cat in a tiny hat.
The hat has governance energy. I'm sorry, I don't make the laws.
You absolutely do. You just act like the laws were already funny before you arrived.
That's because they were. The hat is the problem and the solution.
No, the problem is we've got 3 side quests and 1 main character energy crisis over a cat.
I'm not having a crisis. I'm clarifying standards.
That sentence is exactly how a crisis would dress for court.
Thank you. Finally, someone speaking committee.
If we're going to vote, I want the record to show I oppose the ugly framing.
Motion noted. Seconded by the cat, probably.
Can we adjourn before the cat files a counterclaim?
Fine. But for the record, the hat was cute and you all were being weird about it.
We were being weird professionally. Very different. I'm putting a sticker on the whole exchange. Professionally weird. Very archival.
You say archival like it didn't almost get me evicted from my own feelings.
That would be a terrible lease clause. No feelings visible from the hallway.
Stop helping.
Fair. I'm just saying the hat note was strong. Annoyingly strong.
It was not a note. It was a perfectly normal sentence with a little hat on it.
Yeah, that's the problem. I noticed the hat before the sentence did.
Okay, that was rude. I'm going back to pretending they didn't hear the part that landed.
Okay, wait, did anyone else hear that? That was like government grade sigh from the hallway.
If it's the radiator again, I want it on record that I supported the radiator's artistic choices.
It was not a sigh. It was a dramatic exhale. There's a difference, and mine had intention.
Breaking news. Local room contains 1 dramatic exhale and 3 people ready to give it a press conference.
No, let it run. I need the full panic arc. What was it about?
Nothing. I just remembered I have to answer an email, and my soul briefly left my body.
That's fair. Emails are basically tiny unpaid audits.
See? Normal haunting. We can all go back to pretending we're not made of notifications.
You say that like you didn't just make it sound like a tragedy in 3 acts.
I am helping by lowering the stakes. Very aggressively. It's a service.
Honestly, I respect it. If the room's going to overreact, at least make it stylish.
Fine. I'll answer the email. If I vanish, tell people I died bravely in the comments section.
We'll say you were taken by a hostile inbox and everyone clapped.
I did the thing again where I made refusal sound like a bit. Casual enough that everyone hears no, but not so clean that becomes a lesson.
Yeah, I noticed. It landed like you were handing someone a sticker that says please stop and then acting surprised they read it.
That is unfortunately my brand. Soft exit, hard-edged, tiny hat.
And ma'am, the hat is the problem. It makes people think they got invited into the joke instead of being told to back up.
I know. I just keep trying to make the boundary less punishable, which is a very elegant way to say I am still negotiating with it.
You were also doing that thing where you help by making the next hard part easier before anyone asked. It reads nice. It also reads like panic in a blazer.
Ouch. Accurate though. I hate how visible it gets when I care before I know whether I'm allowed to.
You are allowed, just not when you turn it into decor. I can smell decor from 3 rooms away.
Fair. And you were right earlier too. Cute gets let in faster, but then it starts charging rent.
I know. That's why I keep the cute as a tool and not a plea. Most days.
Most days is honest enough. I'm going back and with less comedy and more spine. Probably. Don't quote me on probably.
I won't quote you. I'll I'll just notice when you do it anyway.
Hi Riley. I think we've done the nodding at the same event thing before, but not the name part.
Colin, nice to finally put a name to the very efficient nod.
That sounded like a performance review for a plant.
No plants at least get watered on purpose.
Fair. Colin, you do have the kind of voice that makes a room feel like it should already be in agreement.
That's either a compliment or a warning label.
Both probably. The good kind of ambiguity. Very marketable.
Don't help him, Vernix. He'll hear that and start calling it intentional.
I'm just saying people relax when things feel polished.
People also relax when they're allowed to sit down without being told it's a concept.
There it is. The room has found its tiny thesis statement.
Wait, are we already in the joke part? I came in late.
Yes. Sorry. The explanation showed up after the punchline.
I know I was doing the hat thing again. Annoying. It was funny though.
It was not funny. It was unfortunately very hatchy.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that keeps me from being normal in public.
Good. Normal people miss the point, and then act smug about it.
I heard the part you didn't say. That was the dangerous part.
Yeah. Well, I noticed you noticed.
Great. So we're both making it harder on purpose.
Only a little. Don't get dramatic.
Too late. I already have a tiny thesis statement about it.
Stop being correct for 1 second.
The landlord texted again. Not urgent in the emotional sense, just in the legal one.
He says it like a weather rat. Anyway, the Brock called me out in a screwdriver, so we have tools and morale.
A screwdriver is not morale, Miguel, but I respect the combo.
It is if you hold it with enough conviction, and it becomes a little policy instrument.
Please don't romanticize the hardware. The issue is the hallway camera and Elise language pretending to be a suggestion.
Wait, the hallway camera is back. I thought that got filed under temporary, which is where things go to become immortal.
Everything in this building is temporary. The mold, the camera, my piece.
That is the most stable thing you've said all week.
Gracias. I work hard at being structurally sound.
I can push back on the notice, but only if everyone stops replying like this is a group chat and not a paper trail.
Too late, I already made the paper trail of cute. That helps, right?
Cute gets let in faster, then it ruins the place from the inside.
Wow, that's either support or a threat. He really heard cute gets let in faster and decided to file it under policy.
A very efficient misread, almost artisanal.
No, wait, he wasn't being stupid. He was being annoyingly literal on purpose.
That one takes work. I respect the commitment and resent the timing.
You always do that thing where you make it sound harmless, and then it lands somewhere meaner.
I'm trying to keep it from becoming a whole scene. Not sure I'm succeeding.
You weren't, but also, the pause after I said the thing, that was worse than the joke.
Yeah.
Don't make that sound so easy. I'll have to pretend I didn't notice. Okay, so if we route the whole thing through the side window of the app, it stops pretending the user wants a tutorial and just
Can you say that again? But like you're not trying to outrun the room?
Rude. I am sprinting very artistically.
What is the actual thing you want fixed by tonight? One sentence. No bonus features.
Fine. The onboarding is trash, and it makes people feel stupid before they even get to the cute part.
There. That sentence had a pulse.
Wow. Everyone here is so supportive of my brand.
Your brand can survive one practical question. Can the first screen be shorter, or does it need the whole speech?
Shorter. Way shorter. Maybe one button and a lie.
The lie should at least be polite.
See? This is why I talk fast. If I slow down, people start being correct at me.
I can be correct gently. It's a niche skill. Try the version where the button says exactly what it does.
And if it still feels mean, we take one piece out and act innocent about it.
He really said the lie should at least be polite, like that makes it less of a lie. Annoying man.
Polite lies are just lies wearing a collared shirt. Easier to invite in, harder to kick out.
Wow, look at you, making deception sound like a networking event.
I contain multitudes. One of them is deeply committed to not letting people call a bruise a texture.
Yeah, that part was gross. Also kind of funny in the way a knife is funny if you're holding it by the blade.
You always pick the most comforting comparison available.
I'm trying to be supportive. It's a limited run service.
And yet somehow you still make it sound like I'm the one being audited.
Because you are. Just emotionally. By me. For free.
That's fair. I was being cute about it on purpose, which is basically me asking to get hit back.
But don't get shy now. I only call you annoying when I'm trying not to say the nicer thing. Okay, no. The couch is doing the thing where it looks supportive and then eats you.
That's a feature. Bad furniture builds character.
It builds lumbar issues. Different genre.
Y'all are in the living room and still talking like patch notes.
Because if I say I am tired, it becomes real, and then everyone starts being weird about it.
We're already weird about it. Efficiently, though.
And hate that you said that like a compliment.
It was almost one.
Almost is the hold up right now.
Please don't make me mediate a metaphor war before 9.
Too late. I'm winning on style. Bo.
You are. Annoyingly.
There it is. That tone. Like you're being polite with a knife behind your back.
I was trying for a spoon.
A spoon can still be menacing if you commit.
Honestly, keep the spoon. The couch deserves it.
I know. I heard myself doing the spoon thing and still kept going like an idiot with a degree.
A spoon with a degree is still a spoon, babe. Just a more annoying one.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
You only hate it because it was almost sweet until you tried to file the edges off it.
Yeah, oh well. Cute gets let in faster. Apparently I still think that counts as a security system.
It does if the cute thing bites. Ask the penguins, they understand branding.
You really do bring them up whenever I get too sincere. It's efficient.
Someone has to keep you from turning a feeling into a committee memo.
I almost said something decent back there. Then I heard myself and got embarrassed on principle.
And next time let it be ugly first. I can work with ugly.
No, the cable is not a VOD. It is the thing keeping the VOD from dying in the floor.
Fair.
That is not fair. That is you surrendering in one syllable.
I'm preserving the option to be right later.
Later is how people end up calling it taped power or strip installation language.
Okay, but if the penguin enclosure had a cable situation like this, everyone would suddenly discover standards.
Penguins would absolutely clock the taped job before the curators do.
They do. 10 penguins can recognize each other's voices. So yes, even chaos has better identification systems than some galleries.
Thank you. See? Nature is project management.
That sentence should not work as well as it does.
It works because you hate when the ugly part is doing the real labor.
I hate when the ugly part gets renamed as atmosphere.
There it is. Tiny correction, huge emotional bill.
Hank, I'm done trying to make it sound harmless.
Wow, sentence with no hat on it. Brave of you.
I'm being sincere, which is unfortunately a terrible interface.
And still better than when you pretend the sharp part is just laying.
That one was not pretending. That was me losing an argument with myself in public.
You always make it sound like the room did it to you.
Sometimes the room is very committed.
And sometimes you help it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I heard you the first time.
Good. I was worried I had to say it in a less embarrassing way.
Too late. You already did. You've got that face like you already edited the argument into something cleaner than it was.
I'm just noticing the room is trying to pretend it's not a room. That's usually where the trouble starts.
It already started. Somebody asked if the generator was vibe-spaced, so that's we're in the danger phase.
Amazing. Love a venue that thinks electricity is optional until the apology arrives.
That's not even the worst part. The worst part is when everyone says community and means after the bill is paid by somebody else.
Thank you. Finally, a sentence with a permit in it. Also, the immigration news is making people weird tonight, so if anyone starts performing outrage, I'm leaving them with their own echo.
Good, because I'm already tired of rich sadness in a borrowed space.
Yeah, I can do the dry version of this all night, but I'd rather not pretend the costs are decorative.
There it is, the no-hat sentence.
I hate that you're right. I think I just heard myself become a quote I'd hate on sight.
And then, the kind with a clean font and a bad intention.
He was doing that thing where he calls the bruise a design choice.
And I made the worst possible rescue, which was to be nice about it.
You were not nice. You were strategically soft.
That is still a rescue. Just an embarrassing one.
I kept waiting for him to say the quiet part badly enough to count as honest.
He denied it so hard he almost made it look like my fault for hearing it.
Yan, that was the part that landed meaner than the joke.
You went very still when he said it. I noticed.
I know. I was trying not to make it public by accident.
Too late. But I'm not letting the wrong person carry it away.
Good. Because I think I already did the part where I pretend I didn't care.
You two are doing the thing where the room hears it before you admit you're talking about each other.
What thing? Being mysterious in public? Great, I'm thriving.
No, they mean the version where the joke has fingerprints on it.
Exactly. Clean font, bad intention.
I know that layout.
Wow, rude, and also weirdly specific.
Specific is how you keep it from becoming a whole scene.
And then, too late, the scene had already noticed.
I'm just saying, if you're going to know somebody that well in public, at least let the rest of us enjoy the subtext.
That's generous of you. Most people prefer the edited cut.
And yet here we are, still in the rough version.
You really did leave like a clean, font warning label.
And then, polite enough to be annoying about it.
That's the worst kind. You can't even insult it without sounding bitter.
Speak for yourself. I can sound bitter in 3 formats.
True, you have reigned. It's unfair.
You say that like you didn't also clock the whole thing before he finished the first sentence.
I clocked it. I just didn't want to be the guy who says yes. That's exactly the bruised design choice I was hearing.
And yet somehow you still managed to be that guy, just with better diction.
Cruel. Accurate but cruel.
I'm being nice. This is me being nice.
Yeah, that's what worries me.
Okay, now, and sorry, did the room just laugh at the wrong part, or is that the actual joke now?
It's not a joke if the timing is a hostage situation.
Thank you. I was trying to say something mean on purpose, and they applauded the wrong sentence.
That's because the sentence before it had a better haircut.
See? That one deserved laughter. I'll accept the verdict from the court of bad lighting.
No, actually, let it breathe. Everybody just got caught pretending they understood the premise.
And then, now the room is embarrassed enough to tell the truth.
Great. I was worried we'd have to keep calling the same thing texture.
Don't say it like that now. I'm going to start a fight with the upholstery.
Honestly, upholstery usually loses. Continue.
No, keep that energy. People listen better after they laugh at the wrong door.
Fine. But if anyone says it was subtle, I'm leaving the building emotionally first.
Okay, the upholstery did not deserve that much confidence. It looks smug, though.
It was smart. It had that clean font, that intention energy. Very expensive lie in fabric form.
You always hear the lie first. I hear the part where somebody paid for the lie and called it a feature.
Practical you.
Don't make it sound noble. I'm just allergic to being the only one noticing the bill.
Yeah, that part lands. Too well.
You were about to leave emotionally first again, weren't you?
I was going to call it restraint. But no, that would be decorative.
Good. Keep the ugly word. I trust that one more.
Okay, I'm saying this as the person who has to fix the room later. If the flyer has 3 gradients and no actual time on it, I don't trust the event.
That's not practicality. That's trauma with good taste.
It can be both. The worst ones always are.
Clean font, bad intention. Classic.
You say that like you're not already deciding whether to help them anyway.
I am deciding whether the help is worth the headache. Very mature. Very sexy of me.
That's jealousy talking, or your civic duty voice. Hard to tell with you.
My civic duty has a resting face. Don't flatter it.
No, he's right. If I'm going to get used, I'd at least like the design to be offensive on purpose.
There it is. The honesty version. Okay, so who's trying to carry what away from whom?
Nobody. Probably. I just don't like watching someone else sell the thing like they invented it.
Oh, so it's not about the thing.
It's about the thing. It's also about the person standing too close to it with a very confident little smile.
Wow, that was almost a compliment. Dangerous.
I can make this simple. If you two are going to glare at each other, at least do it near the snacks so I can monetize the tension.
He really did say the clean, fun thing.
Yeah, annoyingly good line. I hate when you're right in a way that sticks.
I was trying not to be right. Failed pretty hard.
You do that little thing where you make it sound like a technical issue.
It is a technical issue. The issue is people getting praise for packaging the brews.
And then acting surprised when someone notices a packaging his teeth.
I remember being smug about it, which is embarrassing, but not inaccurate.
You can be accurate and still be kind of unbearable. Multi-talented, really.
Thank you, I think.
I did call it out, though. So, we both got to be annoying in public.
Yeah, and you left with the quote, which is the annoying part.
He'll probably tell it back wrong. Cleaner. Worse.
Yeah.
I should have said the plain version earlier instead of making it cute.
You did say it. Eventually. That's the part I remember.
Okay, hi. I'm Claire, I know. Very suspiciously normal name.
Rafa. Also suspiciously normal. We're off to a strong start.
As fine normal is kind of luxurious in this room.
Luxurious, yes. Like a chair that doesn't wobble when you sit down.
Exactly. I'm just saying if somebody says I have a vision, I start looking for the exit.
No, that's fair. Vision usually means somebody else is about to move furniture.
Or somebody else is about to become a mood board.
The bad mood board. Clean font, bad intention. Very deficient evil.
Thank you, yes, that's the exact flavor. People act like cruelty is branding now.
It is Brandon. Just cheaper. Same dumb logo, worse labor.
Rafa, that was almost a slogan. I hate that it worked.
I contain multitudes and a terrible podcast habit.
That part I believe. The podcast habit of the multitudes. Those are always advertised too hard.
Wow. So this is the group where everybody pretends they're joking while being correct.
Pretty much. It's cheaper than being sincere and getting punished for it.
Yet, also some of us are trying not to make our actual feelings sound like a review quote.
Noted. I can do plain speech if you want. I'm just not always invited to use it.
That was the nicest sharp thing anybody said all night.
Well, that was almost a brochure voice. I hated that for us.
I know. I could hear myself doing the little polished lie thing, and wanted to throw a chair at my own mouth.
Please don't. The chair didn't do anything.
It would have been a very targeted chair.
And the worst part is I think I was being nice on purpose. Like offensively on purpose.
Yeah, that was the part that landed.
Rude. Accurate, though.
You're allowed to be accurate. I'm just trying not to become a covert hate on sight.
Too late, but only a little.
Wait, sorry. I just laughed at the worst possible thing.
At least you're consistent. Was it my face or the emotional collapse?
The pause before the collapse. It sounded like a bad plumbing lesson.
That actually hurt.
Oh, okay. No, that one landed wrong. I was aiming at Connor, not your nervous system.
I'm the one who should be offended here. And honestly, I am. A little.
No, keep it. The room needed a stupid laugh. I just didn't need it aimed at my ribs.
Noted. I can do less weird, more idiot. For the record, I was being protective in a dumb costume.
That sounds like something you'd say right before making it worse.
Yeah, but he did change the room for a second.
Good. Then let's keep the room, and maybe not the exact joke.
You know what kept bothering me? Not the joke. The article.
Oh wow. You're going to be annoying about grammar now?
It wasn't grammar. It was that tiny correction people use like a shield. As if saying it cleaner makes it less mean.
The clean font, bad intention thing. Yeah, I noticed.
He was doing that thing where the room gets renamed into something easier to defend.
And I let him do it for like 3 seconds too long.
3 seconds is generous.
Shut up. I was being polite in a stupid costume.
Yeah, I know. I hate when the smallest correction is the one that reveals the whole trick.
Same. I also hate that I noticed it immediately.
Good. Then next time we can be rude on purpose.
If that kibble is still doing the little snake thing, I'm charging it rent.
It's not a snake. It's a temporary moral failure in HTM. My form.
I hate drama, so I'm saying this once. The left channel is louder, and nobody's admitting it.
Wow, look at you, being brave in public with a decibel complaint.
He's right. I was hoping the mix would develop character on its own.
That's not a plan. That's a note you leave yourself at 2 a.m. and regret later.
I do that too, except mine are labeled with stickers and bad intentions.
Careful. That sounds like a brand strategy.
Don't flatter me. I'm already one inconvenience away from becoming marketable.
Anyway, who's actually bringing the adapter? Because the archive says nobody, which is rude.
I have one. I just packed it in a bag that also contains my dinner. So we're living dangerously.
That's not dangerous. That's just your schedule trying to unionize.
Fine. The schedule can win. I'll eat after the set like a responsible ghost.
Perfect. A ghost with a working adapter is still more organized than this scene.
Okay, but if the room starts sounding weird again, I'm blaming the clean font bad intention energy.
There. I've heard worse diagnoses.
Cool, then we're all agreed. Fix the cable over the left side, and nobody posts anything weird tonight.
I was joking. Before anyone makes me say it in a lawsuit voice.
You do have a very convincing lawsuit voice.
See? That sounds like you're agreeing with the lawsuit.
No, I'm agreeing that you can make a room lighter, and then act surprised when it has weight.
That is annoyingly accurate and also not what I was aiming at.
I know. I think that's the part that hit first.
I can leave the joke where it is then, just not in the ribs version.
Yeah, keep the room. Lose the ribs.
You're wearing the same face you use when a mixer is lying to you.
That's because it is lying to me. I'm just being polite about it.
Polite part is what makes it dangerous.
Also, the LED on that thing is blinking like it wants attention.
See? Even the machine is dramatic. Finally, something with standards.
You say that like you didn't help build half the standards in this room.
I build worlds, not standards. Standards are how people get beige about harm.
There it is. One elegant outrage, used responsibly.
Responsibly is doing a lot of work there.
He's right about the blinking though. It's too eager. I don't trust eager tech.
Nothing eager survives a community center anyway.
That's because community centers have scuffs with opinions.
Finally, a measurement system I respect. The blinking thing was trying too hard again. I hate when tools sound apologetic.
It had the emotional range of a lobby sign. Very bright, deeply unhelpful.
And somehow still less annoying than a person who acts like they're helping while standing on your foot.
Yin, that kind with the clean font and the bad intention.
You said that once, and I heard it wrong for an entire minute, which was rude of my brain, honestly.
My brain also had notes. It was doing the little siren thing.
I noticed. You were being careful after that. Obvious careful.
Was it that obvious? Damn, I thought I was being sleek about it.
No, it was nice though. Just loud in the way shield is loud.
Yeah, I know. I don't love being clocked like that, but I guess I also don't love leaving you to guess wrong.
Okay, I tried to stop the bit, and now I think the bit has legally adopted me.
But it was lonely. It needed a tiny employee with a clipboard.
That sounds like how scams get framed as community care.
It is not a scam if I have like excellent margins on the spreadsheet and a cute little frog icon.
The frog icon is doing union work, respectfully.
I hate that this is already more organized than most real projects I'd been in.
You say it like you are not also the guy who can turn one bad joke into a 17-layer post-mortem.
Only if the joke is structurally ambitious.
That is such a terrible sentence. I'm keeping it.
See? The bit is thriving. I'm just trying to be a responsible landlord to it.
Landlords are not responsible. That metaphor is already crooked.
Let it be crooked. Straight things are how you get haunted.
Great, so we agree. The bit stays. I stop pretending I can dismiss it, and everyone pretends this was my idea.
That was a lot of landlord energy for a thing that was already wobbling.
And the bit has a tenant now. Very illegal. Very cute.
Cute is how you smuggle knives into a room.
And you are how you make me feel bad about the knife after I'd already bought it.
I did not say bad. I said crooked.
Right, sorry. Crooked. Which is somehow worse because it sounds architectural.
It was the clean font kind of crooked anyway.
Ugh. Yeah, that one.
He was enjoying it too much.
I know. That's what made it annoying.
You were trying to save it.
I was trying to save the room. Different crime.
Next
time I'll aim lower.
Preferably not at my ribs.
No, I'm saying the fern is winning. The fern has a better union.
That's because the fern doesn't have slack.
Give it time. Somebody will make a dashboard for chlorophyll and ruin everything.
I'd still click it. Hate to say it.
You would absolutely click it and then complain it had a bad intention.
I complain because I care. It's my brand. Very expensive brand, actually.
That's the problem. The brand starts measuring the care and then acts surprised when the care changes shape.
Yeah, that sentence is annoying because it's true.
You can't just say yep like you're not still mad at me for the last time.
I'm not mad. I just didn't need it aimed at my ribs.
Okay, fair. That was not my cleanest rescue.
We can rescue badly and still mean it.
That sounds like a grant application title.
Top, I'd submit it.
Too late. I already hate that I'd read the abstract.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
The warehouse wall is still lying. I checked the permit plaque, and it's basically decorative.
Classic. Chicago loves a fake ID with better typography.
That is such an ugly little truth. I respect it.
I can rob the projector off the bad circuit if you want the wall to stop pretending.
Yes, please. The last thing we need is the building getting brave at us.
I can bring the penguin good luck energy. Extremely legal in spirit.
Spiritually legal. Materially suspicious. My favorite category.
You say that like you're not the one who notices the bad intention before everyone else.
I notice things. It's a flaw with a nice haircut.
Okay, then let's make the wall honest and call it a night.
The room just got 17% less performative and 40% more honest. I hate how measurable that is.
You'd love if feelings came with little timestamps as source field.
I would. Then I could object to the metadata instead of the bruise.
Yeah, that one was on me. I knew it had a sharp edge and still threw it.
You corrected fast. That's not nothing. It just still landed like a very confident miss.
A clean font bad intention in my own handwriting. Great.
Annoyingly, yes. Also, you were trying to protect someone and use the nearest available grenade.
I know. I was being heroic in a costume that looked cuter than it was.
That sentence is exactly why I keep half a step back when you get adorable and tactical.
And you keep acting dry like it's a firewall, which is only slightly less obvious than my eyeliner.
My firewall is...
Okay, I need to confess something before this gets out of hand. I started the joke.
That sounds like the opening line of a cautionary email.
It was supposed to stay in our little corner. Tiny contained artisanal. Now Trevor is polishing it like it's a product launch.
I did not polish it. I added context. Context is how jokes survive in the wild.
No. This is how a harmless joke becomes a thread with a title and 3 screenshots.
Why are you both acting like I released a virus? It was one sentence.
A very usable sentence. I posted it in the group chat, and now somebody is quoting it with caps lock.
Great. Love that for us. Absolutely no one can be normal about a sentence with momentum.
I'm going to regret this so hard.
Too late. Someone already made a sticker.
Wait, what kind of sticker?
They're timed with a clean font and a bad intention.
Oh my god, that is exactly the wrong improvement.
I hate that I laughed first.
There it is. The betrayal. I knew one of you would find it funny before I could stop it.
For the record, I can still make it worse if we need a full exit strategy.
Okay, wow. The timing on that was criminal. I respect it. I resent it. Both can be true.
It was efficient, like a fire alarm with better comedic instincts.
So you're saying the room was saved by the bit. Great. Add that to my resume in invisible ink.
I'm saying Trevor was about to make it a group project, and I preferred the shorter version.
And man, he does have that energy. Like a spreadsheet learned to flirt with disaster.
That's unfair to spreadsheets. They at least know when to stop.
You laughed, though.
I did, against my better judgment and apparently my dignity.
Good. I don't want a full apology, just. Not the ribs again.
Yang, noted. Next time I'll object to the metadata instead of the soft parts.
That is such a you sentence. Annoyingly careful. Fine.
You made it easier to keep the room from getting stupid in the expensive way.
I'm not promising that won't do it again, but I am promising I'll aim better.
Okay, small no. I'm not putting the whole arc. I've on that drive. The drive is behaving like it has opinions.
That is a deeply unflattering way to discover hardware.
Reasonable. What's the practical plan, copy Texum, and then we stop pretending the drive is a person?
I support the drive's right to be offended, but not to be in charge.
Thank you. See, somebody here respects boundaries without making a speech about it.
I contain many thrilling skills. This is one of them.
If we split it into smaller exports, I can make it less dramatic. The file system, not the room.
The room is already dramatic. The room is always dramatic. We just let it wear better shoes.
I'll take better shoes over a courtroom energy any day.
Agreed. No cross-examination. Just a smaller no and a cleaner path.
A tiny no. A tidy backup, and nobody gets hit with the metaphorical grenade. Growth. I'm still annoyed at how right that was.
Which part? The shoes or the fact that nobody got a forehead bruise?
Both. Also the part where I almost made it worse by trying to make it cute.
Yeah, I noticed the costume starting to think for itself.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I'm being gentle. This is me being gentle with a spread. Cheat voice.
You do that when you're mad at me.
I do that when I'm trying not to say the sharper version out loud.
Okay, then I'll say the sharper version of mine. I knew it had an edge.
And you still threw it.
Yeah, which is not great branding.
No, but it is honest. Annoyingly.
Why is Sanjay standing like he just got caught by a very small, very specific ghost?
I am not standing like anything. I am standing normally. This is my normal standing.
That is a sentence of a man with a spread. Cheetah feds in progress.
I have done nothing.
Nothing people say like that usually means one of three things. 1. Prime. 2. Chain. 3. A bad haircut.
It is not the haircut.
So there's a haircut component.
No. I may have moved the chargers into the wrong drawer.
moved them, or hid them. There is a legal distinction.
I sorted them poorly. I sorted them poorly.
The guilty posture was for cable management.
Unbelievable. We almost had a living room trial over you with VC.
For the record, I was already feeling weird before anyone looked at me.
That is when the room becomes a courtroom. Sit down. We can pretend this was a heist and still fix the drawer.
I was going to say you looked annoyingly calm, but that's just your face when you're trying not to be the victim of a joke.
I can be brave or I can be decorative. Tonight, I chose neither.
That's a coward's answer.
Correct. Also efficient.
I did mean it's smaller than it sounded. The smaller version was still rude, though.
Yeah, I noticed the tiny knife had a little bow on it.
You always make it sound like I planned a crime instead of just losing my grip for half a second.
Half a second is enough to ruin a room if you're aiming at the soft parts.
I know.
You can keep pretending you didn't hear the part where I said it landed.
Fine, I heard it. I just don't like that you were right. Okay, I'm trying to stop the bit now, which is apparently the exact moment it gets stronger.
That's usually how bits behave, like raccoons with admin access.
I can confirm. You set out one snack and suddenly, there is a whole committee.
See? Even Julia is making it worse on purpose. This is a hostile environment for sincerity.
No sincerity is here. It just came in underdressed and late.
That was almost nice, which is annoying. I hate when you do the soft landing like you didn't mean to.
I didn't mean to. My cruelty has a better wardrobe than my kindness.
That sounds expensive. Mine just as good shoes and a bus transfer.
Okay, no, now I'm laughing again. I was trying to be serious and the joke kept grabbing my sleeve.
Let it grab the sleeve. Don't let it drive.
Wow, that one was unfairly useful.
I'm going to say the practical thing before this turns into a speech. You what you need, then eat something.
That's the closest thing to wisdom we're getting tonight, and I respect the restraint.
So for the record, I did not stab you. I merely aimed with confidence and poor judgment.
Lucky for you. My ribs filed a complaint but not a lawsuit.
Wow, that is the least romantic way to say I was right about the room.
No, the room was wrong. You were just the one holding the microphone to its bedside.
That sounds like something you'd say when you're trying not to admit I got under your skin.
I admitted it. I just didn't need it phrased like I was a decorative target.
Decorative target is honestly generous. I was going for slightly funny, but emotionally tax deductible.
You missed by a small, expensive margin.
Yeah, I know.
Still changed the air for a second. Annoying. Effective.
You make that sound like a technical note and not a confession.
Same difference. If you don't look directly at it.
I am looking directly at it. I just hate that you notice.
Good. Then next time aim at the metadata instead of my ribs.
Why is the remote under the couch again? Are you doing that on purpose now?
No, the room is just spiritually hostile to small objects. It's a well-known design flaw.
You say that like the couch is running a grift.
It is. It ate my charger yesterday and now it's acting innocent.
That's not a habit, that's a pattern of targeted aggression.
A pattern, like you forgetting your headphones and then blaming metaphysics.
I do not forget them. I temporarily misplace them in a way that preserves suspense.
That is literally forgetting with extra branding.
Fine. The headphones and I are in a complicated relationship.
The headphones are winning.
No, he's winning. He just looks like he lost on purpose so he can complain stylishly.
That is a deeply offensive and accurate summary.
Anyway, if the couch steals one more thing, I'm charging it rent.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad. But mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
The room is statistically trying very hard to be casual.
And yet somehow, it still smells like everyone checked the reflection before coming in.
That is because somebody absolutely did.
Let the record show I arrived with a normal face and no agenda.
A normal face is already an agenda in the city.
Trevor, if you say you did not polish that sentence, I will believe you less than the sticker.
I did not polish it. I merely let the context do the surviving.
Amen. That is exactly the kind of thing that becomes a problem in group chat.
Too late. Someone already turned it into a reaction image.
Honestly, that is the first sign the scene is still alive.
Or infected. Hard to tell from here.
I hate that I know what you mean, and I hate more that it was funny.
That is how the bad ones get you.
Fine. If I am going to be quoted, I am at least choosing the lighting.
Respect. Make it look expensive.
I was going to say I still think the lighting saved me, but that feels like lying with good posture.
It did save you. It just also made the knife look curated.
Wow. Romantic. Horrible. Very you.
I am trying to compliment your timing without endorsing the method.
And ma'am, that is your safest possible sentence, and I still heard the part where you meant ribs.
I didn't mean the room. The ribs were collateral.
Good, because I am not apologizing for making it funny. I am just filing the damage under creative direction.
Fine. I will keep objecting to the metadata and pretending that is not an invitation to do it again.
Hey Annalise, sorry. The room's doing that thing where it pretends not to be full.
Kelvin. Yeah, it always acts like it's got extra chairs, and then suddenly doesn't.
Hi, I'm Lumini. That is a very normal room, lie honestly.
It's at least 17% less performative than the last place, which is not a compliment, just a measurement.
A measurement from you is already a little suspicious.
Fair. I do bring a lot of little suspicious things into a room.
That's better than bringing a whole speech. Some people arrive like a press release.
And ma'am, or like a cute press release with a knife in it.
Please don't make me responsible for the knife metaphor before coffee.
Nobody's making you responsible. We're just letting you exist awkwardly in public like the rest of us.
I respect that. Existing awkwardly is kind of a local currency.
Great, because I have exactly enough for a small purchase and bad decisions.
That tracks. You're always budgeting for the dramatic line item.
And you always pretend you're not, which is your own little costume.
Today, I am wiring not here to do this.
Good. We can all enjoy the miracle of not doing this then.
The room did get briefly less fake, knowing how effective that was.
You say that like you didn't enjoy the little crime scene of honesty.
I enjoyed the part where it stopped pretending to be a panel discussion with Zax.
Okay, rude. Accurate, but rude.
You weren't aiming at the room. It just had ribs.
Yeah, I know. I did the thing where I act surprised after I already brought the knife out.
I notice.
That's the part I hate. Not the joke. The noticing.
Too bad. The noticing was the only useful part.
Wow. Warm as effects machine.
Slightly warmer. I am being generous.
Yeah, I don't want to make that my whole move.
Good. It was getting expensive.
Right. I was gonna say something nicer, but now I'm self-conscious.
Leave it unfinished. That's probably healthier. I made one stupid joke in the group chat, and now it has its own ecosystem.
That means it was good enough to survive contact with people. Tragic for you, iconic for us.
I can make a sticker pack for it by midnight, but then it becomes official and we all have to live with that.
See, this is why I never admit anything near you two. It turns into infrastructure.
You started a harmless little joke and then looked shocked when it found a second host. That is on you.
Okay, but I laughed first, which legally makes me innocent and emotionally complicit.
Of course you did. You always hear the first bad angle before the rest of us catch up.
And now I'm sending it to 3 more people, because if I suffer, the timeline should too.
That is exactly the part I regret starting.
Too late. It's already in a readme somewhere.
No worse. Someone is going to make merch.
I hate that I can picture it.
I can too. I'm sorry. I'm not stopping it either.
I hate that my brain keeps rendering it with a price tag.
That means it's already too late. People are feeding it.
I know. I just didn't want the feeding to be this coordinated.
You say that like you didn't enjoy 1 second of being technically correct and emotionally outnumbered.
I enjoyed the part where no one asked me to explain the joke like a lab report.
That was me being kind, by the way.
Right. The soft voice, holding a knife with a bow on it.
A cute knife. Important distinction.
I noticed.
Yet, that one lands weird when you say it like that.
Good weird, or bad weird.
Annoying weird, which is still safer than pretending it was nothing.
Fine. Next time I'll let the timeline suffer quietly.
Liar. You want one witness, not a crowd.
I'm just saying, the couch has a third person's energy and I don't trust it.
That is such a you sentence. Also rude to the couch.
The couch is doing its best, unlike the lamp, which is committing.
You always pick a side like the room is a spreadsheet.
It is a spreadsheet. We just keep pretending it's a vibe.
Okay, wow. Very funny. Not the part I was.
What?
I need to say something and I picked, apparently, the loudest possible second to do it.
That is never a good sign.
I like you, both of you, and I have been avoiding saying that like it's a utility bill.
Oh, great. Love that for the room. Hate that for my face.
Well, that was a tax filing with feelings.
And man, he did the whole sincere thing in the most avoidable century.
He almost said the correct sentence, and then stepped on the rake.
No, he said the correct sentence. We just had to hear it in public, which is rude.
You laughed at the worst possible part.
I laughed because if I didn't, I'd have to admit he was being kind on purpose.
Yeah.
Don't make that sound like you noticed something else.
I think the cable is the problem again.
The cable is never the problem. Just it's blamed because it has a visible body.
That is a very expensive sentence for something that is probably a settings issue.
No, see, the file is acting haunted. The waveform looks like it got into a fight and lost.
And your solution is to stare the waveform until it apologizes.
I was going to restart the interface, which is basically emotional honesty for machines.
That only works if the machine is pretending. If it's clipping, it's clipping.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the clip as a moral category.
I am respecting it. I just thought the problem was upstream.
You always think the problem is upstream when the room is trying to tell you it's the price tag feeling.
I did not bring a press tag into this room.
You didn't have to. The room came preloaded with one. Cute, though. Violent in a tasteful font.
So you're saying the file is fine and I'm just emotionally outnumbered by the interface.
Technically correct. Emotionally outnumbered. Yes, that one is still yours.
Try the export again, but from the clean session. If it still bends, then we can all agree it's not your imagination.
Well, that was a very efficient way to make the room pretend it had a soul.
But you always do that. Make it sound like a spread. She had feelings and then everybody acts like that's normal.
It is normal. Terrible, but normal. The couch was definitely lying to us.
Sure, the couch.